In the Kingdom of Fornia, when a member of the royal family turned 13, they received a special gift from the goddess. However, one particular prince wasn't so fortunate. He received no gift at all. Before this event in the courtyard of Fornia Castle, this prince could be found engaged in an intense sparring session with his maid. His name was Theodulf Forian, the third prince of Fornia. For the sake of easy narration, let me call him Theo instead. Each strike from his maid was harder than the last, forcing him to step back. The maid he sparred with was Layla Orstein, his personal maid. Eventually, Theo collapsed from exhaustion, prompting Layla to call it a day. After all, he had the gift confirmation ceremony that evening, and it would be better for him to be in decent shape. Theo's face brightened with joy as he began to shower Layla with compliments, praising her for her many remarkable qualities. She was skilled with a sword, an incredible cook, great at housework, a seasoned adventurer ranked as an S-class, and knew proper etiquette. In short, she was the complete package, the dream girl for every man. Perfect waifu this early? Layla thanked Theo for his kind words and offered her hand to help him up. However, before he could take it, a massive wave of water loomed over him. Acting quickly, Layla pulled Theo to safety just before the wave could drench him. The culprit behind this flashy display was none other than Niels Forian, the second prince of Fornia. He had arrived to flaunt his magic and make Theo look incompetent in comparison. With a smirk, Niels reminded his younger brother that every royal received a gift from the goddess upon turning 13. He questioned why Theo was wasting time practicing in the courtyard. Theo, confused by his brother's taunts, didn't immediately grasp the meaning behind Niels' words. To drive his point home, Niels raised his hand dramatically and summoned a massive fireball, demonstrating his magical prowess. With an air of arrogance, he mocked Theo again, questioning the value of sword practice when such powers could be wielded. Niels added that a royal's gift reflected their personality and traits, and he couldn't wait to see what worthless gift Theo would receive. After showing off his abilities, Niels strolled away, expressing his excitement for the ceremony later that day. Theo, visibly annoyed by his brother's mockery, clenched his fists. Layla quickly stepped closer and buried our boy in her holy valleys. She reminded him that if what Niels said was true, then Theo was sure to receive an incredible gift that would surpass everyone's expectations. Her optimistic words reassured Theo, filling him with hope that the ceremony would reveal something extraordinary. When night fell and the family gathered in the royal court, Theo became the target of scorn for not receiving any blessings or gifts. The family members were both angry and confused, questioning if he was truly royalty, as such a situation had never occurred before in their history. Horror and anxiety were evident on Theo's face, but the situation worsened when Niels erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Wiping tears of joy from his eyes, Niels began mocking Theo again. However, the king swiftly silenced Niels and turned his attention to Theo. With a stern tone, he questioned whether Theo was intentionally trying to disappoint him. This man, none other than Gauss Disgard Forian, the current king of Fornia, expressed his belief that a son forsaken by the goddess had no place in the castle. With that, the king made it clear he no longer wanted Theo to remain in the royal residence. The second prince quickly reminded their father to proceed with the plan he had proposed earlier. The old king decided to follow through and made a final ruling, declaring that Theo would be appointed as the Lord of the Land of Death. This announcement shocked everyone at the ceremony and murmurs spread through the crowd. Theo tried to protest against his father's decision, but the king dismissed him. The Land of Death was a desolate region filled with poisonous air, where no crops could grow and terrifying monsters roamed. It was uninhabitable for humans, and Theo couldn't understand why his father would assign him to such a place. Before he could argue further, the king silenced him by calling him a talentless failure. The insult hit Theo like a sharp sting, and his father made it clear that defying the king's orders was not an option. Theo was told to gather his belongings and leave for the Land of Death immediately. To Theo, this decision was equivalent to being exiled from the kingdom. His brother, ever opportunistic, didn't miss the chance to mock him. Laughing in Theo's face, the prince taunted him, boasting about how he would be busy preparing to become the next king, while Theo would struggle to survive in the wasteland. Feeling powerless and defeated, Theo had no choice but to accept his grim fate. The next day, his carriage finally departed. As it rolled down the path, he waved a final goodbye to his family and friends. However, his arrogant father and narcissistic brother were nowhere to be seen. Settling back into the carriage, he noticed someone else was missing, Laya. He regretted not being able to say goodbye to her one last time. Just as the thought crossed his mind, her voice called out, telling him she was right in front of him. At first, he didn't react, lost in his own thoughts. But then he suddenly realized she was sitting directly across from him. Startled, he quickly asked what she was doing there. Layla calmly replied that she would be wherever he was. He reminded her that he was heading to the Land of Death and tried to dissuade her, insisting that she didn't have to risk her life. Layla, however, became slightly annoyed and firmly reminded him of her role as his personal maid. Whether it was hell or the demon realm, she declared she would follow him no matter where he went. Theo asked Layla if she was certain about her decision, and she nodded confidently, showing no hesitation. Eventually, he thanked her for coming along, while the maid expressed her gratitude for the chance to spend some time alone with him. Their playful banter continued as the carriage rolled toward its destination. It was then revealed that reaching the land of death would take a few days, and require switching carriages along the way. Theo admittedly felt nervous about the journey, but having Layla with him provided some comfort. Despite this, one thing still bothered him. He wanted to understand why he hadn't received a gift. He wondered if it was because he didn't truly belong to this world. In his previous life, Theo had been nothing more than a corporate worker trapped in a grueling routine like most of our dear viewers. His days were spent working long hours, often late into the night, and even continuing his tasks at home. Life had become a monotonous cycle where every day felt the same. Sometimes he wished he could just play games again, particularly a civilization-building game he had loved during his student days. However, once he joined the workforce, he could never find the time to enjoy it. Adulting is hard, isn't it? One day, his body finally gave out from exhaustion and he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Before him stood a smiling goddess who warmly welcomed him to the realm of the gods. She introduced herself as Goddess Vesta and gently explained the shocking truth: he had passed away. Unsurprisingly, Theo's first reaction was sheer disbelief as the weight of her words sank in. The goddess expressed her condolences for his passing before getting straight to the point. She asked if he would like to be reincarnated into another world. She told him not to ask why he was being reincarnated, as gods had their own complicated reasons. However, she offered him a tempting deal. If he chose to be reincarnated, she would grant him a special power. The mention of power reminded him of a game he had once played, where he could build anything effortlessly. Since he would be living in an unfamiliar world, he would love to have the power of crafting. He explained that there was a game he was really into during his student days and requested the crafting power, just like in that game. The goddess acknowledged his request and granted him that power immediately. Now, in the present moment, Theo wondered if he hadn't received a gift during the ceremony since he already had that power. After all, he had been reincarnated as a prince and hadn't had the chance to craft anything, so he had completely forgotten about it. Layla woke Theo up as they had arrived. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt embarrassed and shocked to realize he had been sleeping on her lap. Layla reassured him that there was no need to be shocked, as he was the one who had fallen there. She had wanted to admire his sleeping face a little longer, but she quickly pointed out the coachman, who was getting frustrated. The coachman had a point. He couldn't stand there all day while they took their time flirting in his carriage. They hurriedly exited, and in front of them stretched the barren land of death. Theo hadn't expected anyone to be there, but couldn't help but comment on how lifeless the place seemed. He wondered if they would have to spend the night outside since it would get cold. Layla reassured him not to worry, saying she could keep him warm all night with her body heat if necessary. Theo dismissed the idea, doubting that body heat alone would be enough in such a place. Poor Layla felt a bit dejected hearing this, and Theo realized, a little creeped out, that she had been serious about her suggestion. She turned away, thinking to herself that although she had missed this opportunity to get close to him, there would surely be plenty more chances to claim her prey. Theo's first plan was to secure a house for them. After thinking for a moment, he remembered his crafting ability. A smile spread across his face as he realized it was finally time to use his power. He quickly asked Layla if she could chop down the nearby trees. She grabbed her sword and dashed off, cutting through the trees effortlessly, leaving only fallen trunks behind. Theo was amazed by her strength, but then again, it was expected from a former adventurer. Layla then asked what he planned to do with the logs, and Theo replied that he intended to build a house. They gathered all the logs together, and once they were done, Theo approached the pile to use his ability. He wasn't sure how to use his power since he hadn't had a chance to practice lately, and he had never crafted anything as large as a house before. He focused on understanding the control and structural integrity needed. As he began to imagine the house in his mind, the wood started moving on its own. In the blink of an eye, an entire house was formed. Layla was completely stunned by this display of power and asked him about it. Theo shared how he was not able to receive a gift during the ceremony since he already had one right from the start. Layla couldn't have been prouder of her master, so she quickly hugged him so tightly that his head got stuck between her bazungas. As he choked, he mumbled, and she apologized, saying she couldn't contain herself. They decided to head inside, and as soon as they entered, they were amazed by how perfectly everything was arranged in the house. The fact that it was all made from wood and stone left her in awe. However, when Theo entered the bedroom, he realized he had a bed frame but no mattress, which made him realize that he couldn't create anything without materials. Layla quickly offered to give him her clothes as a substitute. Theo then used his auto-craft ability, and in no time a cozy bed was ready for them. But with one problem solved, another arose. Layla was practically naked, her nightgown barely covering her curves. She quickly ran toward Theo while he tried his best to keep a safe distance. Layla, however, believed she needed to stay close enough to protect him, even pinning him against the wall. Eventually, Theo gave in, and as the night went on, he ended up sharing the bed with her, but he quickly got up again, feeling too uncomfortable with how close she was. Despite his efforts, he found himself back in bed with no choice but to stay with the tempting Layla. Thus, their first day in the land of death came to an end. Theo reflected on how he managed to survive, thanks to Layla and his gift. As long as she was with him, he felt safe. In the middle of the night, their entire home suddenly began to shake. Theo stepped outside to see what was happening and spotted a minotaur charging toward him, its club raised, ready to crush him. Just as the club was about to land, Layla saved him at the last second and the blow struck the ground instead. She drew her sword, preparing to deal with the monster. Furious that this creature had ruined her perfect honeymoon with Prince Theo, she was determined to fight back. Theo felt some concern for Layla, but then he remembered just how strong she was. He had seen her defeat monsters like this before, so he knew she could handle it. However, his main concern wasn't Layla, it was his own uselessness. He hated the idea of always hiding behind her whenever they faced a threat. Determined to take action, Theo stepped forward and told her to stand back. He decided to reuse the materials from their house. Once he activated his autocraft ability, the house disassembled into raw wood. As the Minotaur charged, Theo began to imagine a weapon. The creature stared at him, confused. In an instant, Theo crafted a massive wooden drop axe. With a pull of the trigger, he sent the giant weapon crashing down like a meteor. The Minotaur was crushed beneath its weight, leaving it lifeless on the ground. Theo felt a surge of excitement. Everything had turned out even better than he had expected. As he reflected on his past, when he had been exiled from the capital and unsure of what to do, he felt a sense of purpose he hadn't known before. Layla rushed over and pulled him into a tight embrace, praising his incredible abilities. At that moment, Theo realized that he had finally found his purpose. He was genuinely excited. In the barren land, with his gift to craft anything as long as he had the materials, he felt like he was in the game he had loved during his student days. He turned to Layla and told her that he had finally found something he wanted to do. Curious, she asked what he meant. With confidence, Theo cleared up her doubts and declared that he would rebuild the barren land with his powers and reclaim the Land of Death. This place was the northern frontier of the Fornia Kingdom, also known as the Land of Death. It was Theo's first morning there, all thanks to the home they had built the previous day. With a new day on the horizon, Theo needed to figure out what to do next. He went to the kitchen and saw that Layla had already prepared breakfast. The food looked lavish, especially considering they were in the middle of a barren land. When Theo took his first bite, his taste buds practically danced with happiness. Layla, however, apologized, saying it wasn't exactly fancy since she had only used the supplies they brought from the castle. She promised that if he didn't have enough, she would gladly give him her portion. Speaking of supplies, Theo realized that the rations they brought wouldn't last forever. His first goal was to do something about it. When Layla suggested starting a farm, Theo agreed, thinking that if they could establish a steady food supply, they might even attract people to settle in this barren land. After finishing breakfast, they headed outside to start building. However, Theo's excitement quickly faded when he saw why this place was called the Land of Death. The soil was completely unsuitable for growing crops. Layla then explained that there was a rumor this land had once suffered a disaster that contaminated the soil with noxious air. The kingdom had tried to reclaim it several times, but clearly it hadn't worked. Still, Theo wasn't one to give up. He quickly used his autocraft ability, and with just a stone and a stick, he crafted a stone hoe to dig into the soil and soften it. Together, they worked to create a proper field. After they finished softening the soil, they fertilized it, and with that, their work for the day was done. All they could do now was hope it would be enough to grow some crops later. Exhausted, Theo laid his head down on the dining table. He had no idea farming could be this hard. He then thought about taking a dump, but Layla quickly reminded him that it wouldn't be easy since the water was contaminated with noxious air. They needed to be frugal with the limited water they had brought. By now, not only did he have to deal with food supplies and fend off monsters, but securing a water source had become another problem to solve. He thought to himself that this place wasn't called the Land of Death for nothing. As night descended, Theo shared his bed with Layla. As usual, he quickly got up when he felt her too close to him. But when he looked at her, he realized she was sleeping soundly, even though only a few seconds had passed since they got into bed. He figured this couldn't be helped, especially since she had woken up earlier than him, cooked for him, and worked much harder on the farm than he had. Now that he thought about it, he realized he was pretty useless compared to Layla, and he knew he needed to step up his game. So he decided to go to sleep, determined to work twice as hard as Layla the next day. As he drifted off to sleep, he suddenly found himself teleported to the place he had gone after his first death. The shock hit him deeply and he wondered if he had died again. However, Goddess Vesta quickly reassured him that he was still perfectly fine. She explained that she had simply summoned his consciousness back to this place. She bowed her head and sincerely apologized for the mess she had caused, which had led to him being abandoned in the barren lands. She went on to explain that she hadn't been able to give him a gift when he turned 13, which was why he had been exiled. To clear up his confusion, she mentioned that since he already had autocraft, she couldn't bestow another skill upon him. She explained that giving a human 2 or more gifts could cause their heart to explode and their bodily fluids to burst out. She continued apologizing, but Theo quickly told her to relax. In fact, he was really grateful to her, especially for the exciting gift she had given him. The goddess nearly teared up at how comforting Theo was and in her gratitude tried to leap onto him. However, Theo wasn't too thrilled about being smothered by her large holy melons, so he quickly took a defensive stance. Just then, the goddess stopped in her tracks, remembering something. She pulled out a metal bar and explained that it was a god metal imbued with the power of the gods. She added that they weren't allowed to bring it into the mortal realm, but she was willing to let him have it. Theo, curious, asked if she was really sure he could have something so valuable. The goddess quickly hushed him, telling him to keep his voice down because he was her favorite. This special gift was just for him. She decided to give him a bonus, kissing him on the cheek, which left Theo completely embarrassed. Before she left, she told him that the thing she had given him was a little blessing, so he better make good use of it. She wished him the best of luck and assured him she would always be rooting for him. As expected from Miss Groomer number 1, Theo woke up in his bed, wondering if everything that had happened was just a dream. However, the sensation of the kiss felt too real to be anything but genuine. Suddenly, he noticed something moving under his blanket. When he pulled the sheets off his legs, he found Groomer number 2, who might be trying to pluck the wood. He quickly asked what she was doing. She explained that she had felt something hard and wanted to see what it was. Theo didn't understand at first, but became embarrassed when he realized he might be actually pitching the tent. He told her that it was a natural biological response. However, it turned out that the hard thing she had felt was actually a metal bar. She asked him what it was, and Theo explained that it was the god metal he had received as a gift from the goddess. However, Layla then dropped some bad news. When Theo stepped outside, he was shocked to see that the soil they had prepared the previous day had reverted to its original state. He came to terms with the fact that the barren land seemed hopeless and that farming here was impossible. Layla decided to till the land again and suggested that they try a different fertilizer and keep experimenting. Theo tried to remind her that their efforts seemed pointless, but just as he felt hopeless, he remembered his own words about needing to work hard from now on. He grabbed the hoe and confidently told her to take a break since she had worked all day yesterday. It was his turn now. He encouraged her to focus on sword practice because mindlessly tilling wouldn't get them anywhere. Their first goal should be to find a suitable fertilizer for the land. The only problem was that he didn't know much about the soil's properties. As he spoke, a system window popped up. It stated that the soil from the Land of Death was ranked E, meaning it was the worst quality, and no crops could grow until it was purified by a divine blessing. While Theo stared at the status window, Layla watched him closely, making him think she couldn't see it. He wasn't sure why this information about the soil had appeared before him, but he soon remembered the kiss from the goddess and realized that it must have been the divine blessing she had given him. Now that he knew he couldn't grow crops without purifying the soil with a divine blessing, he got back to work. Though he wasn't entirely sure how to purify the land, he pulled out the god metal bar, which was ranked as divine. It was a special metal created by the gods, and any tools made with it would carry a divine blessing. Theo quickly figured out a solution. He grabbed his hoe, removed the stick, and combined it with the god metal to create a divine hoe. Why does this sound wrong? As soon as he used the hoe on the soil, a blinding light appeared. When he looked around, there seemed to be no change. However, when he grabbed some soil and checked the status window, he saw that it had turned into divine soil. With the divine blessing, anyone living on it would receive the goddess's blessing, allowing them to grow excellent crops. A big smile spread across Theo's face as he celebrated with a happy dance. He called out to Layla, telling her that with this hoe, they could purify the soil, and they would finally be able to grow crops. Layla leaped up to give him a hug for his efforts, but to her surprise, Theo jumped right over her on his own. This made the maid flustered despite being the aggressive woman she was. Theo believed that it was all thanks to Layla and the goddess that he had finally been able to do something useful. Tears of joy filled his eyes as he thanked her. At that moment, Layla reached her boiling point. Overcome with emotions, her head exploded. This even marked the duo's success in obtaining fertile fields. Later, Vesta was enjoying a relaxing bath, and while she unwound, she seemed to be watching Theo through her crystal ball. At that moment, another goddess named Athen arrived and asked why Vesta was so obsessed with this boy. Vesta explained that Theo was incredibly clever and had already turned the god metal into a hoe to cleanse the land of toxins. Athens shrugged and bragged about her own hero, insisting that her chosen hero was better than Theo. Vesta then exposed Athens by pointing out that she always picked cute girls to be her heroes, which made Athens come off as a bit of a lolicon. Athens defended herself, claiming it wasn't her fault that all the heroes turned out to be cute. She also didn't want to be accused by a shotacon like Vesta. Despite their banter, Athens admitted that Theo was worth watching because he seemed to have a connection with her cute hero. Vesta couldn't believe such a connection existed, but remained fixated on Theo through her crystal ball. Back with the duo, we learned that the previous night, Theo had read some documents about when the kingdom had tried to reclaim the area. According to the documents, the noxious air had only contaminated the surface, meaning everything deep underground should still be safe. This also suggested that the water beneath the surface should be drinkable. With that in mind, Theo successfully crafted an underground well. After taking a sample of the water, the system confirmed it was C-rank water with good quality. They both clinked their glasses together as if celebrating with wine before drinking it down. Now that they had water, all they needed to do was finish tilling the land, sow some seeds, and water them to grow crops. But it wasn't as simple as it sounded because there was just too much land to till. Eventually, Theo collapsed in the middle of the work, completely exhausted. Layla brought him some water and told him to take a break while she picked up the hoe to continue working by herself. Theo reminded her of the last time she fainted from overworking. Truth be told, that explosion hadn't just been caused by her exhaustion, and they both knew that. Theo, on the other hand, stuck to his stance and firmly told her to rest. He warned her that overworking was dangerous. Though he didn't say it aloud, he was speaking from experience as he had died from overwork. Layla could clearly sense the seriousness of his words. Theo still had no idea how he was going to till all the land. All he could do was wish he had a tractor, but unfortunately, he couldn't make one because he didn't have the materials. Layla overheard him and suggested that while she didn't know much about tractors, it would probably be best to get help from others or use cattle. She made a valid point, but the problem was that no one would want to move to such barren land, and they couldn't even bring cattle there. Then Layla suggested that he use his autocraft ability to create the cattle. The thought of human transmutation from Full Metal Alchemist sent chills down Theo's spine, and he admitted he was too scared to try it, not knowing what the price might be. Layla quickly clarified she was joking, but Theo pointed out that she didn't sound like she was joking at all. After thinking for a moment, Theo came up with an idea, thanking Layla for the inspiration. He decided he would create whatever he didn't have. Layla asked if he was really going to try human transmutation, but he assured her that wasn't the plan. Instead, he explained that he could create something that would follow their commands, a golem. He reminded her that they would need a lot of earth stones and magicite. Magicite was a stone containing magic power harvested from monsters. It was commonly used to enhance weapons, create magical items, and act as an energy source. Layla, feeling disappointed because she couldn't provide what Theo needed, became gloomy. In an attempt to make up for it, she even offered to give up her body and started stripping. Theo quickly reminded her that they already had magicite from the monster they had defeated. Once Theo gathered the stones and other materials, he used his autocraft magic to create a golem. The stones came together and a giant stone man came to life. Layla was amazed that he had created a golem and felt proud of him. Theo then decided to command the golem. As soon as the creature heard its master's voice, it dashed toward him. The sudden dash terrified Theo for a moment, but contrary to what he expected, the golem simply picked him up and tossed him over its shoulder like a father carrying a child. Layla quickly stepped back to protect Theo, but he reassured her that the golem didn't seem hostile. However, Layla, who was feeling jealous, couldn't tolerate the golem's affectionate behavior toward Theo, even though he reminded her that golems didn't have emotions. Or did they? Layla pointed out that since Theo had created the golem using an unorthodox method, it was likely he had imbued it with emotions. Theo decided to get to work. He commanded his golem, and the large creature quickly grabbed a hoe and started tilling the ground with such speed that it seemed almost unbelievable. Before they knew it, the land was tilled. By afternoon, they had planted the seeds and watered them. The golem then went to sleep while Theo and Layla sat down for dinner. Theo felt happy and looked forward to the coming months, eager to see the first crop of food they had planted. The next day, they were shocked to find that everything they had planted had fully grown. Even the vegetables that were out of season had sprouted abundantly. He never expected such a quick harvest. What mattered most to him now was that his food supply issue had finally been solved. Thanks to the blessed soil, the vegetables grew to full size overnight. However, Theo wasn't sure how they would taste, so Layla decided to test them for any potential effects. The system window quickly confirmed that they were of excellent quality with no side effects. Theo took a bite, and the flavors exploded in his mouth. It was the juiciest, tastiest thing he had ever eaten. For a moment, he even wondered if the tomato was actually a vegetable. He quickly tossed one to Layla, telling her it was unbelievably good. Reluctantly, she took a bite. and she too was delighted by the taste. Theo was convinced that if they were this good raw, they would be even better cooked, so they both decided to start cooking. Once inside, Layla used her godlike speed to cook, whipping up a variety of delicious dishes in no time. When they took their first bites, it was like tasting a slice of heaven. The intense flavors were almost beyond belief, and each taste of the vegetables felt authentic and fresh. The dishes, made with the best ingredients and technique, were so incredible that they couldn't speak for several minutes, completely lost in the flavors. With the harvest issue solved, Theo headed outside to tackle the next task. He called his golem, which he had named Gorm, and asked if he had gathered the materials. The golem promptly pointed to a pile of rocks and logs he had collected. Layla, curious, asked what the Gorm was, and Theo explained it was the golem's new name. He had tried calling him that once, and Gorm seemed to like it. Looking at the materials, Layla asked what he planned to build. As soon as her brain connected the dots, she wondered if he was planning to build a separate house to live away from her. Theo had considered that, but for now, with a source of water available, it was time to build a place to wash away their fatigue. Using his autocraft ability, he created an outdoor hot spring styled like a traditional Japanese inn. It was exactly the kind of hot spring he had always wanted to experience, complete with bubbly soap and a body sponge made from different materials. He even set up separate sections for men and women. He eagerly hopped over to the men's side and told Layla to meet up later after respectively taking their own bath. Layla didn't say anything as Theo left. Theo cheerfully went to the bath, deciding to clean up before relaxing. Layla then offered to wash him, and Theo agreed. They both fell silent for a moment as they stared at each other. Theo suddenly panicked and pointed out that they weren't in the women's bath. Layla responded that there was no need to separate the baths by gender. Our groomer number 2 never loses her chance at all. She reminded him of their relationship, with her being his maid, and insisted that as his servant she had to fulfill her duties completely. She claimed that Theo couldn't clean himself properly and leaned closer to him, causing Theo to become flustered. Theo ordered her to leave him alone, but Layla was determined to ignore his request, stating that she wouldn't follow the order even if he was her master. Theo questioned their master-servant relationship, and Layla asked if there was anything wrong with a master and servant having reasonable physical contact. Theo shouted that her actions were completely unreasonable. In the end, Theo was defeated as Layla washed him thoroughly. They both relaxed in the hot spring as the night continued quietly. Layla pointed out how beautiful the stars were, which made Theo smile. He realized that he would never have been able to enjoy such a view in his past life or in the capital. He felt thankful for being sent to these barren lands, where he could experience such luxury. However, they weren't completely alone. From a distance, someone watched them from a cliff. The figure had pointed ears and a long furry tail, clearly identifying her as a fox girl. She was fascinated by the steam rising from the hot spring, as it wasn't every day that she saw humans in this land. Theo had a routine where he woke up early each day to practice sword fighting with Layla. Afterward, he would check the fields and work hard to harvest vegetables. Although the work was tough and the soil could get messy, he refused to slack off. Before bed, Theo always took some time to read with Layla. This quiet moment was important to him as it allowed him to organize his thoughts and plan for the future. Life in the land of death was stable and enjoyable for Theo, but there was one concern that weighed on his mind. He couldn't seem to get any citizens to settle in the town he was building. Despite the comfort of his life, this wasn't his ultimate goal. Even though he counted Gorm as a citizen, he still only had 2 people living in the town, meaning it wouldn't qualify as a village. Normally, anyone living within his domain would automatically become his citizen, but this was the land of death, so he figured people might just wander in by chance. That was the hope he clung to. Then, one day, Theo heard quiet movements coming from the fields. For a brief moment, he felt excited, thinking someone might have wandered onto his land. But that excitement quickly turned to horror when he saw a giant beast standing before him. However, something strange caught his attention. The divine aura radiating from the beast felt oddly similar to the goddess's presence. As he tried to make sense of this, the beast spoke, telling him not to be so scared. The sound of a monster talking only terrified Theo more, as it was something he was definitely not used to. The beast then introduced herself as Luna, a proud Fenrir, a divine wolf. The mention of Fenrir brought some memories to Theo. He recalled stories about a giant wolf shrouded in the power of the gods, and that very few had witnessed such a legendary creature. Theo wasn't sure how he was supposed to fight something like that, especially with how intimidating it looked. The wolf then asked if he hadn't heard her when she said not to be afraid, and reminded him once again that she hadn't come there to fight. At that moment, the wolf began to transform, shifting into a beautiful lady. Her sudden transformation shocked Theo for a moment. The wolf lady apologized for startling him and explained that she was there because she had a request. She asked if he could share some of his vegetables with her. Theo was bewildered that she had come all this way just for that, and she didn't seem hostile at all. He decided to share some. mentioning that they had a big harvest and she was more than welcome to help herself. He handed her a tomato, and when she took a bite, she felt as if she had transcended to the state of the gods. The flavor dissolved in her mouth, leaving her in complete ecstasy. She admitted that she hadn't eaten anything so delectable in 1,000 years. She explained that 1,000 years ago, the land wasn't poisoned by noxious air. Back then, it teemed with excellent crops, though they weren't as incredible as what Theo grew now. However, a devastating war had ravaged the area, turning it into a wasteland filled with poisonous air. The mention of a great war surprised Theo. He had always believed that noxious air was the result of a natural disaster. He turned to her, curious, and asked if she had been living in the land of death for 1,000 years. She nodded in agreement. Theo then asked if it wouldn't be better for her to move somewhere else. Luna calmly explained that the place was her home and it was precious to her. She simply couldn't abandon it, no matter how much it had become a wasteland. She was also happy that Theo had brought beauty back to the land. She then asked for his name, and Theo introduced himself as Theophorian. Luna was deeply grateful for his kindness and the food he offered her. She wanted to repay him, but even though Theo insisted he didn't need anything in return, Luna refused to let his favor go unreturned. For her, not returning a favor was unthinkable. In the end, she leaned in and gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead, explaining that it was a Fenrir favor, a token of her gratitude. And for now, it was all she could offer. After giving him a comforting pat, she mentioned how she hadn't felt this happy in a long time. With that, Luna began to walk away. Theo, however, remembered how she had been living in the land of death for 1,000 years, and an idea formed in his mind. He called out to her, asking if she would consider becoming a citizen of his domain. Luna turned back with an astonished look, but soon a playful expression crossed her face as she teased him, wondering if he was trying to tame a Fenrir lady. Theo quickly denied such thoughts. Luna chuckled softly, patted him on the head, and assured him it was just a joke. She then told Theo she needed some time to think about his request. She had her own circumstances, and his proposal was a bit unexpected. She wanted to take her time before making a decision. With another sweet smile, she promised that the next time they met, she would have an even better gift for him, and he should look forward to it. Theo was left blushing from the exchange while Luna turned back into her wolf form. She gave him a final farewell before disappearing into the distance. Theo decided to keep his interaction with Luna a secret from Laia. He figured Laia might overreact if she found out a woman had spoken to him, and he wasn't sure how she would take it. The next day, everything seemed normal for Theo, or so he thought. Unbeknownst to him, it was the day his peaceful life would be turned upside down. Out of nowhere, a woman appeared in the scene, looking utterly exhausted and desperate as she begged for help. She was so drained that she collapsed on the ground. Theo quickly instructed Layla to fetch the first aid kit. After some time, the woman regained consciousness and found herself lying on a bed in Theo's room. Disoriented and unsure of her surroundings, she asked where she was. Theo, relieved to see her awake, and asked about her condition. The woman assured him she was fine, though still somewhat confused. She then asked who they were, prompting Theo to introduce himself and Layla. He explained that she had collapsed in front of his house. The woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, introduced herself as Aisha and expressed how glad she was to meet them. Curious, Theo asked what had brought her there. As Aisha tried to recall the reason, she became overwhelmed with terror, her fear escalating until her head throbbed intensely. Theo quickly urged her to rest and ordered Layla to bring some healing herbs they had obtained from the castle. The herbs were known for their potent healing properties and could be blended into medicine for treating injuries. However, crafting effective remedies for them requires advanced skill. Luckily, Theo had the ability to create powerful healing medicine with ease, thanks to his auto-crafting ability. Aisha was shocked when a potion bottle materialized almost miraculously in Theo's hands. As soon as she drank it, her body began to heal instantly. Her wounds closed as if they had never existed, and the pain she had been enduring disappeared entirely. Aisha was in awe of the potion's effect and asked Theo if he was a wizard or an alchemist. Theo confidently replied that it wouldn't be far off to call him either. Aisha then inquired if this place was near Fornos, the fortress city built to protect against the monsters of the Land of Death. Theo explained that Fornos was dozens of miles away from the border of the Land of Death, which left Aisha shocked. She hadn't realized she had wandered so deep into this forsaken territory. Theo confirmed her fears with a simple nod. Realizing her mistake, Aisha felt devastated. She had gone in the wrong direction and now she wasn't sure what to do. Panic overtook her as she lamented her situation, knowing that if she didn't act quickly, the people depending on her might not survive. Aisha explained that she was a resident of Moa village located in the Vitoa territory. A few days ago, a group of goblins attacked the village. The villagers had no way to defend themselves, making them easy targets. The goblins immediately began demanding food. However, they didn't stop there. They continued to ask for more and more. When the villagers protested, explaining that they would starve if they gave them any more, the goblins made an even worse demand. They wanted all the women. Goblins could breed with human women, and the consequences of giving in to their demands were clear. Naturally, the villagers refused. In response, the goblins threatened to kill everyone one by one if they didn't comply. Aisha fled the village, hoping to find help and save her people. When Theo asked why she was heading to Fornos instead of directly appealing to the Lord of Vitoa, Aisha explained that she had already tried. The Lord had outright refused, saying he had no time to help a backwater village. Theo recalled hearing about the Lord of Vitoa, who had a reputation as a tyrant. He was known for imposing heavy taxes on his people without caring for their suffering. Even during a famine, when his land was in dire need, he did nothing to help his people. Aisha decided to leave, knowing her people were waiting for help. She thanked Theo for looking after her, but just as she turned to go, Theo called out to her and motioned for her to wait. He led her to a warehouse filled with construction materials and other supplies. He felt a sense of pride, knowing he had stocked up in case he needed them. Layla acknowledged this but was unsure of his plan for all of it. Theo told her to watch and prepared to use a recently discovered sub-ability of his, Autocraft. This ability allowed him to recreate a feature commonly seen in video games, the inventory system. With a wave of his hand, all of the supplies and materials were sucked into an invisible space, leaving the warehouse hall completely empty. Aisha, amazed by what she saw, asked where everything had gone. Theo tried to explain that it was similar to magic, and he had stored everything in a dimension of his own creation. He then asked her to lead the way to the village, despite knowing the journey would take a long time. Theo was determined to help the villagers. Later, the three of them rode on the back of Gorm toward Moa village. Aisha asked Theo once again if he was sure about his decision. Although Theo was determined to save the village, she reminded him that it was still dangerous. Theo, however, remained resolute and assured her to leave everything to him. Despite the goblins being a serious threat, Theo was not scared at all. In fact, he felt a surge of courage rising within him. He then remembered the Fenrir's favor that Luna had given him, wondering if it had something to do with his newfound bravery. He decided to check its effects using his analysis ability. Reviewing the details, he saw the stats listed. Fenrir's favor granted increased leg strength, the willpower to conquer fear, and a special affinity with wolf-type creatures, making them surrender unconditionally to him. Theo felt even more confident and silently thanked Luna for the boost in courage she had given him. Aisha pointed ahead, and when Theo looked, he was shocked to see a large group of goblins harassing the villagers. The sight filled him with anger and frustration, almost overwhelming his self-control. He ordered Gorm to charge straight at the goblins while instructing Layla and Aisha to prepare to jump off Gorm's back on his count. At his signal, the three of them leaped off, and Gorm crashed into the goblins like a cannonball, sending several of them flying. Gorm was like a WWE wrestler entering the ring. While falling, Theo activated his Autocraft ability mid-air, quickly creating a soft landing platform beneath them. The trio landed on the cushioned surface, but Theo ended up awkwardly sandwiched between the two women, feeling as though he were trapped between four holy mountains. Aisha quickly scrambled away from Theo, feeling embarrassed. Meanwhile, goblins began swarming toward them from every direction, ready to attack. Theo ordered Aisha to stay back, deeming it too dangerous for her to fight. Despite his warning, Aisha tried to stop him from rushing into the fray. However, Theo reassured her, expressing his confidence in saving the villagers. His unwavering determination made Aisha's heart race, and she grew even more flustered upon realizing she was blushing because of a kid. Is this the emergence of Groomer number 3? Theo and Layla prepared to confront the goblins head-on. Layla unsheathed her sword while Theo activated his Autocraft ability, summoning everything from his inventory. In an instant, thousands of swords materialized around him, creating a scene that seemed straight out of the legends of Gilgamesh. Layla slashed through the goblins with precision, and together they managed to eliminate the horde. The area transformed into a battlefield, littered with fallen monsters. The remaining goblins, overwhelmed and frightened, abandoned the fight and fled to report back to their leader. Layla wanted to pursue them, but Theo immediately stopped her, reminding her that ensuring the villagers' safety was their most urgent priority. The villagers approached Theo, relieved that they had finally been saved. They asked who he was, and Theo introduced himself honestly as the third prince of the Fornia kingdom, and the lord of the land of death. This revelation shocked Aisha and the villagers, and their reactions were far from pleasant. Theo regretted his honesty, thinking it might have been wiser to keep that part to himself, knowing villagers likely held a poor opinion of royals and nobles. Contrary to his expectations, the villagers were amazed to learn he was a prince. They began showering him with gratitude for rescuing them, but Theo quickly reminded them it wasn't necessary. He urged them to stay cautious, explaining that he overheard the goblins mentioning reporting back to their leader, which meant their den was likely hidden somewhere in the forest. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the goblins' den, where the surviving goblins returned to report their failure. They told their chief that the village was too dangerous to attack. The Goblin King, however, grew furious upon hearing this. With a single swing of his weapon, he struck down the goblin, calling him a disgrace to their kind for running away. He then commanded the remaining goblins to join him, declaring they would show the humans their rightful place. Meanwhile, back in the village chief Galad Moal wanted to express his deep gratitude to Theo for saving them. Theo tried to downplay the situation, saying there was no need for thanks since he had simply done what was right. However, the chief insisted on giving him a gift and offered him what appeared to be a stone. When Theo asked about it, Layla responded in astonishment, explaining that it was a rare, tough metal. She added that accessories and equipment made from it were considered national treasures, and even a small piece like this could be worth hundreds of gold coins. At that moment, a villager stepped forward angrily and shouted at the chief for offering such a valuable gift. He reminded the chief that this metal was the village's treasure, passed down through generations, and accused him of giving it away to these damned royals. Chief Galad sternly told the young man to watch his words, as this was not the way to speak about someone who had saved their lives. The young man, however, stood his ground, insisting that there was no way royals or nobles would risk their lives for commoners, and that Theo must have some ulterior motive. He raised his voice, asking the other villagers if they shared the same opinion. The villagers began murmuring among themselves, clearly divided on what was right or wrong. Theo noticed the distress on their faces, and it became clear to him that they had a strong dislike for nobles. Aisha stepped in to speak on Theo's behalf, trying to ease the tension. She reminded them that Theo wasn't like the lord of the territory. Despite being a stranger, he had helped them and saved all their lives. While the villagers couldn't deny that Theo had saved them, Jack still had a point. However, it seemed the chief had already made up his mind and was ready to give the gift to Theo. Theo tried to refuse, saying it was their village's treasure. But the old man revealed that their village was on the brink of collapse. This sobering revelation made Theo curious, and he asked the chief why he believed the village would meet such a fate. The old man quickly told Theo about the Goblin King who resided in the nearby forest. The Goblin King was the ruler of the goblins and was much stronger and smarter than regular goblins. There were even rumors that he could defeat a minotaur or a Kijin in combat. The chief was certain that the goblins who had run away earlier would likely return with the Goblin King, so he advised all the young villagers to escape as quickly as possible, while the elderly, who could barely stand, should stay behind. Jack, however, refused to comply with this command and made it clear that they would escape together. The old man tried to reason with him, saying that the elderly would only slow the younger ones down, but Jack insisted that he wouldn't leave without everyone and made it clear that he would just defeat the goblins himself. Theo volunteered to help and promised not to leave anyone behind. Aisha and the village chief asked him what his plan was. Theo explained that the goblins were keeping watch around the village to prevent anyone from escaping. There was no way they could flee, so instead of running, they would face the goblins in battle. This meant they needed to fortify the village. Later, Jack sat alone, visibly annoyed. He wasn't ready to trust the royal boy and was convinced there must be an ulterior motive behind his actions. He remembered his father's words, where he was told that strong men must protect the village. Jack believed that once he grew up, he would protect the village just like his father did. For that, he didn't need a royal brat. At that moment, the same royal brat Jack had been badmouthing built an entire watchtower in the blink of an eye, leaving Jack completely stunned. Theo then demanded more crafting materials, saying what he had was not enough. The chief gave him permission to destroy farming tools or even tear down houses if necessary. Other villagers offered their tattered houses materials for the sake of protecting the village. Meanwhile, Jack still thought trusting Theo was the most gullible thing they could do. Theo used his magic again, creating protective walls around the village. After so much construction, Theo felt exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Layla rushed over, concerned, and told him to take a break since he had overused his abilities in such a short time. But Theo insisted there was no time to rest. He was determined to do everything in his power to protect the village. Seeing the determination in Theo's eyes made Jack begin to change his opinion of him, even if only slightly. He remembered how, during the goblin attack, he had been tasked with protecting the village but froze in fear, unable to act. In contrast, this kid had fought the goblins, saved everyone, and was now pushing himself to the limit to protect them again. Feeling a shift in his thoughts, Jack walked confidently over to Theo and asked what he needed to do to help protect the village. Theo immediately started crafting a weapon and created a spear, handing it to Jack. He mentioned that Jack was said to be the most skilled fighter in the village, and if the defenses failed, everyone would rely on him. Jack grabbed the spear but firmly stated that he still didn't trust Theo. He made it clear that his actions were solely for the sake of the village's safety. Despite Jack's hostility, Theo thanked him, only for Jack to reiterate not to misunderstand his intentions. Suddenly, Theo noticed Aisha watching them. When he asked if something was wrong, she jumped, clearly startled. Embarrassed, she denied it, insisting she hadn't been looking at him and claiming he wasn't even in her line of sight. She then pointed out that the children and elderly had been evacuated and asked if there was anything she could do to help. Theo assured her everything was going smoothly, thanks to the villagers' support. Just then, the villagers called out for Theo's assistance. He quickly waved goodbye to Aisha and rushed off to help, leaving her standing there. It was evident that Aisha felt something for him, and the reason was easy to see. However, the moment was interrupted by the sound of massive footsteps echoing through the forest. The Goblin King was approaching, his army of minions in tow, clearly intent on slaughtering the villagers. He couldn't believe that his underlings were so scared of a tiny village. However, he saw this as an opportunity to teach the villagers a lesson and take all the women for breeding. But his confidence faltered when he arrived and saw that the village was not what he had remembered. The villagers were armed with bows, arrows, and spears, and the entire village was surrounded by a protective wall with a watchtower. He broke into a cold sweat. Theo then ordered the goblins to withdraw from the village. He told them that as long as they quietly retreated, the villagers wouldn't harm them. However, if they took one more step forward, Theo warned that both he and the villagers wouldn't hesitate to attack the goblins on sight. The Goblin King was furious at being looked down upon. He angrily commanded his underlings to charge all at once. Theo had no choice but to prepare for a fight and raised his hand to signal the attack. He watched as the goblins grew excited and argued about capturing women to play with. Theo then signaled the villagers to strike. The goblins in the front were crushed by something. The surviving goblins broke into cold sweat and looked toward the source of the shot. From the watchtower, Theo glared down at them, with smoke rising from what appeared to be cannons. He formally announced the beginning of the war against the goblins. More shots were fired, turning more goblins into paste. Some of the goblins managed to reach the walls and began climbing them without fear. As they reached the top, intending to kill the humans, the villagers lowered their spears and stabbed the goblins. This was another tactic Theo had created to eliminate goblins climbing the walls. Theo praised the villagers for their strategy and raised their morale, encouraging them to drive back the invading goblins. The Goblin King could not believe what he was witnessing and became enraged. He raised his sword and slashed the ground before him. The force of the strike created a shockwave so powerful that it destroyed part of the village's defensive wall, toppling the watchtower in the process. Theo was caught by Layla as he fell, and he conjured a soft cushion to break the fall of the other villagers. Once everyone was safe, he instructed them to retreat to the shelter, and the villagers immediately began running for safety. The Goblin King declared that he had been observing and had figured out Theo was the leader directing the villagers in the battle. He claimed that a game would end once the king was removed from the board. Layla readied her sword and proclaimed that the Goblin King would have to go through her first before reaching Theo. The Goblin King initially dismissed Layla as a mere pawn, only to realize she was Theo's queen. He admitted he was fond of strong-willed, attractive women and arrogantly suggested Layla become his. With a disgusted expression, Layla coldly rejected him, saying her heart was already set on someone else. The Goblin King mused whether her heart would be free if he eliminated the person she cared for. His comment infuriated Layla. He ordered his underlings to capture Layla, but instructed them not to harm her face. In response, Layla asked who the Goblin King intended to kill. She assumed a battle stance and unleashed her family's technique, cutting down the goblins before her into chunks of meat. She then charged toward the Goblin King, preparing to use another technique. As she paused in front of him, she declared this would be the end. However, before she could unsheath her sword, a goblin managed to grab her. More goblins piled onto her, pinning her down. The Goblin King ordered them to hold her in place for capture and then turned his attention toward Theo. Layla easily emerged from the mountain of goblins, cutting them down effortlessly with her sword techniques. She reminded the Goblin King to face her first, but the monster ignored her challenge. More goblins swarmed in, blocking her path. Observing their strategy, Layla realized the goblins relied heavily on their sheer numbers for strength. She also recognized her mistake in recklessly charging toward the Goblin King. It became clear that he had deliberately provoked her to separate her from Theo. Although she had heard of the Goblin King's intelligence, she hadn't expected him to be this cunning. Layla called out to Theo, urging him to retreat. She assured him that Gorm could protect him from the Goblin King's attacks. She even offered to distract the monster herself, but Theo refused her suggestion. He argued that retreating would endanger the villagers. Instead, he used his gift to create a sword and decided to confront the Goblin King on his own. The Goblin King mocked him, calling his determination laughable. Theo challenged the Goblin King to see whether it truly was a joke and pulled a massive stone block from his inventory. However, the Goblin King casually punched the block aside without even flinching. Undeterred, Theo turned to nearby materials from the broken watchtower. Using his autocraft skill, he quickly constructed a massive ballista. He fired a bolt, but the Goblin King effortlessly caught it with his bare hands, The monster taunted them, asking if their games were finally over as he couldn't stand wasting time with children. Lifting his sword, the Goblin King ordered Theo to hurry up and die. Theo recognized the Goblin King's attack pattern, an arcing slash capable of creating destructive shockwaves. As the massive blade came crashing down, the same powerful shockwave tore through the ground, leaving the Goblin King disappointed by what he thought was an anticlimactic finish. However, he suddenly sensed something behind him and turned, confused. He was certain he had struck Theo and even felt the impact of the blow. Yet, Theo was now above him, looming with a sword in hand, ready to strike. Theo was in midair preparing to slash the Goblin King from above. Not long before, he had taken a risky gamble. He used autocraft on the ground beneath him and raised a platform made of 5 earth blocks. Thanks to this, he managed to avoid the Goblin King's attack. The Goblin King had aimed for the earth blocks, not Theo himself. Jumping over the Goblin King was his only chance to fight back while the boss monster was completely distracted. He was confident he had the Goblin King now and felt it was time to show the results of his training with Layla. Theo then used a technique he had learned from Layla and struck at the Goblin King's exposed back. However, the attack was ineffective, and his sword shattered into pieces. Confused, Theo realized how tough the Goblin King's skin was, as his blade hadn't even left a mark. The Goblin King loomed over him and kicked him away. Theo was sent flying like a football and crashed into a nearby tree. The Goblin King mockingly praised him for scaring him for a moment and suggested Theo could have used a sharper blade. Despite being injured, Theo tried to get back up and prepare for another fight. The Goblin King raised his leg ready to crush him with a stomp, claiming it was checkmate. Just then, someone ran in shouting. The Goblin King turned to see Jack stabbing him in the back with a spear. However, the spear broke easily, making Jack anxious. Theo was surprised to see him and wondered why he had joined the fight. Jack explained that the frontliners who had retreated told him what happened. They shared how Layla was overpowering the goblins, but Theo was fighting the Goblin King alone. Theo protested, saying Jack couldn't have come to help. Jack told him to shut up and reminded Theo that he would have almost died if Jack hadn't arrived. Angered, the Goblin King called Jack a lowly pawn and raised his sword to eliminate him. Theo got back up to stop the Goblin King from killing Jack. The Goblin King turned to Theo and commented that humans were soft-hearted. Theo was shocked to realize that the Goblin King's true target had always been him. He was now too late to dodge, and there was no way his trick would work again. Suddenly, a familiar figure patted Theo's back. It was Luna, the Fenrir lady. She had said she would lend a hand. Her skill, Fenrir's favor, activated, boosting Theo's leg strength. A sudden surge of power spread through his legs. Theo ducked and charged forward, avoiding the Goblin King's sword slash. The Goblin King was caught off guard by Theo's sudden speed, but he wasn't concerned since Theo only had a blunt sword. Theo then asked how it looked this time. He remembered how Chief Galad had given him their village's treasure, describing it as a rare, tough metal. Theo used his autocraft skill to turn the orichalcum into a sword. Jack was surprised by the sight. He recalled how the chief had told him when he was young that the precious metal was not only their village's treasure, but also their guardian deity, which would protect them in times of need. Chief Galad was right. As a sword, their precious treasure helped them defeat the Goblin King. With Theo wielding it and Layla's family technique passed down to him, the Goblin King was injured for the first time, which shocked Jack. The monster fell to the ground with a loud thud. Theo was exhausted, and realizing he had defeated the Goblin King, his body gave out. As he collapsed, Jack caught him and told him he did well. Theo was happy to hear that and said Jack had done the same. The fight ended with the two boys sharing a fist bump. Layla finally returned, and the three of them went to the shelter. Theo then told everyone they could come out now. Aisha asked if that meant something. Theo confirmed they had won, and Aisha immediately dove into him, burying her face in his chest. Layla tried to stop her but held back when she saw Aisha crying uncontrollably. Aisha thanked Theo from the bottom of her heart. Theo looked pleased while Layla stepped back, feeling a bit jealous this time. Theo tried to calm Aisha, telling her that everything was over now. At night, the villagers celebrated their victory and Theo's help by raising their mugs in a toast. Theo felt happy seeing everyone safe. However, he didn't expect to end up stuck between Aisha's chest. He wondered how things had turned out like this. Layla gave Aisha a sharp look and asked if they could switch places. Aisha, flustered, told Layla to stop scaring her. But Layla quickly pulled Theo away and offered him food she had cooked. Not wanting to lose, Aisha brought her own cooking to compete. Both women understood the unspoken battle between them. The village chief laughed at the lively scene, calling it youthful energy. Theo asked him to help, but the old man said he wouldn't ruin the fun for the young people. Then the chief looked around and commented on how happy everyone was thanks to Theo. He even joked, saying he wished Theo were their lord so every day could be like this. Hearing this, Theo realized something and excused himself from Aisha and Layla. Using autocraft, he made a step stool and climbed onto it. He called for everyone's attention and got straight to the point. He asked them to become his citizens in the land of death, which he ruled. The villagers froze for a moment, knowing what the land of death was. Sensing their worries, Theo reminded them about his special power. He explained that he had been reclaiming the land of death with it, but he couldn't handle everything alone. He asked them to join him and lend their help. Jack quickly raised his hand in agreement and told the others to stay behind if they didn't trust Theo. Some of them complained, saying Jack was acting arrogant, especially since he had doubted Theo at the start. Aisha announced that she would also join Theo. The village chief decided to go as well and urged everyone to be honest about their choice. Despite their fears of the land of death, more villagers started raising their hands. Cheers erupted for Theo, who felt happy to see their support. They now had an extra reason to celebrate. Theo had become their new lord. That night, everyone celebrated and drank until late. The next morning, Theo and the villagers began their journey. Theo stored whatever could fit in the wagons into his inventory, along with the elder, and had Gorm pull the wagon. After walking for half a day, they reached Theo's domain. The land was barren, with only one house standing in the middle of an empty field. The group felt awkward for a moment until Theo decided to take action. He brought out the villagers' houses from his inventory and used autocraft to set them up. He had planned this earlier with Layla for when they would finally settle down. He built the houses for now, planning to rebuild them later if needed. In no time, a village was created. Aisha was impressed, and Layla noted how it matched Theo's plans perfectly. Suddenly, Theo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Theo woke up and found himself back in his house. He remembered fainting after creating several houses in an instant and realized he needed to improve his stamina. A moment later, Aisha entered his room wearing a maid outfit and asked if he was feeling better. Theo became flustered seeing her dressed like that. Layla then explained that she was training Aisha as a maid because she believed Aisha had potential for the role. Aisha happily said she was excited to work with Theo, but Layla gave her a light smack and scolded her for not addressing Theo properly as master. In truth, Layla was jealous of how casually Aisha spoke to him. Theo told Aisha to keep speaking to him the way she normally did, as he would feel awkward if she changed her behavior. Theo got out of bed and asked about the villagers, worrying they might be unhappy with their new living conditions. Layla directed him to look out the window. When he did, Theo saw how lively everyone was. Aisha added that the villagers were excited about their new lives. Hearing this, Theo felt relieved and happy. If his people were enjoying their new home, he would feel content as well. He then began wondering what he should focus on next after gaining citizens. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Fornia, at the royal capital, King Gauss Discard Forian spoke about a hero named Alice Scarlet, who had achieved another great accomplishment. However, Alice simply shrugged it off, saying it was just what a hero was supposed to do. Seeing how dependable she was, the king commented that the goddess would be pleased. Alice let out a sarcastic laugh and thanked him for the compliment. Her two companions, however, looked uneasy. The knight Sana warned Alice to be more careful with her words, while the mage Martina nervously begged her to behave in front of the king. The king then asked if Alice wanted to have a celebration, even offering to invite his son. At the thought of Theo, Alice hesitated and asked if he would come too. The king remembered their long-standing friendship and thanked Alice for putting up with his son. However, he told her not to worry about seeing Theo anymore. Confused, Alice asked what he meant. The king explained that since Theo had no special talent, the goddess had abandoned him and he could never receive a gift. Alice's eyes widened in shock when she heard that Theo had been exiled to the land of death. The king added that Theo was unlikely to return, assuming he had either run away or perished. Alice gripped her sword tightly, furious at the king's words. She swore she would kill him, but before she could act, Sana quickly intervened, covering Alice's mouth. She nervously told the king that Alice was just tired and that it would be best to end the conversation. As Alice struggled to speak, Sana firmly declared that they would refuse the party. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Alice and hurriedly left, making a quick excuse to escape. Outside, Alice asked Sana why she had stopped her. Sana called her foolish and said their heads would roll if she killed the king. But Alice couldn't believe that the old man had banished Theo. Sana told her not to insult the king and said she understood that Alice was worried about her dear Theo. Alice quickly denied it, saying Theo wasn't her future husband or anything like that. Since Theo had been sent to the land of death, Alice insisted they should leave the capital. She was already tired of dealing with the royal family and wanted nothing more to do with them. Just as she was about to leave, Niels appeared. He greeted her and proudly showed off that he was now the crown prince. He didn't care that Alice was blessed by the goddess. Instead, he reminded her that she was just a commoner and ordered her to respect him. Alice didn't want to talk to him, so she turned to leave. Niels stopped her and said he had a proposal. He ordered her to be his woman, leaving Alice stunned. He explained that his older brother, the first prince, had disappeared, and Theo had been sent to the land of death. Because of that, Niels believed he would be the next king. Since the people trusted Alice, he wanted her by his side to help him rule the kingdom. He also claimed it was a good deal for Alice because she wouldn't have to fight monsters forever. Alice sighed and laughed, finding it ridiculous that Niels had made it this far. He asked what she meant. Since he was clueless, Alice decided to explain. First, she didn't believe Niels would become king. Second, she could still protect people with her current job, and she was proud of it. Third, there was no way she would ever marry an arrogant fool who thought he was better than everyone else. And lastly, she would always side with Theo. Damn girl. Flipping the middle finger during the count, Alice knew that Niels had played a part in Theo's banishment. Because of that, she saw him as an enemy, just like the king. Suddenly, Niels threw a tantrum, complaining that everyone kept talking about Theo. He unleashed his magic and demanded to know why a useless brat like Theo was so special. Martina was shocked by the huge amount of magic power coming from the selfish prince. Alice asked if this was his special ability. Niels proudly claimed it was the first time he was revealing his great sage gift. He bragged that he had an endless amount of magic and could control all elements, calling it the greatest gift ever. Alice couldn't believe he was letting that power go to his head. Niels then ordered her to stay quiet and submit to his strength. To prove his power, he launched a dangerous fire spell called Gigafire. Surprisingly, Alice cut down the massive fireball with a single slash. Niels stood frozen in shock. Alice figured he was so full of himself that he hadn't done any proper training. Before he could react, she raised her hand and slapped him so hard that he went rolling across the floor. Wiping her hands, she told him never to speak to her again. Furious, Niels shouted that she wouldn't get away with attacking a prince. Alice simply turned to Martina and told her to handle it. Martina sighed, complaining that Alice always acted like this, but she still healed Niels's wound. In an instant, it was as if nothing had happened. Alice smirked and teased him, asking what exactly she had done to him again. Niels, still angry, swore he wouldn't let her off the hook. Alice urged him to tell the truth then, to admit that he got rejected by a girl, lost his temper, used magic, and still got beaten. That was the last straw for Niels. He lost his patience and vowed to send both her and Theo into the depths of despair. Alice simply smiled and promised to remember his words. Then turning away, she told Sana and Martina to leave the palace. Stepping forward, she swore she would go to Theo right away. Meanwhile, Theo used his autocraft to make farming tools for his people. The farmers were happy to finish their work in the fields and thanked Theo for his help. He told them it was nothing and wished them well. Then he asked Layla if there was anything else they needed to do. Layla mentioned that the village's waterways needed repairs. Aisha soon arrived with a basket and said she had made the sandwiches Theo asked for. She had prepared enough for everyone working in the fields. Theo thanked her. The land of death had become much livelier now that everyone had a job and was helping Theo rebuild the land. He felt excited to keep going and improve the land even more with their help. Just then, the warning bells rang. A villager rushed in and reported that a giant wolf was attacking their territory. As soon as Theo heard this, he realized it was someone he knew. The villagers quickly grabbed their weapons, ready to fight. However, the giant wolf told them to put their weapons away, saying she didn't come to fight. Theo ran over and told everyone to wait. His face lit up when he saw that the giant wolf was, in fact, Luna. Luna felt happy and relieved when Theo finally returned because she had been waiting for him. Suddenly, smoke filled the area, and Luna changed into her humanoid form. She hugged Theo tightly, squeezing him between the towering mountains. She then commented on how he looked more dependable now and assumed he had barely escaped danger. Theo admitted he had been through a lot and asked why Luna had come this time. Luna seemed surprised and wondered if she had forgotten to tell him before. She then mentioned that she would give him an even better gift the next time they met. Theo immediately understood what she meant and started defending himself. Knowing Luna might try something inappropriate in broad daylight, Luna touched his chin and told him to stay still as she moved closer, her lips nearing his. Before she could go any further, Luna suddenly caught a sword that had been swung at her. Layla, the maid, stood before her, demanding that she stay away from Theo. Luna found it unsettling that Layla wasn't even trying to hide her killing intent. Layla accused Luna of trying to steal a kiss from Theo, who she claimed was more valuable than any national treasure. She declared that Luna deserved 10,000 deaths for such a crime. Luna was surprised that a human was judging her and found it amusing. She challenged Layla to go through with it. Theo quickly stepped in, trying to calm the situation. He explained that Luna was the Fenrir he had met while she was asleep. Layla suddenly realized that Luna was the thieving wolf she had heard about. Seeing the rising tension, Theo urged Luna to say something to defuse the situation. Luna stopped teasing Layla and said she had a reason for kissing Theo. She explained that it was to continue giving him her favor. She reminded Theo that she had granted him this favor before when she kissed his forehead. However, back then, she could only give him a small amount of her power. If she had given it all at once, his heart and body would have burst like fireworks. So she had to wait for the small amount of power to settle inside him before giving more. A kiss was the best way to transfer this life favor to him. Layla listened to Luna's explanation, but then asked if those were her final words. Theo told Layla to lower her weapon. However, Layla insisted that Luna had committed a crime by staining Theo's pure skin. Seeing how upset Layla was, Luna suddenly realized something. She assumed that Layla was simply jealous. Layla's face turned red and she quickly denied it, saying she only wanted to protect Theo. Luna told her not to be shy. Knowing that Layla didn't want her to take Theo's first kiss, Luna playfully suggested that Layla do it instead. Theo was shocked, and Layla asked what she meant. Luna explained that Layla should also give Theo her own favor. Layla hesitated, asking if that was even possible. Luna assured her that it was. She pointed out that Layla's sword strike earlier had been far stronger than what a normal human could do. She explained that, on rare occasions, certain humans were blessed with divine favor and those who had it could share their power with others. Layla understood that she could share some of her power with Theo. Luna confirmed this, and since both of them were human, she suggested they kiss on the lips right away. She didn't care who went first and told Layla to hurry up. Before they could continue, Theo stopped them and asked why they had decided he should kiss Layla. Luna then asked if he had a problem with it. Theo explained that they couldn't just do it without thinking. He needed to consider Layla's feelings too. However, Layla was already prepared to accept Theo's kiss at any moment. Luna laughed at her for being so eager. Aisha blushed and asked if they were really going to kiss in broad daylight. Theo told Layla not to force herself, but Layla assured him she wasn't. If Theo was okay with it, she would actually love to receive some affection from him. Theo knew Layla was sincere. He glanced at her trembling hands and after a moment of hesitation made up his mind. He agreed but admitted it was his first time and couldn't promise the kiss would be any good. Layla didn't mind since it was her first time too. With that, Theo reached for Layla's cheeks and awkwardly pressed his lips against hers. He wondered if the kiss had successfully transferred the favor. After a few seconds, he pulled away and checked on Layla, only to be confused when she didn't respond. A moment later, she suddenly fainted on the spot, shocking everyone except Luna. Luna tried to hold back her laughter but failed, bursting into loud laughter instead. She found Layla incredibly amusing. Then with a grin, she declared that it was her turn next. However, she needed to wait for Layla's favor to settle first, so Theo's body wouldn't be under too much strain. Since things were now out of order, she decided to handle another matter first. Theo asked what it was, and in response, Luna called some children forward. Suddenly, multiple wolves appeared, barking as if greeting them. Surprised, Theo asked why there were wolves. Luna then explained that they were Fenrir pups, and she wanted Theo to take care of them. When Theo saw the Fenrir pups, he asked if they were Luna's children. Luna explained that they were actually her older sister's pups. I thought we got a mommy in town, but anyway, she teased Theo, asking if he thought she had a partner, and made it clear that she was still single. Theo quickly said that wasn't what he was worried about. Luna then asked Theo to take care of the pups. She knew it might be risky because the pups were rare and could cause trouble. After hearing her concerns, Theo gently patted one of the pups and looked into its eyes. Luna kept listing the good things about keeping them, but Theo told her not to worry. He said he would happily welcome all of them into his village. Luna was surprised at how fast Theo made his decision, but he said he couldn't leave such cute pups alone. Luna blushed a little and thanked him for his kindness. She told the pups that Theo would be their new caretaker and asked them to show their thanks. Right away, the pups jumped all over Theo, licking him from every direction. It quickly became too much and Theo ended up getting buried in their soft fur. A week later, the Fenrir pups were happily living with the villagers. They played with the children and even helped with farm work. Aisha often came by to feed them, but just like Theo, she was soon buried under their fluffy licks. Watching them made Theo feel a little jealous. While looking around, Theo noticed one pup staying away from the others. When he looked at it, the pup quickly hid. He wondered if something was wrong. Luna suddenly appeared and explained that the pup had always been shy, and it was something they needed to work on. Theo was surprised by her sudden arrival, but he was even more surprised by her new outfit. Luna said she preferred wearing fewer clothes, but Theo told her she couldn't dress like that around the village. Luna just smiled and said it seemed like Theo didn't want anyone else seeing her like that. Theo asked what had been wrong with the pup before. Luna explained that it was the youngest and told him how her older sister had died a few days after giving birth to it. Theo was surprised. Luna said the pup had never felt a mother's love. She had tried her best to act like its mother, but no matter what she did, she couldn't take the real mother's place. Because of this, the pup grew up shy and often stayed away from others. Theo understood. Luna seemed like she wanted to say more, but Theo interrupted and offered to be the pup's friend. Luna was so shocked she couldn't speak right away. Theo wondered if he had done something wrong, but Luna quickly smiled and said he was exactly the kind of person she had hoped to meet. She said she was happy she had come to his land. Theo said he wasn't that great, but Luna suddenly kissed him hard. Theo struggled, but Luna held his chin tightly. When she finally pulled away, Theo angrily asked what she was doing. Luna said she was just updating the favor she had promised him earlier, something she had forgotten about. Theo had forgotten about it too. After that, Luna asked him to take care of the timid pup. Theo wasn't sure how much he could help, but he promised to do his best. Theo didn't waste any time. He walked up to the youngest pup and asked if it wanted to play, but the pup kept running away and stayed at a distance. Theo noticed it didn't run too far, which meant it wasn't scared of him. He suggested playing tag and even offered to be it. Somehow the pup understood and barked before running off. Theo smiled and chased after it. They ran around the village, but the Fenrir pup was very fast. Even though it looked small, Theo realized it was still a Fenrir. He decided to get serious. Using his autocraft skill, he built an earthen wall to block the pup's path. Theo tried to catch it, but the pup easily jumped over the walls and climbed onto the roofs. Theo kept chasing it, building more walls to block its way, but the pup always found a way to dodge them. Little by little, Theo caught up. Seeing this, the pup couldn't help but smile. After an hour, Theo finally started gasping for air because he was out of breath. The pup then stopped running and barked at Theo. It had a big smile on its face and wagged its tail, showing it was having fun. Theo looked happy and said the real game was just beginning. The chase continued until the pup slipped off the roof. Theo quickly saw what happened and used his autocraft skill to make a trampoline on the ground. He also boosted his legs with Fenrir's favor. Then he jumped on the trampoline, flying toward the falling pup. He caught it in midair and used his autocraft skill again to create a soft cushion in front of them. They landed safely, and Theo said he finally caught the pup. The Fenrir pup pouted and barked at him, looking upset. Theo wondered if it wanted to play again. Luna showed up, feeling happy that the pup liked Theo. She called him a natural Fenrir charmer. Theo asked what she meant. He said they just became friends. Luna smiled and quietly watched them snuggle together on the cushion. Soon after, Theo played with Silk, one of the Fenrir pups. Since the pups didn't have names yet, Luna had asked Theo to name them all. Theo felt excited and proud to be their godparent. While feeling motivated, he also noticed some villagers being trained by Layla. She was tossing them around during practice. Layla reminded the men to do better since they had chosen to become soldiers, and she told them to get back up when they fell. Theo worried a little about how strict his maid was. So far, no real damage has happened to the village from monsters. A few monsters came close, but the soldiers, Layla and Theo's golem, Gorm, were able to stop them. Still, Theo knew he couldn't relax just yet. He decided to work harder and used his autocraft skill to build strong walls around the village. He also hoped to finish a new weapon soon, but he didn't have all the materials he needed. That night, after taking a bath, Theo returned to his room. He felt happy that he had built a sauna for everyone, especially after seeing how much they enjoyed it. He didn't expect Gorm to be the one who loved it the most. A little later, Layla entered his room. Theo praised her for her hard work during training. Layla thanked him while looking nervous. Theo worried because Layla had been acting distant ever since she kissed him and fainted. Layla apologized for what happened before. Theo told her it wasn't pathetic at all. Suddenly, Layla moved closer. She said she had been practicing mental training so she wouldn't faint again. She grabbed Theo and asked if she could update the favor she had given him. Theo was confused at first. Layla reminded him that Luna had talked about letting the small favor settle before adding a bigger one. Theo noticed Layla was shaking and realized she was trying very hard for him. Wanting to show he understood, Theo asked her softly to be gentle. That broke Layla's self-control. She said she wanted to finish quickly but blamed Theo for what was about to happen. Before Theo could ask what she meant, Layla kissed him. Theo felt overwhelmed as Layla kept kissing him and gently pushed him down onto the bed. She didn't stop and gave him all the favor she could through her endless kisses. The next day, Theo looked very tired while Layla seemed full of energy. She happily continued training the villagers. Theo decided to visit the fields to check on the crops. As he got there, he noticed a stranger asking if he could taste some of the vegetables. After taking a bite, the man, who had animal-like ears, shouted in French about how good the vegetables tasted. He said they were juicy and sweet and even offered to buy them. Theo became curious about who the man was and walked toward him. However, the man seemed more interested in the Fenrir pup nearby. He even wondered aloud how much the pup's fur would sell for. Theo got angry and demanded to know what the man planned to do with his friend. He also asked who the man even was. The stranger introduced himself as Laurent from the Bestia Company. Out of nowhere, Laurent pulled out a hairbrush and asked if he could take a small sample of the Fenrir pup's fur. Suddenly, Jack arrived, riding on Gorm's back, and called Laurent a trespasser. Laurent defended himself, saying he had done nothing wrong. He explained that he found it strange to see people living and growing crops in the land of death, which was supposed to be a lifeless place. He admitted he got curious and decided to investigate. Seeing a golem like Gorm made him believe a skilled alchemist was nearby. Laurent said the village was interesting and that he wanted to continue exploring. Without warning, Theo trapped Laurent in a magical cage. Theo wanted to hold him there until they could figure out if he was a threat. Laurent, surprisingly, was impressed. He said he had never seen such magic before and even admired the cage's texture. Seeing the golem, the Fenrir pup, the amazing crops, and Theo's magic, Laurent called the village a utopia and a gold mine. He even thanked the gods for his good fortune. Theo grew more suspicious and wondered who Laurent really was. Just then, some villagers came running with urgent news. 10 earth dragons were heading toward the village and would arrive in 20 minutes. Theo was shocked. Fighting one earth dragon was usually manageable, but 10 at once was unheard of, even in the land of death. Out of nowhere, Laurent spoke up and wondered if the earth dragons were still chasing him because he had wandered into their nest. Theo quickly connected the dots. Laurent admitted that the dragons might be following him. Theo couldn't believe it. This trespasser had not only invaded their village, but had also led a pack of dangerous monsters straight to them. Theo was left wondering what kind of trouble this man would bring next. Earth dragons did not have wings, but they were the toughest among all dragons. Theo could not believe Laurent had led such creatures to their village. Laurent said he did not expect it to happen. He only took a quick look and did not think the earth dragons would chase him. Still, he felt proud because he had managed to play a kind of tag with them, which was a big deal. But Theo remembered that earth dragons were usually gentle. They were often used for farming and carrying goods. It was strange that they had not only left their nest, but also chased Laurent. Theo thought there must be another reason besides Laurent. In any case, he told Laurent to stay inside the cage while the village handled the dragons. Laurent begged him not to leave him like that. At the same time, Aisha led the villagers into an underground shelter. Everyone felt scared after hearing that 10 earth dragons were coming. Aisha calmed them down, reminding them that this village had strong defenses, unlike their old one. She also said that their soldiers had been training hard every day. She believed that Theo and the others would be able to face whatever was coming. On the village walls, everyone got ready. Theo saw from far away that the earth dragons were moving into the cannon's range. Luna showed up and asked if Theo needed help. Theo said he appreciated it, but he wanted Luna and Layla to wait for now. He thought it was too risky to use their strongest fighters right away because they didn't know how much stronger the monsters had become from the noxious air. He also wanted to see if the cannons alone could stop the monsters, which would help lift the soldiers' spirits. A villager shouted that the earth dragons were now within range. Theo told his troops to get ready to attack. At his signal, the cannons fired together. The cannonballs flew through the air and crashed down on the monsters, shaking the ground. Theo felt relieved that they landed a hit, but the earth dragons kept marching forward. Theo was shocked that the monsters were not even slowed down. He wondered how tough they really were. The soldiers started to worry that the cannons were useless. Even Theo began to feel nervous and thought about calling in Layla and Luna. Still, he worried that even they might struggle against the dragon's thick armor, or that something unexpected could happen. Theo believed they could defeat the earth dragons if he had finished building his new weapon, but he didn't have the ultra-high-quality magicite needed to power it. To get it, he would have to take it from a dragon. At that time, Laurent said he had the dragon magicite that Theo was looking for. Theo was surprised to see him out of the cage. Laurent explained that his curiosity could not be stopped because he wanted to hug his golem. When Theo asked if he really had the dragon magicite, Laurent casually showed it to him. He also showed a certificate to prove it was real, but Theo, using his appraisal skill, had already confirmed it. Still, he wondered why someone like Laurent had it. Laurent explained that he had planned to use the magicite to make a deal with the elves. Theo was confused, so Laurent shared that there were rumors about elves living in a village farther north, in the land of death. He had hoped to find them and trade for big profits. However, he never found the village, and the rumor stayed just a rumor. Instead, Laurent decided it was better to invest in a gold mine in a village he recently discovered. Theo quickly understood what he meant. Laurent was willing to give him the magicite, but in return, Theo had to protect the village and agree to make an exclusive deal with Laurent's Bestia company. Those were Laurent's conditions. Laurent thought Theo would need time to decide, but Theo accepted right away. He believed the magicite was the only way to help them survive, and having an outside connection would be good for the village. Even though Theo didn't fully trust Laurent, he thought this deal could bring great benefits. Laurent was speechless for a moment but agreed and sealed the deal with a handshake. He realized he had underestimated Theo. Laurent then handed the magicite to Theo and was surprised when he saw the weapon it was embedded into. Theo had finished building the magic cannon. Seeing the magic-powered weapon, Laurent wondered how strong it would be. Theo said they would use it right away without testing. He pulled the trigger, believing it would be stronger than a normal cannon. With a push of a button, the magic cannon fired something like a railgun and hit the earth dragons that were approaching. A huge explosion covered the area. Everyone was shocked by the blast, and even Laurent was impressed. Theo himself was surprised by its power. A villager went to check and confirmed that the earth dragons were completely destroyed. Everyone started to celebrate. Aisha and the others who had evacuated heard the cheering and felt relieved, believing they would be safe. However, as the dust cleared, new monsters appeared. This time it was wyverns, and there were too many to count. Theo glared at Laurent, but Laurent swore he had nothing to do with it. If not Laurent, Theo wondered what could be happening in the land of death. For now, they had a bigger problem. The magic cannon needed time to recharge and regular cannons could not fight wyverns. At that moment, Layla and Luna stepped forward ready to help and claiming it was their turn to act. Layla and Luna calmly faced the wyverns. Layla said it had been a long time since she last fought dragon-like creatures. Luna said she hadn't done any exercise lately. Theo felt glad he had kept them nearby earlier. He asked them to hold off the wyverns without pushing themselves too hard because the magic cannon would be fully charged again in 10 minutes. He also told the soldiers to get the other cannons ready. Laurent got upset and asked if Theo couldn't see how many wyverns there were, saying they should run away. Layla and Luna told him not to panic. They said they would finish off all the wyverns before the 10 minutes were up. After that, the two women jumped down from the wall. Luna changed her hands into Fenrir paws and Layla pulled out her sword. Theo explained to Laurent that wyverns were dangerous because they could fly, had sharp claws and teeth, and could even breathe fire. But he reminded him that they had a former S-ranked adventurer and a Fenrir on their side. Layla and Luna quickly cut down most of the wyverns. Theo proudly said that those two were the strongest fighters in his village. Laurent stood there, amazed by what he saw. It didn't take long before the last wyverns fell to the ground like dead flies. Luna felt a little disappointed that it took longer than she thought it would. Layla said she defeated one more wyvern than Luna. Luna grumbled about how Layla always wanted to compete with her even though she didn't mind not being the prince's main wife. Blushing, Layla shouted that she wasn't in that kind of relationship with the prince. Suddenly, Luna complained about having to fight more wyverns without using her full power. Layla asked what she meant. More wyverns then flew in, but this time from a different direction. Theo was shocked. Even Luna started to feel that something strange was happening in the land of death. On top of that, they were too far from the village and wouldn't make it back in time. In a panic, Theo ordered the normal cannons to fire, but they couldn't hit the flying enemies. The magic cannon wasn't ready yet either. Just when Theo thought it was over, a girl appeared and told him to leave it to her. With one big swing of her sword, she cut the wyverns in half like it was nothing. Everyone was stunned, especially Theo, because he recognized the technique she used. The girl stood in front of Theo and said it had been a while. It turned out to be Alice, who had been looking for him. Theo asked why she had come. Alice said she heard Theo was banished and thought he had been crying because he was lonely. Theo said he wasn't crying, but still thanked her for worrying about him. Alice quickly added that she didn't come because she was worried. At that moment, Luna and Layla arrived and asked what that powerful attack was. Layla was surprised to see Alice, and Alice was also surprised to see Layla. Layla thanked Alice for the help, but then went straight to Theo to accept punishment for failing to defeat the wyverns. She even started to undress, saying she would atone by offering her body. Theo quickly stopped her and told her she had already been a big help. He asked her to put her clothes back on. Luna then clung to Theo, asking for a reward since she did well. Aisha also showed up and hugged Theo, thanking him for protecting everyone. Alice froze when she saw two more girls besides Layla. When she looked around carefully, she noticed there were many people and the village looked lively. Alice had come to comfort a lonely Theo, but now her plans were completely ruined. She couldn't help but fall to her knees, and Theo asked what was wrong. After that, Alice went to enjoy the village's hot springs. She complained about how her dream of living a simple and happy life with Theo was gone. Martina couldn't believe Alice kept bringing up the same thing, but Sana told her to stay quiet for now. Sana explained that Alice had made it all the way to the land of death, only to have her hopes crushed. On top of that, she couldn't even spend time with Theo because he got busy collecting dragon materials. Even so, the girls were surprised to find a nice bath in the middle of the land of death. Alice wasn't even surprised, since Theo had autocraft. Marina said that was the biggest surprise of all. She said no one would have ever guessed that the exiled prince had a gift. Alice realized she had never told them, so she shared that Theo had received the gift at birth. She said Theo told her when they were little, and she had thought everyone already knew. She felt relieved that she didn't have to keep the secret anymore. Then Layla showed up, looking shocked after hearing that Alice had known Theo's secret all along. Seeing her reaction made Alice realize that Layla had never known. Alice felt happy and started teasing Layla, saying that Theo had trusted her more than anyone else. The others couldn't believe how childish their leader was. After their bath, the three girls wore yukata. Theo showed up and said they looked good in them. Alice asked if he had finally finished collecting the materials. Theo said they were done, but the girls were surprised by how much he had gathered. Alice wasn't shocked though, since she expected a lot from the land of death. Theo said beating the monsters there was tough and he wondered if they should even be celebrating. He then asked how the open-air bath was, and Alice said it was pretty nice. She looked closely at Theo and noticed he had grown a little taller. It had been 2 years since they last saw each other. Alice thought Theo would look sad, but to her, he seemed full of energy. Theo admitted that when he first got banished, he had felt worried, but now he could say living in the land of death turned out to be a good decision. Alice also said he looked better now than when he lived in the capital. Theo was happy to hear that, and he mentioned that Alice had gotten even cuter. Alice blushed right away. She started scolding Theo, saying he was getting too confident just because he had grown taller. Theo said he was just being honest about what he thought. Sana jumped in and explained that Alice was just feeling shy. Sana also shared that when Alice heard about Theo's banishment, she panicked and decided to go save him because she loved him. Alice quickly smacked Marina's face and warned her not to say things like that. Sana kept talking, telling Theo how they had a hard time because of Alice's actions. Alice begged her to stop, but Sana ended up telling Theo how Alice even punched Niels. Marina couldn't believe Alice went that far, even though she knew Alice had feelings for Theo. Theo agreed, knowing how risky it could have been for Alice. Alice said she couldn't help herself. She had gotten really mad when she heard Niels make fun of Theo. Theo blushed a little and grabbed Alice's hand. He thanked her for standing up for him. Alice, feeling shy again, asked why he was holding her hand. Then Marina and Sana started cheering, telling Alice to seal it with a kiss. Alice stared seriously at Theo, and that's when he realized she wasn't joking at all. Just when the moment was becoming sweet, Laurent showed up and asked for their attention. Theo was surprised to see him, especially because he was all tied up. Theo quickly asked what had happened. Laurent explained that the villagers blamed him for leading the earth dragons to their village and told him to repent. But instead of focusing on that, Laurent wanted to talk about selling the dragon materials in bulk to the Bestia company. Suddenly, Alice stepped in and explained how valuable dragon materials were. The tough scales could be turned into armor. Claws and fangs were used to make weapons. Dragon blood was an important ingredient for powerful medicines. He said he had already done the math. He leaned to the side and dropped an abacus using only his foot to finish his calculations. He showed the numbers and said the money should be enough to pay for the dragon materials. Alice started trembling and said that with that amount of money, someone could build several huge mansions. Still, he said it would not be enough. Theo said he was already planning to sell only half of the collected materials. Alice couldn't believe it. Theo explained that he had gathered more materials than he needed and could not use everything. Laurent then offered to buy some at a higher price, but Theo said it was fine to sell them for the basic price. In exchange, Theo wanted materials equal to the remaining money. Laurent was shocked. He didn't expect a child like Theo to understand how weak the money had become in the land of death. Laurent agreed to the deal, and Theo said he needed some iron. Their business talk ended when Alice's stomach growled loudly. She blushed and said she hadn't eaten anything on her way to meet Theo. Theo understood and realized he was also getting hungry. He said the food should be ready. Laurent asked what it was, and Theo invited him to join since they were about to eat some dragon meat. Theo led the victory party by raising his mug, and everyone followed him in cheering. Aisha and Layla then arrived, carrying the main dishes for the feast. They had cooked many kinds of meals using dragon meat. The food looked so good that it seemed more like treasure than something to eat. The villagers drooled at the sight of the feast, excited to eat dragon meat. Theo led the banquet and took the first bite. His eyes lit up as he said how delicious it was. He had lived in the land of death, only eating vegetables until now, so the meat tasted even better to him. Alice, looking worried, asked if it was safe to eat the meat. She explained that dragons in the land of death were affected by the poisonous air, and eating them might be dangerous. Theo calmly told her it was safe because he had purified the meat using his divine hoe, which could remove the poison. Alice commented that only Theo would think of using a hoe on meat. Theo then encouraged her to try it. Even though she looked nervous, Alice took a bite. For a moment she stayed quiet, feeling as if she had been lifted by the winds of flying wyverns. The rich flavor filled her mouth and she was amazed at how soft and tasty the meat was. She said it was cooked perfectly. Theo explained that it was thanks to the Maid team trained by Layla. Alice asked what kind of team it was. Behind them, Layla was seen giving points to the maids, and only those who passed were allowed to serve their food. Theo added that the Maid team might even be stronger than regular soldiers. The night went on, and even the Fenrir pups joined the feast. Laurent showed his respect to Luna by offering an expensive bottle of wine. Aisha kept pouring drinks for everyone. Theo noticed that everyone seemed to be having a good time. Alice teased Theo and asked why he looked so serious. She joked that he wouldn't grow taller if he didn't eat more. She tried to feed him, but Layla stepped in and told Alice that she wouldn't grow either if she didn't get to bed soon. Alice told her not to ruin her moment with Theo, but Layla ignored her and gave Theo a bowl of dragon stew instead. Frustrated, Alice hugged Theo tightly and told Layla to leave them alone. Layla pulled Theo back, saying she was just keeping pests away from the prince. She also mentioned that she had already received Theo's love. Alice froze when she heard that. She became angry and demanded to know what had happened between them. She called them shameless. Theo tried to calm her down and explain the situation. Later, Alice learned about the idea of giving favor to someone. She understood why Layla had done it, but still felt upset, especially because a beast woman was involved. She even said she wouldn't mind doing it with Theo too. This shocked Theo and made him blush. Layla pointed a butter knife at Alice's neck, saying she wouldn't allow it. Alice asked if Layla wanted to fight. Layla said fighting her would be like a child trying to beat an adult. Alice then joked that Layla was admitting defeat and thanked her. The two kept arguing about who was more mature while pressing Theo between them. Finally, Theo lost his patience and told them to stop. Meanwhile, Jack and the other villagers watched from the walls. Some of them thought about eating more dragon meat. Jack reminded them that they had to stay alert for any new danger. Soon, Aisha showed up, already knowing they wanted to eat more. She thanked everyone for their hard work. The villagers praised her as their goddess. Aisha then asked Jack to come join them. Jack said he was fine, but suddenly he started sweating when he saw something strange. He couldn't believe his eyes and quickly told Aisha to inform Theo right away. Aisha rushed back to the banquet and told everyone that another monster was coming. Theo was shocked and asked what kind of monster it was this time. Aisha said it was only one monster. At first, Theo felt a little better since one monster sounded easier to handle than an army of dragons. But then Aisha explained that the monster was as big as a mountain. A giant turtle was slowly crawling toward them. Theo started sweating too. He couldn't believe that a Calamity-class monster had appeared. Using his autocraft skill, Theo made a whiteboard out of iron and glass, and a non-permanent marker using dye, water, cotton, and wood. Sana was amazed that ink came out of the pen, even though she didn't have to dip it into anything. Martina was also surprised that the writing could be erased so easily, almost like magic. She decided to call it the magic pen, and Sana agreed. Theo then asked if they could start the meeting. Sana quickly apologized and officially began the meeting about the Calamity-class monster called the Adamant Turtle, which was heading toward the village. Based on its speed, she expected it to arrive around noon. She explained that, just like its name suggested, it was a giant turtle with a body as tough as the rare mineral called adamant. Sana said that swords and cannons wouldn't work against it, and that it could quickly heal any damage, making it feel like trying to fight a mountain. Even though the topic was serious, Sana's drawings of the monster looked cute. Sana continued by saying that even Alice, Layla, Luna, and the magic cannon would have a hard time hurting the turtle. Her drawings of the three girls looked like characters from a manga. She also explained that the huge turtle would attack by releasing a massive blast of mana. The others found Sana's drawings so cute that they joked they wouldn't mind getting hit by the attack. But Sana quickly erased the drawings, saying that would actually be their chance to fight back. The others looked heartbroken when she erased them, leaving Sana feeling confused. Theo asked Sana to continue. Sana explained that the monster would only be weak at the moment it attacked. She showed her plan to fire a shot from the magic cannon straight into the monster's mouth. Her drawing ended up looking a bit gory, as the turtle appeared to explode from the inside. She pointed out that the monster could be defeated by attacking it from within. Alice added that although Sana liked cute things, she had gotten used to seeing gore after working as a mercenary. Theo realized that they just needed to make the monster attack them first. Sana confirmed this, but said there was no guarantee that the magic cannon would work. She suggested evacuating the villagers just in case because the adamant turtle's attack could destroy the whole village. Theo agreed and said the Maid team would lead the evacuation. He also ordered the soldiers to prepare to defend the village. Everyone quickly got to work. Theo set up a trap to slow down the monster. He dug out the ground and stored it in his inventory to create a pitfall. Then, he filled the bottom with spikes to make it harder for the turtle to escape. He also made the village walls stronger. Using his autocraft skill, he rebuilt the walls into a huge rampart. After using his skill one last time, Theo ran out of magic power and collapsed. It was already morning when Theo woke up and started to panic. He was surprised to find himself sleeping on Alice's lap. Alice explained that she let him rest there because sleeping on the ground would make his body hurt. She also said she had earned the right to do so after winning a game of rock, paper, scissors against Layla. Since Theo looked exhausted, Alice offered to let him keep resting on her lap, saying he had already worked hard enough setting up the trap. Theo tried to make an excuse to get back to work, but Alice stopped him by lightly hitting him and telling him to rest. She pointed out that he always pushed himself too hard and warned him that he could actually die from it if he didn't slow down. Theo couldn't argue with her because in his past life he really had died from overworking. Feeling guilty, Theo apologized for always making her help him. But Alice said it was actually Theo who had helped her the most. Theo didn't understand and asked when that happened. Alice called him clueless and reminded him of when she first got the hero's power at just 8 years old. The hero's power was given to anyone who was a good match for it, no matter their social status. Alice was shocked because she was just the daughter of a diner owner, but suddenly she became a hero. Her life changed completely when she was taken to the castle. Even though she was still very young, she was forced to train with adults. Her trainer often beat her during training, shouting that she needed to work hard for the kingdom's sake. Anyone who received the hero's power was brought to the castle and put into a special program. Alice was taught sword fighting, magic, battle strategies, and more. But it wasn't really training. It was a brainwashing process meant to turn her into living weapons called heroes. While young Alice walked through the castle halls, people whispered to each other, telling everyone to stay on the hero's good side. She wondered if they even knew she had stronger hearing because of her powers. Alice went to the garden by herself, complaining in her mind that there wasn't a single decent person in the whole castle. All she ever heard was talk about the hero and empty praises. When she thought about it, she realized that ever since she arrived, no one had even called her by her real name. To them, she was just a tool, the hero, not a real person. Alice remembered the times when she was just a simple tavern girl, serving lively customers at her parents' diner. Thinking about it made her cry quietly, wishing she could go back home. She thought about the person who helped her during those hard times, Theo. It was Theo who first came up to her, calling her by her real name and giving her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Alice believed Theo was the first to see her as a real person, not just the hero. She had been too embarrassed to say anything back then, but now she wanted to thank him properly. Because of him, she felt she could still stay true to herself. Theo had said it was nothing special, mentioning he didn't really have any other friends besides her. Alice joked that while she became a master of the sword, Theo became a master of loneliness. Theo quickly pointed out that he still had his mother and Garland. Suddenly, Alice became serious. She suggested they do something before their fight with the turtle. She reminded Theo about the favor they talked about the night before. Shyly, she asked if Theo could do it together with her. Theo was so surprised that he couldn't even find the words to answer. After a few seconds, Theo blushed. He asked Alice if she even knew how the favor was transferred. Alice said she did and asked him not to get the wrong idea. She explained that she was only doing it because she would feel bad if Theo died because she didn't do anything for him. She then wondered if Theo didn't want to do it with her. Theo said he just thought Alice would have refused. Alice grabbed his face and told him to be quiet. Without hesitation, she leaned forward and kissed him. However, their teeth clashed loudly, and both of them felt the pain. Still, Alice didn't give up and kissed Theo again, this time more properly. After letting go for a moment, she kissed him once more. Theo had now kissed 3 girls, unlike some of the viewers who were still single. Anyway, even though Alice was blushing too, she teasingly called Theo a pervert for turning red. Theo was sure that Alice was the one who looked like a boiled octopus. Alice told him not to get the wrong idea, saying she was only transferring her favor, nothing more. Theo shyly agreed and thanked her. Alice paused for a moment and apologized, saying she had lied. Then she leaned closer to Theo, making him flustered with her sudden touch. Alice confessed that she had always dreamed of sharing this moment with him. Theo couldn't help but blush even more. Alice moved away and stood up, saying they were done for now. She told Theo that they would continue after the battle was over. Theo asked what she meant by continue. Alice said that he should better survive the battle because she would be very angry if he died. Motivated, Theo promised to win the battle with her. Alice smiled, clearly glad. Soon after, the front gates of the village became like the walls built to protect against titans. Layla praised her master, saying they had nothing to fear now. Alice complained about how hard Theo worked. Theo explained that they were dealing with a calamity-class monster. He then remembered asking Martina to upgrade the magic cannon. Martina was excited about the magic cannon, and Theo started talking about it like an enthusiast of magical tools. Theo asked for her attention, and the mage became flustered. He asked how the upgrade was going. Martina confirmed that the range, explosive power, and reloading time had all improved as Theo requested. She admitted that she might have gone a bit overboard, but also modified the cannon so they could add more magicite shards to make it even more efficient. Theo thanked her for the upgrade. However, Martina warned that the increased firepower could also cause the cannon to overload and explode. Theo said she had turned it into a double-edged sword. Still, he thanked her as the magic cannon was crucial for the upcoming battle. Blushing, Martina said it was no trouble at all and slowly sneaked away. Theo got the feeling she was avoiding him. Luna appeared and called Theo a popular man. Theo said everyone was just being nice to him. Luna called him dense. She then asked if Theo was fine and didn't need her to fight. Theo said he heard from Layla that Luna couldn't fight at her full strength. Luna agreed, explaining that releasing her divine power would only attract someone even more annoying. Theo then asked her to protect the villagers, since that was something only she could do right now. Luna wondered what he meant by that. Luna broke into a cold sweat when she saw a huge house on wheels. Theo explained that even the underground shelter wouldn't be safe from the adamant turtle, so he had created a mobile house. He asked Luna to move the house to safety once the turtle's attack reached it. Luna agreed, saying this was something only she could do. She swore to protect all the villagers as Theo asked. Theo thanked her. Noon arrived, and with it came the adamant turtle. Theo said he felt nervous, and Sana understood why. They were about to face a calamity-class monster. Theo wondered why the monster was attacking them, since creatures like the adamant turtle were usually calm and would only attack if provoked. Sana then shared that Martina had discovered something important. Martina had noticed something strange about the wyverns and decided to investigate them. She found signs of a mind control spell on the monsters. Theo was shocked. Sana believed that the earth dragons were likely under the same spell and that the adamant turtle was probably controlled too. This made Theo realize that someone was deliberately attacking his village. However, Sana explained that the mind control spell required a huge amount of mana and rare magical items. To get those, someone would need the wealth of a royal family. Whoever controlled the adamant turtle must have used a lot of resources, so Sana doubted the person behind it would stop at just one monster. She said this could be their last battle against the monsters. Theo thought about the video games he played and the boss battles he fought. As he listened to Sana, he realized his racing heart wasn't from fear. It was from excitement. He didn't want to admit it out loud, but he was eager for the fight ahead. The adamant turtle slowly moved toward the village. Theo stood on the magic cannon waiting to stop the giant creature first. Suddenly, the ground cracked beneath the turtle's weight, and it let out a roar as it fell into a giant spiked pit. Theo was happy to see that the trap worked, and with his signal, all the cannons fired. The cannonballs exploded on the trapped turtle. Theo thought that if they kept shooting, the turtle might open its mouth for a long-range attack. When that happened, he planned to fire the magic cannon into its mouth and destroy it from the inside. But then, the giant turtle began to lift its legs. Sana noticed this and quickly told Theo that the adamant turtle was escaping the pit. Theo was surprised because he thought the pit would hold it longer. But the pit wasn't their only plan. Alice and Layla were also ready to act. Layla told Alice she didn't want to be a burden, and Alice asked who Layla was talking to. The two of them got into position and used their special techniques. They combined their attacks, sending a huge X-shaped sword slash toward the monster. The strike was so powerful that it caused the turtle's front left leg to bleed. The two girls told the turtle to stay down, making the pit its final resting place. With one of its legs injured, the turtle fell back into the pit. Theo was pleased that the girls had wounded the giant monster and ordered the soldiers to keep firing as soon as the cannons were reloaded. The cannonballs continued to fly toward the adamant turtle, and its patience finally ran out. It let out a loud, deafening roar. Sana said it was about to attack. Theo realized that this was the moment they had been waiting for. The adamant turtle opened its mouth wide, charging up for a long-range attack. But to everyone's surprise, it aimed downward at Alice and Layla. No one expected this to happen. Theo couldn't target the inside of its mouth, and now Layla and Alice were in its range. The two girls realized the giant monster was focusing its anger on them. Alice quickly thought of a plan. She jumped high into the air, taunting the giant turtle and hitting its chin with her sword. She yelled at it to look at her. Now Theo could see the turtle's mouth and aim for it, but Alice was right in the middle of its magic cannon's line of fire. Just then, Alice vanished from sight. Theo was shocked. Layla had grabbed Alice and pulled her away. Alice was impressed that Layla had figured out what she was doing. Layla said she thought Alice might be trying to make a suicide attack. Theo realized this was his only chance and fired the magic cannon. The blast was much stronger than before, even stronger than the one used against the earth dragons. The shot hit its mark, and the adamant turtle exploded with a massive, thundering sound from the inside. Everyone watched as the giant monster crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Sana cheered, saying they had won and that the adamant turtle was down. Theo and the villagers celebrated. Alice and Layla clinked their sword hilts together as a sign of respect. Sana couldn't believe they had actually defeated a Calamity-class monster. Theo thanked Sana for the plan she had made. Sana said it was a team effort. Theo asked where Alice and Layla had gone. Sana pointed to a rock, and Theo saw the two girls looking in his direction. Theo asked when they had gotten there, and Sana confirmed that the two had moved really fast. But at that moment, the adamant turtle's eyes suddenly lit up, as if it were still alive. The giant monster rose from the ground. Theo couldn't believe it was still alive after getting hit by the magic cannon. Layla and Alice were also shocked by how tough the monster was. The adamant turtle let out a loud roar, and everyone saw it trying to crawl out of the pit. Theo realized the monster was now more careful and would not open its mouth again. It had only one thing left to do: charge at the village with its huge mountain-sized body. Theo had built a stronger wall to protect the village, but he didn't know how long it would last. If the wall broke, the soldiers would be killed, and the village would be destroyed. While Theo tried to think of a plan, he noticed something crumbling under the monster. Suddenly, he called out to the Fenrir pups one by one. They all appeared quickly. Theo asked them for a favor. He gave each pup a note and told them to deliver it to Luna and Aisha. At the same time, he asked Silk to take him beneath the adamant turtle. Sana, worried, asked what Theo was planning to do. Theo told her to take command while he was gone. Without answering her question, he left with Silk. Sana felt confused as she watched him leave, but deep inside, she believed Theo would succeed. For the first time, she understood why her leader trusted him so much. While Alice worked hard to hurt one of the giant turtle's legs using her hero techniques, Layla attacked another leg. Even though they tried their best, they realized their attacks barely did any damage. They were too late to slow it down, and the giant turtle finally crawled out of the pitfall. Alice grew frustrated because the huge monster kept ignoring their attacks. Layla said their attacks were probably as weak as mosquito bites, and suggested they try a combo attack again. Before they could act, the adamant turtle noticed them and moved as if it wanted to bite or swallow them. But that was not its real plan. Instead, it opened its mouth, getting ready for another blast. The girls quickly realized that the turtle was planning to blow itself up and take them with it. Layla pointed out that it was probably a smart move since the turtle trusted its strong body and healing ability, while also protecting its mouth from any more magic attacks. Alice knew that beating such a clever turtle would not be easy. Layla pulled Alice away, knowing they needed to escape fast. She asked Alice to protect her while she carried her, and Alice agreed, though she wasn't sure if they could get away in time. Suddenly, Theo shouted for them to get down. He used his autocraft skill to create a huge spear that shot up from the ground and stabbed the turtle under its chin. The power the turtle was building up inside its mouth exploded, causing it to hurt itself. Theo happily called out to the girls and asked if they were okay. The two of them got angry and asked why he was standing in the front lines. Theo explained that the adamant turtle had become much more careful, and the magic cannon was no longer enough to beat it. However, he said he found another way to defeat it. After getting a closer look, he told the girls to check the big turtle's belly. The girls finally noticed that there were cracks on its shell. Theo believed the magic cannon had caused those cracks, and if they wanted to beat the turtle, they needed to hit that weak spot with a strong attack. Alice understood what needed to be done, but Theo told her to wait. He knew Alice was their strongest attacker, but he believed even she would struggle to break that spot alone. That's when Theo shared a plan he had come up with. After he explained it, the girls realized that the plan would be dangerous for Theo. Alice also pointed out that they didn't have enough people to make it work. Theo told them not to worry, saying help would arrive soon. Right then, Luna showed up and apologized for being late. She said the villagers were now safe and staying with Gorm. Luna mentioned she had read Theo's letter and was amazed by his clever ideas. Theo thanked her for coming. Layla reminded Luna that she couldn't fight properly and asked what she could even do. Luna confirmed that she couldn't do much in her current condition. That's why she had brought Sana with her. Theo was happy to see Sana too, but Sana complained about how rough they had been with her. With Sana joining them, Alice said they now had enough people, but they were still missing one. Theo told her not to worry because he had already made arrangements for that. He then turned toward the giant turtle and said it was time to put their final plan into action. Alicia carried a crate filled with shards of Wyvern's magicite. The villagers were surprised to see her since she was supposed to evacuate. Alicia explained that Theo had asked her to help with something. She gave the shards to Martina and asked if Theo had told her the plan. Martina said he did. The plan was to use the shards to power up the magic cannon and then attack the giant turtle with it. Martina mentioned that boosting the cannon's power could be risky, causing an explosion, so she needed to control the power carefully while firing it. Jack overheard the conversation and offered to handle the firing. He said he was the best at using cannons in the village. But when he looked at the magic cannon's controls, he started sweating nervously. Martina said the magic cannon was nothing like the regular ones, so there wasn't much Jack could do. She said she would take care of it herself, even if it was dangerous. She also felt she had to meet Theo's expectations. Meanwhile, Theo arrived at his position. He believed that the success of their plan would depend on good teamwork and timing. He looked up at the turtle's underside and hoped everyone would do their part. While the girls attacked the turtle's legs, Luna complained that it wasn't easy to keep the monster distracted until the signal came. Alice also asked where the signal was because they couldn't hold on much longer. Layla playfully asked Alice if she was already getting tired. Annoyed, Alice said she could still keep fighting and said Layla was the one who looked ready to collapse. Layla told her not to underestimate her. Luna started to wonder if these two weren't even taking the monster seriously. Even Theo was surprised that the girls could argue like that while facing such a dangerous creature. But he had to admit, they were doing a great job keeping the turtle busy. The only problem was the magic cannon. He had given Martina a risky job, and all he could do now was believe in her and wait. Back at the village wall, Alicia asked everyone to listen. She told them she knew how to fire the magic cannon. Everyone stared at her, confused. She said it again more clearly that she knew how to use it. Jack snapped that they heard her, but he wanted to know how she knew. Alicia explained that she had been watching Theo very closely. Not in a strange way, but because it was her job as his maid. She had seen him build the magic cannon and practice with it, and by watching she had learned how to use it. Everyone was shocked that Alicia had figured out something so complicated. Even Martina thought it was amazing. She knew Alicia didn't understand magic, but she had still managed to learn how to use the cannon just by watching. Even though Alicia offered to help, Jack said no because firing the magic cannon was too dangerous. Alicia then asked Martina if she could control the cannon's power when it was fired. Martina said she could handle it. Jack wanted to argue more, but Alicia reminded everyone that they were always putting their lives on the line to fight. When goblins, earth dragons, and wyverns attacked, all she could do was stand back and let others protect her. She couldn't fight like them, but as Theo's maid, she still wanted to help. She wanted to support Theo and the others from behind. Everyone was surprised by her words. Martina smiled and promised to keep Alicia safe. Jack finally gave in and told the others to protect Alicia in case the cannon exploded. Alicia thanked them all. Martina began adjusting the cannon's power. Alicia got into position, activated the magicite shards, and prepared to fire. Once everything was ready, Jack gave the signal to alert the front lines. Then the magic cannon fired its shot. Theo realized it was the signal. He quickly told the girls to attack with everything they had. The girls understood right away. Luna changed into her giant wolf form, Fenrir, and let Sana ride on her back. She told Sana they would attack the same spot at the same time. Alice became serious and used her special skill. Alicia reloaded the magic cannon and fired it. Layla also used her strongest sword move to clear a path for Theo. She quickly slashed one of the turtle's legs. Luna and Sana hit another leg together. Alice used her heroic power and cut through another one. Alicia fired a stronger shot with the magic cannon and blew off one more leg. When Theo saw the adamant turtle in pain, he realized all of its legs had been taken out. The huge turtle started to fall just like the sky was crashing down. Theo thanked everyone for their hard work. Then he opened his inventory and pulled out everything he could. He remembered the tallest building he had seen in Tokyo from his past life. Theo shouted that the monster should be crushed by its own weight. His autocraft skill worked at full speed, building a steel tower with the materials from his inventory. The tower looked just like the famous Tokyo Tower. It rose up in an instant and stabbed through the bottom of the giant turtle, going all the way down to the tower's base. The monster let out one last roar and dropped its head to the ground. The girls saw that Theo had succeeded. The villagers started to cheer and celebrate. Theo smiled. They had finally done it. But then he suddenly felt weak and his vision got blurry. He started to fall, but Alice and Layla rushed to catch him just in time. With Theo in their arms, they told him he did a great job. Meanwhile, in a castle room in the Fornia Kingdom, Niels sat proudly on a fancy chair, holding a cup of expensive wine. He laughed and said that Theo and Alice must be feeling hopeless by now. He didn't like that he had to use so many magical items for his mind control spell. But it worked. He had taken control of the adamant turtle. He believed the village was doomed. Still, he was curious about how Theo had managed to reclaim the land of death. So he sent a spy to check on Theo's life, expecting to hear bad news. Instead, the spy reported that Theo was farming the land and had built a real village. The news made Niels feel sick. Suddenly, someone contacted Niels through a magic crystal. Niels thought they were calling to tell him the village had finally been destroyed, but instead they said the adamant turtle had been killed. Niels was shocked. He shouted that it couldn't be true. The turtle was a calamity-class monster, and he had even sent earth dragons and wyverns first to weaken the enemies. The person on the crystal said they were sorry, but it really happened. Niels told them not to joke about something so serious. He had used rare magic and even his sacred energy for this plan. His helper also didn't understand what went wrong. Niels couldn't believe it. He angrily asked how someone like Theo, who had no talent and had been rejected by the goddess, could have survived those attacks. Then he guessed that Layla and Alice must have helped Theo. Depending on others was just what he expected from someone like Theo. Niels got so angry that flames burst out from him through magic. He yelled that it wasn't over yet. He swore he would send Theo to the underworld himself. Meanwhile, Theo had just woken up and thought it was morning. But when he looked out the window, he saw that it was already night. He suddenly felt nervous and quickly got out of bed, worried about the adamant turtle. Outside, the huge monster's head was on display in the village's main plaza. Theo felt relieved. They had really defeated it. The villagers saw him and cheered. They ran to him asking if he was okay. Alice rushed over too, asking if he was hurt anywhere. Theo told her he was fine, but he still felt a bit dizzy and unsteady. Alice told him not to push himself too much since he wasn't very strong. Theo laughed a little and said he was sorry. The two of them stood quietly looking at each other. At the same time, they both remembered the kiss they shared. Their faces turned red and neither of them spoke. Theo then thanked Alice for giving him the hero's favor. Before the fight, he had used his analysis skill to check it and saw that it was a strong power. The hero's favor made divine powers easier to use. Because of that, Theo had been able to create the giant steel tower. Alice felt happy that she could help, but she also said that Theo had done a lot during the battle too. Blushing, she said she wouldn't mind helping again. She had made a promise to him after all. Theo paused when he saw how red her ears were. He realized she was really embarrassed and he thought she looked cute. Then Alice invited him to her room. As soon as they entered the room, Alice pushed Theo against the door and locked it. She said she wouldn't let him leave the room for the rest of the day. Theo agreed. Alice then kissed him deeply, whispering his name as their tongues intertwined. Theo noticed she had become better at kissing since last time and wondered if it was because of her capability to learn faster as the hero. Alice didn't hold back anymore. Between kisses, she told him she loved him over and over. Theo remembered the past Alice, who was usually distant. However, right now she kept confessing like this. He couldn't hold back anymore and pulled her into a tight hug. Surprised, Alice asked what he was doing, but he didn't answer. Instead, he dragged her to the bed without breaking the kiss. When he finally pulled away, Alice lay beneath him, pinned to the bed. She warned him not to get carried away, but Theo thought she looked adorable. He wondered if she became more submissive when he took control. Deciding to test that, he kissed her again, this time more aggressively, even touching her breasts. But suddenly, Theo's eyes went blank, and he collapsed on top of her. Alice gasped, saying it was too soon to do the deed until she realized he had actually passed out. Meanwhile, Theo ended up in a place that felt oddly familiar. He soon realized that he had arrived in the realm of the gods. Suddenly, someone said sorry for ruining his fun. A goddess was sitting nearby, looking a bit upset. Theo was surprised to see her and nervously asked if he had died while kissing Alice. The goddess told him he wasn't dead. She said his body was actually being shaken by a very angry Alice in that moment. Theo admitted that a simple kiss shouldn't be enough to kill him. But the goddess said he had almost died though. She then reminded him about Luna's warning that he should wait for the favor to settle before adding more. Instead, Theo had accepted too much favor in just one day. She told him his human body couldn't handle all of it. After hearing this, Theo thanked the goddess for saving his life. Changing the topic, the goddess said she had been watching everything he did. She said Theo had met her expectations. She listed the things he had done, saving villagers from goblins, defeating groups of earth dragons and wyverns, and even beating a giant turtle. She said she felt proud, like a mother. Theo was happy to see her in a good mood. He thanked her for her kind words, but said he had only succeeded because of help from others. The goddess was amazed at how humble Theo was. She joked that she wanted to keep him in the realm of the gods. Theo asked what she meant by that. The goddess wanted to reward Theo because he had been working hard. She surprised him by giving him a kiss. She said she had updated her favor but could only give him a small amount because of Alice. She also gave him a login bonus. After that, she casually pulled out a piece of god metal. Theo was shocked and nervously asked if it was okay to receive another one. The goddess told him to keep it a secret. Then she encouraged him to keep doing his best. Theo promised he would and thanked her. The next morning, Theo slowly opened his eyes and saw Alice sleeping beside him. He got up quickly, which woke her. He apologized for waking her. Still half asleep, Alice greeted him and asked if he was okay since he had passed out the night before. Theo said he was probably just very tired. Alice gently flicked his forehead and told him not to fall asleep when they would do the deed on the bed next time. When Theo imagined the next time she mentioned, Alice angrily told him not to get the wrong idea. A week had passed since the attack by the adamant turtle. No other monsters had appeared, and the people in the village were living peacefully again. But two important things had changed. First, Laurent had returned with the supplies that Theo had asked for in their deal. This meant the village now had a way to stay in touch with the outside world through Laurent. Once the villagers learned that Laurent wasn't the one who brought the earth dragons, they forgave him and apologized. After that, everyone got along well. Laurent then asked Theo if the village had a name. If not, he said he would write Land of Death in the contract for now. But Theo told him there was no need for a temporary name because they had already picked one. The second change was about giving Theo's land an official name. A week earlier, Laurent's question about the name made Theo realize the place didn't have one yet. While Theo was thinking about it, Luna talked to him during a bath. She told him a story about the Land of Death. A long time ago, it had been a strong and beautiful place where many great kings had gathered. People respected it and began calling it Regalia, which means Land of Kings. The main city there was called Arca, a name that came from Arcadia, which means Utopia. So, Laurent learned that the land would be called Regalia and the village inside it would be named Arca. Laurent was more focused on the grass growing in the village. Theo told him it was rice. He said the rice plants were already fully grown and would be harvested soon. Laurent didn't recognize the rice because in their world, rice wasn't usually something people ate, so it made sense that he didn't know what it was. Back when Theo first got his hands on rice plants in this world, he tried cooking them at the castle, but the rice turned out dry and crumbly. It sucked all the moisture from his mouth and didn't taste good at all. Later, when Theo got a special item called the God Medal, he asked the goddess for real rice from Japan. He wanted Koshihikari rice from Wonuma, a top-quality rice brand that had one of the highest ratings in Japan. Theo hadn't eaten proper rice in 13 years, and just thinking about it made his mouth water. Theo then said they needed to harvest the rice quickly because they had visitors to serve. Layla told him to leave it to her. Using her sword skills, she cut down the rice plants fast. Theo had actually planned to build a steam-powered rice harvester, but Layla was much quicker. After the harvest, they still had to dry the rice, remove the outer layers, and polish it. Normally, this process would take several weeks. But thanks to Theo's autocraft skill, the rice plants quickly turned into clean white rice grains. It was a very useful power. Now all they had to do was cook the rice. A little while later, the white rice finished cooking. The smell floating in the air reminded Theo of home. He decided to make a special rice dish called onigiri, a simple and comforting Japanese food. After making it, he shared it with everyone. Alice looked at it and asked what it was. Alicia only saw some sticky white grains. The others weren't sure if it was even food. Theo felt nervous when he saw their reactions. He told them it should taste fine. Alice believed him and tried a bite. The others slowly followed her. As soon as they tasted it, they were amazed. It was so good they felt like they were in Japan. Theo could feel the soft and bouncy texture of the rice. With each bite, the gentle sweetness spread in his mouth. That's what you'd expect from high-quality Japanese rice. Everyone agreed it was delicious. Laurent even said it would sell really well. The villagers started thinking it could become a special food from their village. Luna told Theo he was really good at what he would always do and held on to him. She said all the food he made tasted delicious, but Theo said it was because of the good seeds and the healthy soil. Luna laughed and said even the pickiest elves would enjoy food like his. When Luna mentioned elves, Theo and Laurent's ears twitched with excitement. They quickly asked her if she really meant elves and if she knew them. Luna said there was an elven village in the land of death. Theo was surprised to hear that elves lived so close. He hoped he could become friends with them. Laurent asked Luna if she could take him there, but Luna grabbed his head and warned him. She said the elves weren't friendly and didn't trust people like Laurent. She also said it had been over 100 years since she last saw them. That place had been hurt by the poisonous air too, and she hoped the elves were still safe. Then Theo asked Luna for a favor. He wanted her to take him to the elven village. Luna said yes because she couldn't say no to him, but she asked why he wanted to go. Theo reminded her that he could clean the poisonous air. Since he also lived in the land of death, he wanted to help the elves too. Luna smiled and agreed to take him. Theo thanked her, but she warned him again that the elves might not be happy to see them. Still, she promised to help if anything went wrong. Theo told her not to push herself too much. And so, Theo set his next goal, to visit the elven village, a place known for its giant tree and the long-eared people who lived there. The day after they first ate rice, Theo got ready to leave for the elven village. Luna was going to guide him there. Alice got angry and said she was going with him. She couldn't believe he was leaving her behind. Sana pulled her away and reminded Alice that she still had her job as the hero, and she needed to fight some demons. But Alice kept complaining. She didn't want Theo to go without her. She had heard that many elves were very pretty, and she didn't want them getting close to Theo. Layla tried to calm her down by saying she would take care of Theo the whole time. This only made Alice angrier. She told Layla not to act like she was in charge and asked Sana to let her go. Sana understood that being away from someone you love was hard, but she told Alice to be patient. Alice then shouted at Theo to make it up to her later. Theo wished her good luck with her job and realized how hard Sana's job must be. Luna asked if it was time to leave, and Theo asked her to lead the way. Luna changed into her Fenrir form and let Theo and Layla ride on her back. She asked if they were comfortable. Theo said they were, and it felt amazing. They both enjoyed touching Luna's soft, fluffy white fur. It even smelled nice and felt better than a bed. Layla was so relaxed that she fell asleep in just a few seconds. Theo said how fast Luna was since he couldn't see Arca Village anymore. Luna was happy that he was enjoying the ride. She told him it would take around 2 hours to reach their destination, so she suggested that he enjoy the view while they traveled. Theo agreed to do that. Even though he sometimes forgot while he was in the village, Theo remembered how empty and lifeless the land of death really was. He said loudly that he wanted to clean the poisonous air in the area one day. Luna said she would really like that. She asked him to bring life back to the land like it used to be. Theo promised to do it and said he would turn the land of death into a green and healthy place. 2 hours later, the three of them reached the entrance of a thick forest. Luna said the elven village was inside the forest. Theo was surprised to see so much greenery, especially since he had just talked about it earlier. He was confused and asked how such a place could exist in the land of death. Luna pointed at a huge tree and said it was the reason. She called it the World Tree, a giant tree filled with divine power. She explained that the tree helped the forest fight off the poisonous air. Theo said it was an amazing tree. Luna told him that even though the tree had become weaker over time, the forest used to be even more alive 100 years ago. Theo said they should hurry. As soon as Theo took a step forward, an arrow flew and hit the ground right in front of his foot. Layla quickly moved in front of him and held the handle of her sword. A woman's voice then told them to leave the forest right away. Then, a woman with long ears appeared on a nearby tree branch. She said that humans only cared about themselves and didn't care about anything else. When Theo saw her long ears, he realized she was an elf. Theo said they didn't mean any harm and asked if they could talk things over. Suddenly, the elf who warned them vanished. In just a second, she reappeared in front of Theo. He saw how fast she was and thought she was about to strike him. Luckily, Layla was even faster. She blocked the elf's sword and said the elf had pointed her weapon at her prince. She warned the elf to get ready for what would happen next. The elf replied that she could say the same thing to them. As soon as their swords made noise, ready for another fight, Luna shouted at them to stop. Her strong magic power filled the air as she told them to put their swords away. Luna then looked at the elf and called her Elena, saying it had been a long time. When Elena saw the powerful divine power, she finally realized who Luna was. Luna asked Elena to take them to the village because they wanted to speak with the village chief. Elena looked at Theo quietly and studied him. Then she put her sword away and agreed to let them into the village, respecting Luna's request. Theo thanked her and tried to be friendly by calling her name. Elena turned to him and in a cold and serious voice, warned him not to say her name so casually. Theo was left speechless. Luna said they could now go into the village, but she still felt unsure that everything would go smoothly. Theo reminded himself why he came. He wanted to clear the poisoned air and build a friendship with the elves. The future might be hard for him since he was human, but he knew he had to try his best. The elves guided Theo and his group to their village. The one leading them was a woman named Elena. She seemed to be the highest ranking among the elves with them. She acted very distant and cold toward humans. Theo wondered how he could become friends with her. It didn't take long for them to reach the village, which was called Ilfa. Theo was amazed by how different it was from any human village he had seen. The elves lived closely with nature, and their homes were built up in the trees. Elena said that the village chief had already been informed and told them to follow her. As they walked through the village, Theo noticed how tense the atmosphere felt. He wondered if it was because of the miasma in the area. The elf villagers looked surprised to see humans and seemed worried about why they were there. Theo felt their stares as if they were being judged. He already knew that elves didn't like humans, but he didn't expect them to be this unfriendly. He began to wonder what kind of bad history the elves had with people like him. Soon he remembered they were about to meet the village chief. He became nervous, unsure of how the meeting would go. In his mind, he imagined the chief as a big old elf with huge muscles who might treat him like a piece of gym equipment. They finally reached the chief's house. Theo quietly hoped that the chief would be someone they could talk to peacefully. When they entered the house, he was surprised to see a beautiful elven woman waiting for them. She introduced herself as Anna Rose, the village chief. Theo had expected to see huge muscles. Something else was huge. Luna mentioned it had been a long time and didn't expect Anna to be the chief. Anna explained that her father had passed away from the miasma 10 years ago, and she had taken his place as leader. Luna said sorry for bringing up painful memories. Anna said it was alright, but what mattered more was understanding why they had come to the village. Later on, she found out about Theo's plans to live and work together with them as fellow residents of the land, but she still wanted to understand why Theo had built a village in their territory in the first place. Theo struggled to find the right words. He remembered Luna's warning not to tell the elves that he was a prince. She had explained how elves disliked those in power, and especially hated royalty. At first, Theo thought everything would go more smoothly if he just pretended to be a simple secretary. But he realized that hiding the truth would prevent him from forming real friendships with them. So he didn't hold back. He told them he was the third prince of Fornia and had come to the land of death under his father's orders. When the elves learned he was royalty, they were shocked. Elena pulled out her sword, clearly upset, and questioned if he had also come to take their home away. Anna quickly stepped in and told her sister to stop, saying she wouldn't allow any harm to come to their guests. But Elena ignored her. She said that if they waited again, it might be too late, just like it had been before. Anna, with a cold and serious tone, told her to stop and asked if she truly didn't understand. Finally, Elena calmed down a little and ran off without saying another word. Anna sighed and said her sister was difficult to deal with. She then looked at Theo and asked if she could ask something important. She wanted to know why Fornia was only now trying to take back the land after so many years. Theo answered truthfully. He said that his father's orders were only an excuse. The truth was that Fornia had no real interest in reclaiming the land. He admitted that he had been exiled to the land of death because he was seen as a failure who had been abandoned by the goddess. But even so, he was serious about turning the land into a place where everyone could live peacefully. He asked for the elves' help, not as enemies, but as people who shared the same land. Anna stayed quiet for a moment before she told her guards to leave the room. The guards were worried that the humans might hurt her, but Anna firmly said her words were final. One by one, the other elves left without a word. Theo was confused and wondered what Anna was planning to do. After the room was empty, Anna walked toward him and lowered her head. She apologized for what Elena had done and for her rude behavior earlier. Theo said it wasn't something she needed to bow for. Anna then said she had something important to share, something even her fellow elves shouldn't hear. That was why she asked the guards to leave. She began to explain what had happened to their village and why the elves had grown to hate humans. According to her, everything started 20 years ago. The elves had been living peacefully near the world tree for a long time. But over time, more and more of them got sick because of the miasma. They had no choice but to start thinking about leaving their home. However, they didn't know much about the outside world, so they reached out to the only ones they thought could help: humans. Luna was surprised to hear that the elves once had human friends. Anna confirmed it. She said they had helped a human adventurer who had gotten lost in the forest. The elves treated his injuries, and after that they stayed in touch even after he returned to the city. When the time came to move, they asked the man to help them relocate. Their plan was to travel to the southern forest, but it turned out to be a trap. Theo asked what Anna meant by a trap. Anna then explained that when they arrived at the place where they were supposed to move, there were armed humans waiting for them. These people turned out to be slave traders. They saw elves as something valuable and wanted to capture them because elves could be sold for a lot of money. Theo and the others were shocked to hear this. Anna said that the elves fought as hard as they could and tried to escape. She was in charge of watching the back of the group but ended up getting caught because she made a mistake. Luckily, her sister came to help her right away, so Anna didn't get badly hurt. They later found her underground tied up in chains. Because of this terrible event, the elves in the village started to hate humans. Elena, in particular, grew a very strong hatred toward them. That was when Theo finally realized why the elves had been acting cold and unfriendly toward them. Anna told him that she knew not every human was bad. But most of the other elves didn't believe that. They thought all humans were dangerous and couldn't be trusted. Theo said he now understood everything and promised to take his time to befriend the elves. Anna seemed confused and told him it wouldn't be easy. Theo simply said he would do what he could. Hearing this gave Anna a headache. Then Luna suddenly laughed for a while, patted Theo on the head, and told Anna that he was an interesting person. She asked Anna for a special favor, to give Theo a chance. Luna believed Theo might be the one who could help change the village. Anna also felt that there was something different about Theo compared to the other humans they had met before. Anna had made up her mind. Since Luna was willing to speak for him, she let Theo stay for a while. Theo thanked her and asked if he could look around the village. Anna gave him permission, and Layla immediately walked with him outside. Once outside, Theo realized the village was big enough to hold about 100 people. The elves watched them as they walked. Even though they knew Theo and Layla were allowed to be there and were friends of Luna, the villagers still wished they would leave. Theo could feel their sharp stares. He had noticed it when he first arrived, but now the air felt even heavier because of the miasma. Luna had told him the world tree was trying to keep the air safe, but it couldn't offer full protection. Theo started to think that fixing the bad air should be their first concern. Just then, an elven girl suddenly collapsed on the ground. Theo saw her and ran to help, but before he could get close, Elena stopped him by pointing her sword at him. She warned him not to go near the villagers. She said her sister might have allowed them to stay, but they should not cross any lines. Layla pulled out her rapier and pushed Elena's sword away. She complained that this was already the second time Elena had aimed her weapon at her master. Theo thanked Layla for standing up for him, but he told her to put her weapon away. He said he didn't want to break Anna's trust. Layla quickly returned her rapier to its sheath. Theo said he might be able to make some medicine for the sick elven girl. Elena couldn't believe what she was hearing. To her, it seemed like a child pretending to be a doctor. She hoped he would stop playing his little game once he saw how serious the situation was. She led them to the sickbay where many elves were waiting quietly for their final moments. The room was full of sadness and despair. Elena also blamed the humans for causing all of this. Layla saw how terrible everything was. Theo looked around and started to think it might be some kind of sickness spreading among them. He walked over to one of the patients to check. The child's mother asked what he was doing. When he used his appraisal skill, it showed that the elves were suffering because of miasma. If it were just a disease, Theo believed he could make medicine to help them. But the truth was different. Everyone in the world already knew there was no cure for those who got poisoned by this deadly air. The girl's mother told Theo to stay away. He stepped back and began to think carefully if there was anything he could still try. Now that he had seen it up close, the strange dark marks on the elves looked exactly like the ones he had seen earlier on the wyvern meat. That gave him an idea. He chose to try the same method he used before and opened his inventory. He quietly apologized to the mother and asked her to move. Then he took out the divine hoe and held it tightly. The elves were completely surprised. They tried to stop him, but they were already too late. The moment the hoe touched the sick elven girl, a bright light filled the entire room. Everyone had to cover their eyes. In just a few seconds, the dark mark on the girl's body disappeared. The room went silent as the elven girl slowly got up. Her mother looked at her with wide eyes and asked if she felt anything. The girl said she didn't feel any pain anymore. Everyone was shocked by what they just saw. Elena asked if Theo had really healed someone affected by the miasma. Layla then teased Elena and asked if she finally liked her master now. Elena, confused and a little annoyed, wondered why Layla was the one acting proud. The elven mother thanked Theo for saving her daughter and gently asked the girl to thank him too. The girl gave her thanks. Theo felt happy just seeing that she was healthy again. He hadn't expected it to work, but now he realized he might be able to help all the elves. He asked if he could check on the others, and the elves quickly agreed. One by one, they let him heal them without hesitation. Elena stood nearby, quietly watching as each elf was cured. When night came, Layla praised Theo for doing a great job. Theo felt proud that he was able to help everyone. He was also happy that the elves seemed to trust him more. Layla didn't think it was just a small change, especially after seeing so many elves gather around him. Theo hoped things would continue like this the next day. Suddenly, Elena asked everyone to stop for a moment. They turned to her. She said Theo had been a big help and shyly thanked him for healing the villagers. Her shy expression made Theo blush a little, but she quickly added that he shouldn't misunderstand. He had only treated the symptoms. The real problem was the miasma that caused it all in the first place. She explained that the World Tree had been protecting the village using its divine power, trying to hold back the toxic air. But even the tree was getting weaker. She admitted with sadness that it was only a matter of time before the tree would fail. Theo understood what he had to do. He gathered his courage and made up his mind to heal the World Tree itself. Soon after, Theo stood with the girls in front of the giant World Tree, looking amazed. When he touched its trunk, he felt the same energy he had sensed before from the goddess and Luna. Luna said the tree's divine power had become much weaker than the last time she felt it. Theo hoped they could do their best to bring back its strength. As he looked closer, Theo noticed dark marks spreading around the tree. He pulled out his divine hoe from his inventory and began to clean them. With just a light tap, the dark spots disappeared. He kept moving from one area to the next, clearing each one. Elena watched him work non-stop until morning came. Theo then realized something troubling. The problem wasn't the size of the tree, but that the dark patterns kept coming back, even after he removed them. Elena saw how hard he was working and told him it was useless. She explained that they had already cut away the damaged parts before and tried other methods, though they had very few resources. Their druid had said that the only way to truly heal the World Tree was to get rid of the main source of the poison that infected it. Elena thanked Theo for helping the elves, but she said this was something even he couldn't fix. She told him to stop, but instead, Theo began to climb the tree, determined to find the source of the poison. He thanked her for the important information. Elena was left confused, wondering what was going on with him. Just then, Luna showed up and said Theo was a very interesting person. Elena asked what Luna was holding. Luna said it was a food called onigiri, something Theo and his people made. She also said Layla was giving them out nearby as a sign of friendship. Luna told her to try one, but Elena refused to eat food made by humans. Luna said that was a shame because it tasted good. She had thought Elena was beginning to open up, but it seemed not. Luna then suggested a small bet. If Theo managed to heal the World Tree and change the village, Elena would eat the onigiri. Elena said she didn't expect anything from Theo since she believed a human couldn't fix it. Still, if by some miracle he did, she would do anything he asked, even giving her whole self. Luna smiled and told her to remember those words. Meanwhile, Theo kept walking around the World Tree, still unable to find where the strange, harmful air was coming from. As he searched, he saw the mother and daughter he had met at the sickbay earlier, Lyra and Lumina. They waved at him and he asked if Lumina was feeling better. Lumina said she felt much better than before. Theo then asked what they were doing. Lyra said they were praying to the World Tree. She explained that the World Tree was special to the elves. They were giving thanks for being protected from the harmful air, and were also hoping for peace to last a long time. Lumina added that she came to speak with the World Tree. Lyra quickly told her not to say such things again, but Lumina said she really could hear the voice of the World Tree sometimes. Theo asked what she meant. Lyra told him not to take it seriously. She explained that Lumina's grandmother used to tell her strange stories. One of them was about how the World Tree had a soul and could talk long ago. Lumina believed those stories and might have only imagined hearing the voice. Still, Lumina insisted she heard something from above even if she couldn't understand it. That made Theo realize he hadn't checked that part of the tree yet. He thanked Lumina for the tip and said he believed her. Lumina hugged him and told him she loved him. Lyra became upset and pulled her daughter away. Theo thought that if he could speak to the voice he heard, he might be able to find where the bad air was coming from. Suddenly, Luna hugged him from behind. She noticed the smile on his face and guessed that he had heard something interesting. Theo explained that Lumina could hear a voice coming from above, and he hoped he could go check it out. Luna then remembered how the elders once said that the World Tree had a soul. She said she was curious too and suggested they go up there right away. Theo said they needed permission to build a staircase first, but Luna thought that wasn't needed. She quickly picked him up in her arms like a princess and warned him not to bite his tongue. With just one jump, Luna flew high and landed above the World Tree. She realized she had jumped a bit too far. Theo felt like he was falling upward, like the opposite of bungee jumping. Luna jokingly asked if he was scared and told him to hold on tight. They landed on one of the tallest branches. Luna told Theo to get down, but he said his knees were too weak to move. Luna laughed and said she didn't mind staying like that forever. Suddenly, the leaves nearby began to spin in a small wind spiral. Both of them were surprised and looked around to figure out what was happening. Then, a voice greeted them. A figure appeared and introduced herself as Illumia, the soul of the World Tree. She said she had been waiting for people like them, those who had great power. Theo started to wonder if Illumia was the soul the elves had mentioned. He asked what she meant by that. Illumia explained that the miasma had made her weaker, and only people with strong divine power like them could hear her voice. Then she looked at how close Theo and Luna were, and asked if she was interrupting something. Theo told Luna to put her down, but Luna didn't listen. Still, Theo decided to get down on his own. After that, he asked why an elven child could hear Illumia's voice too. Illumia confirmed the child had a small amount of divine power. She said that a soul could be reborn many times. When souls left the mortal world, they went to the divine realm. If they were sent back to the world of the living, they kept a small part of the divine realm's power for a short time. She also said that the priestesses of the sacred tree could hear her voice. Theo asked who she was talking about. Luna answered that it was Anna and Elena. She explained that a very small number of elves were born with the divine power of the world tree. These elves were called the priestesses of the sacred tree. Illumia agreed and said she had shared some of her power so they could speak with her. However, it looked like the two sisters thought it was wrong to climb the world tree, so they never came to talk to her. At that moment, Theo remembered his main goal. He asked Illumia if she knew where the source of the miasma was so he could try to heal her. Illumia was thankful, but she explained that it wouldn't be easy. Her body already had a large amount of miasma inside, which meant she had become the main source of the problem. Theo found it hard to believe, but it made sense. They returned to the ground and told the sisters what they had learned from Illumia. The sisters were surprised that they could actually talk to the sacred tree, and even more shocked to hear that the entire tree was in such a serious condition. Theo asked if he could cut open the trunk to examine it and find a way to heal it. Anna said she usually wouldn't allow that, but because of the situation, she would make an exception. Still, she said they would go with him inside. Since it was a problem affecting the elves, they couldn't let a human take all the risks alone. Theo thanked them and then asked how they were supposed to enter the tree. He offered to make some woodcutting tools if needed, but Anna said there was no need. She told him that even though she might not look like it, she was confident in her magic skills. Anna waved her wand and the giant tree's roots slowly moved aside, opening a path. Theo found it amazing. But then, thick dark fog poured out from the tree. Theo asked what it was, but he quickly realized it was miasma. Luna acted fast and created a barrier to block the path. Theo thanked her, but then he saw Layla lying on the ground. She had already been affected by the miasma. That made Theo realize how strong the fog was inside the tree. He quickly used healing magic on her and checked if the others were okay. They said they were fine. Theo wondered why only Layla was affected. Luna explained it was because Layla didn't have divine power, which meant she had no resistance to the miasma. Luna also said sorry because she was barely able to hold it back herself. She said only Theo, Anna, and Elena could go forward. Layla didn't want them to rush. She pointed out that even this much poison could hurt her master. Theo said he would still go, even if it was dangerous, because he wanted to save Illumia and the elves. Elena said he was brave for a human and promised to cut through the poison with her sword. Anna added that it was time for them to repay the tree for protecting them for so long. Layla could tell her master had made up his mind. Theo said sorry and promised to come back. Then Layla suddenly kissed him. Theo was surprised and the elves were shocked by what they saw. Layla calmly said she had just updated her favor. She asked him not to do anything reckless. With that, Theo and the elven sisters entered the tree. Luna stayed behind and wished them luck. Anna led the group and said they would reach the core soon. As they moved deeper, Theo noticed the miasma was getting heavier. Suddenly, Anna stopped. Theo asked what was wrong. Anna explained that there shouldn't have been much space left, but the thick miasma seemed to have caused something unusual to grow inside the tree. She made her guiding light brighter and revealed a tall tree growing inside the larger one. This tree was covered in dark markings, and Theo doubted he could actually heal it. Even the sisters thought the tree looked awful. Anna looked around carefully and noticed something even darker than the strange patterns. When she saw it smile, she quickly told the others to run. She tried to use her magic, but it was already too late. Roots burst out from the ground and attacked them. Elena was able to protect both herself and Theo. Anna, however, had her barrier broken right away. Elena then asked what had just shown up. She couldn't believe a monster was hiding inside the world tree. The monster that showed up was a tree creature known as a Trent, but when Theo used his appraisal skill, he found out it wasn't an ordinary Trent. It was a stronger kind called an Elder Trent. This monster was the main reason the world tree was suffering. It had been spreading poisonous roots through the tree, slowly harming it. Theo said the enemy was powerful, but he believed they could win if they worked together. The Elven sisters also got ready to fight. The Trent started the battle by launching many sharp roots at them. Elena blocked the attacks and noted how tough the roots were. Anna added that the roots had become stronger because of the miasma. Suddenly, one of the roots slipped past their defense. Elena shouted for Theo to run, but he stayed where he was and raised his divine hoe to shield himself. He believed the divine power in his weapon could stop the miasma-powered roots. When the root hit the ground, it didn't move again, proving Theo was right. Even so, there were too many roots attacking from all sides. Everyone had their hands full just trying to defend themselves. Theo realized that if this went on, they would get too tired to keep up much longer. At that moment, he saw the Trent digging its roots firmly into the ground. He realized it was taking in the miasma through its roots to make itself stronger. Anna thought that was a big problem because the area was filled with thick, concentrated miasma. That meant the Trent had almost endless energy to keep going. Elena felt they couldn't just keep defending forever. Anna remembered that Trents were usually weak against fire. She told the others to give her some time so she could prepare a fire spell to burn it down. Theo agreed and got ready to help, asking Elena to use all her strength. Elena wasn't happy about being told what to do, but she joined in. While Anna started casting her spell, Theo and Elena protected her from the Trents attacking roots. Most of the roots were blocked, but one managed to get past them. Elena acted fast and stomped on it before it could reach Anna. She had learned from the last time and wasn't going to fall for the same trick again. Theo was a bit surprised and thought she looked a little scary, but the Trent only smiled. Then the two noticed one of its roots had stretched all the way behind them. Elena realized the Trent had sent its root around the area to try and attack her sister from behind. She quickly told Anna to run, but Anna was too focused on finishing her spell. Luckily, a metal wall suddenly blocked the root. Theo had arrived just in time. He used his autocraft skill to create an iron wall. Elena wasn't sure if he had pulled the wall out from somewhere or actually made it on the spot. She watched as he brought things out of thin air and then made them disappear again. Elena also noticed something else. Theo's hoe had the power to clear away the miasma. She started to wonder who Theo really was. At that moment, Anna announced she was ready. She had finished her spell. She combined wind and fire magic to create a giant flame storm that swallowed the Trent and everything around it. Theo was amazed. Elena felt proud of her sister who was able to cast two high-level spells at the same time and merge them into one powerful attack. She said that only her sister could do something like that. Just when Anna thought everything was finally over, a root grabbed her foot and flipped her upside down. She was caught by the roots and hung in the air. She didn't understand how the monster was still able to attack her, especially since she had already hit it with her magic. The fire she cast had burned out, and it turned out the creature had made a thick shield out of its roots to protect itself. Elena tried to rescue her sister, but the roots caught her too. Theo rushed toward them to help, but one of the roots reached out to stop him. He swung his divine hoe and managed to block it. If he didn't save the sisters soon, they could be crushed or choked by the roots. More roots came toward him, trying to slow him down. Theo had to fight them off while figuring out a way to save the sisters at the same time. He started to worry if he could handle it all at once. For now, Theo kept blocking the roots that came toward him, but he had a hard time cutting them one by one with his hoe. At this pace, he knew he wouldn't be able to rescue the sisters in time. Then the roots began tearing the clothes off the elven sisters and kept wrapping tightly around their bodies. Theo grew more worried and asked if they were all right. Anna told him to focus on the Trent instead, but Theo couldn't just leave them like that. He felt he had to save them no matter what. While Theo was distracted, the Trent sent more roots behind him and launched a surprise attack. Anna and Elena tried to warn him, but it was too late. The roots hit him directly. Both the sisters and the Trent believed that Theo was finished. But then something unexpected happened. All the roots were suddenly cut into pieces at the same time, shocking the Trent and the two sisters. It was finally the moment Theo used the god metal that the goddess had given him. He activated his autocraft ability and created the divine great axe. His hoe was no longer enough, so he made a stronger weapon that could cut through many roots at once. With fast and powerful swings, he slashed through the roots, holding the sisters, and freed them. The two thanked him for saving them. But then Theo noticed their torn clothes and suddenly turned red from embarrassment. The sisters also realized it and blushed. Anna quickly apologized for the situation, while Elena pointed her sword at Theo. Suddenly, Theo felt more roots coming toward him and quickly cut them into pieces. His axe was specially made to chop down trees, and because it was forged from god metal, it also cleared away the miasma. With this weapon, he believed he had a real chance of winning. He pushed forward through the Trent's attacks. The sisters noticed that the Trent was now sending out even more roots. It seemed to understand that the axe was a serious threat. This made them realize that the Trent had only been playing with them earlier, holding back its true strength. Elena warned Theo not to charge in by himself. He knew she was right. Even with the divine axe, it would be hard to fight off so many roots alone. But he wasn't on his own. He had been granted the Master Swordswoman's favor by Layla. Thanks to this, his eyes and body moved much faster than before. He managed to dodge through the wave of attacking roots. The sisters were amazed by how fast he moved. Seeing Theo fight so hard made Elena feel something strange. She started to wonder why Theo was doing all this for the elves. She remembered all the terrible things she had said to him, yet here he was, still doing his best to protect them. Her heart began to beat faster and she didn't know why. Theo finally reached the Trent, but it blocked his slash again using its roots. He noticed that the Trent had added more layers to its root shield before he could cut through it. Theo decided to keep attacking, but one of the roots suddenly reached out and tried to hit him. Luckily, Elena stepped in just in time and protected him. She scolded him for paying too much attention to the shield and not watching his surroundings. Theo thanked her. For some reason, Elena's face stayed red and her heart kept beating fast. Theo noticed her blushing and asked if she had been affected by the miasma. Embarrassed, Elena told him not to look at her. Suddenly, another root came out of nowhere and tried to strike. Elena blocked it and suggested that they should fall back for now. She said Theo's axe was amazing, but the Trent was starting to get more serious. They needed to reposition and try again later. However, Theo said they couldn't afford to retreat. He remembered what Layla told him. If they kept defending, they might find an opening. Theo believed that if they kept pushing forward with attacks, the Trent would have no choice but to stay on defense. Elena disagreed, saying that strategy might work on a normal enemy. But this was different. The Trent had endless energy and more roots kept growing no matter how many Theo cut down. At that moment, Theo reached into his inventory and pulled out his divine hoe. He threw it high into the air. Elena looked confused and wondered where he was even aiming. Theo was taking a big risk with this move. He asked Anna to cast a spell that would make him stronger. After Anna used the spell on Theo, he chose to stop holding back. He activated two favors at once. One was the Master Swordsman's favor and the other was the Hero's favor. These powers increased his strength and made him deal more damage to enemies powered by miasma. Theo felt pain all over his body from using the two favors along with Anna's spell. The pressure was almost too much, but he believed one strong attack could end the fight. With a powerful swing, he broke through the root shield and revealed the Trent. Elena was amazed by his strength but warned that the roots would grow back. Theo told her not to worry because he had already planned for that. Elena then noticed the divine hoe falling and wondered if it could defeat the Trent. Meanwhile, Theo kept the monster focused on him. He hoped this would finally end the battle. But the divine hoe missed the Trent. The elven sisters were shocked. The Trent laughed at Theo, but he said this was part of his plan. Suddenly, the ground where the hoe landed lit up with a bright light. The Trent screamed in pain, and Elena asked what was happening. She also saw that the roots had stopped moving. Anna then explained that Theo's real plan was to purify the floor with the hoe, so the roots would take in the divine energy instead. Elena remembered that divine power was like poison to monsters. She couldn't believe Theo had thought that far ahead. Now that the monster's shield was gone, Theo moved in to finish off the Trent. With one strong swing of his great axe, he chopped the Trent's head and hands into pieces. He said it was his way of getting back at the pain the monster had caused Illumia and the elves. The Trent's head rolled on the ground before it faded away like ashes. Outside, Lumina and Lyra had just finished their daily prayer. As they were about to leave, Lumina suddenly heard something. Illumia had thanked her for leading Theo to her. Lumina smiled and said she was happy to help. A bright power started to form inside the world tree. The elven sisters saw that the tree was now purified because the main source of the miasma was gone. Theo felt relieved that the world tree had gotten its divine power back. Then, Anna ran to Theo and hugged him, but the cloth covering her chest suddenly slipped off. Theo was caught between the two elven Himalayas and felt how soft they were. Elena gave her sister a sharp look and warned her that Theo might not like what was happening and might suffocate. But Anna didn't want to let go, saying that would just make Theo see her bare Anna's. Elena said it would be even more embarrassing if she didn't let go. While Elena covered Theo's eyes, Anna quickly put her clothes back on. After that, she asked if the empty space inside the tree would eventually close. Theo also hoped that everything would be alright, but he knew the tree was still hollow and would need a lot of time and power to fully recover. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew by, carrying some leaves with it. Illumia appeared and thanked them for clearing the miasma from her body. This was the first time the elven sisters saw her true form. Illumia felt happy to trust Theo with an important task. She also thanked the sisters, but when she noticed how exposed they looked, she asked if she was interrupting something again. Elena quickly explained that their clothes were torn during the fight. Illumia wasn't sure at first, but Anna changed the topic by asking if the power of the world tree would return now. Illumia became serious and said that the wound she got was very deep. She admitted that she didn't have much time left. Alea pointed out that they had already defeated the monster, but Illumia said she wasn't finished talking yet. She handed something to Theo. At first, Theo thought it was a bar of soap, but it was actually the seed of the world tree. Illumia explained that because they had cleansed the miasma, she was able to create the seed. She said that if they grew a new tree from it, she could live inside it and make it her new home. She shared that she had done this before, moving to another place to protect it. Theo suggested planting the seed in the elven village, but Illumia had a different idea. She said that the area was badly damaged by the miasma and wanted to move to a more fertile and healthy place. She preferred a location where people were already living. Theo told her that only his village was nearby, but he was worried. He knew that the elves didn't like humans, so he thought they wouldn't want the world tree to be moved there. The elven sisters looked at each other and seemed to come up with an idea. Anna said that the elves considered their home to be wherever the world tree was. If the tree moved, they would move with it. Theo was too shocked to say anything at first, but then he realized what they meant. Anna asked if Theo would let the elves live in his village. Elena added that she didn't really have a choice if her sister and Illumia had already decided. She even said she would accept Theo as their leader. Their words left Theo completely surprised. He asked them to wait. He wasn't sure if he should become the elves' chief. Anna said she had heard they were looking for a new place to live and asked if the elves didn't count. Theo quickly said that wasn't the problem. He was glad to welcome them to his village, but he believed the other elves would not accept him as their leader. Most of them respected Anna and Elena more. If a human like him suddenly became chief over the two, he thought some elves might not be happy about it. Anna said it shouldn't be a problem. She reminded everyone that Theo had defeated the Trent and even saved the world tree. On top of that, Illumia had trusted him and given him the seed. To them, Theo was already a hero. Elena said she would usually be against the idea, but after seeing what Theo had done, she had no choice but to respect him. Theo tried to think things through again, but he stopped. His mind raced as he wondered why he was even hesitating. There was no real reason to say no. With Autocraft, he could build homes quickly. The elves were kind, and his villagers would be happy to welcome them. He saw no reason to turn them away. In the end, Theo accepted all the elves into his village. Anna thanked him and looked forward to living peacefully with his people. Illumia also thanked him again, saying it felt right to trust him with her seed. Since Illumia brought it up, Theo asked what would happen to the world tree. Illumia explained that without her soul, the tree would slowly rot, but over time, that decay would help clean the land from the miasma. She said it would take a while, but the forest would one day be full of life again. She also hoped they could visit when that day finally arrived. Theo gave his word that he would return. Illumia then floated in front of Theo to say goodbye. She gently kissed his forehead, making Theo blush. The elven sisters nearby became flustered by the sudden moment. Illumia slowly drifted away, asking Theo to look after the elves, her beloved children. Theo wished they could meet again in the future. With that, Illumia vanished from their view. Elena stood still, clearly surprised. Anna giggled and teased her sister, saying that Illumia had acted first. Theo had no idea what they meant. Elena quickly told him not to worry about it and said they should head back since they still had plenty of work waiting. When the three of them returned from the world tree, Layla and Luna were already waiting outside. The moment Theo stepped out, both girls rushed at him and hugged him tightly. He got squeezed between them so hard that he nearly ran out of air again. Then Theo went to talk to the elves about what had happened inside the world tree. In the end, he asked them all to come with him to his village. Everyone was surprised by what happened to the world tree and by the sudden plan to move on such short notice. Theo already expected them to feel confused if he suddenly told them everything at once. One of the elves asked if Elena was really okay with moving to a human village. Elena explained that Theo had the world tree's approval, and that was enough reason for her to go. Even so, the others were still worried. Then Lumina said she would come too because she wanted to visit Theo's village. The rest of the elves also understood that the world tree had accepted Theo. He was clearly different from the humans they had met 20 years ago. They also knew that not all humans were bad. Since they had helped Theo before, they decided to trust him. If it was Theo who invited them, they would go. Theo felt grateful and thanked them for their support. Everyone began getting ready to move. However, Theo and Anna soon realized that it wouldn't be easy to move hundreds of elves. Theo said that Arca Village was pretty far away, and they would have to travel back and forth many times using carriages. He joked that he wished they had something with wheels like a truck. He also thought he might need to find a source of oil later. Then Theo went back to the village ahead of the others to explain everything to the people. He also built a temporary place for the elves to stay in Arca, helped them pack their things, and took care of other important tasks. It was hard work, but he managed to finish everything without any problems. When night came, Anna looked at the village they were leaving behind. She felt sad because it was the place where she had grown up. Theo told her that the last carriage had already left and it was time for them to go too. But Anna stopped for a moment and said sorry. She said there was something she had forgotten to do. Theo offered to help. Anna walked to the world tree and gave a deep bow. She thanked it for everything it had done for them and hoped that Elimia would still protect them in the future. Theo smiled as he watched Anna show her respect one last time. On their way back, Theo, Anna, and Elena rode on Luna's back while she was in her Fenrir form. Anna was amazed at how fast Luna could run. Theo enjoyed the cool night breeze and called out to Elena. She blushed and looked away. He could tell that she still didn't like him very much. Anna scolded her and reminded her not to act like that since they were supposed to become Theo's wives. Theo told her she didn't need to force herself, but then he froze when he realized what Anna had just said. Anna then asked if no one had explained it to him yet. In their village, a priestess of the sacred tree had to become the village chief. But once she gave up that role, she was required to marry the new chief. Theo started to wonder if he was understanding it right. Anna said she and her sister would be happy if Theo accepted both of them as his wives. Theo was completely shocked and told them to slow down. He asked if they had really just asked him to marry both of them. Anna replied by asking if that was a problem and wondered if polygamy wasn't allowed in his kingdom. Theo said that wasn't the issue. He was more concerned about whether Elena was okay with the idea. Anna answered that Elena wasn't against it at all and asked her to speak up. Elena said that it was the rule, so she didn't really have a choice. Besides, after fighting the Trent together, she saw that Theo was a dependable person. Theo was surprised. He had only wanted to be friends with them, but now it seemed like they were fine with the idea of marrying him. It all happened so fast that he didn't know what to say. Luna suddenly laughed and said the situation was interesting. She even joked about becoming one of his wives too. Theo told her to stop teasing. Anna agreed that it was a bit too sudden and said she understood why Theo was unsure. She suggested that they talk about marriage again after they all got to know each other better. Then she playfully called him her dear husband, which shocked Theo even more. Anna encouraged her sister to say it too, but Elena strongly refused. All Theo wanted was to make friends with the elves, but somehow, he ended up with possible wives instead. After the elves moved into Arca village, Theo gave them an official welcome by throwing a big feast. Anna came forward and thanked everyone for allowing the elves to live in their village. Some of the humans didn't know where to look, but a few of them seemed to like the way the elves dressed. Anna also thanked her husband once again. Theo smiled and said he was very happy to welcome them, but asked Anna to stop calling him her husband for now. The villagers were surprised when they heard that. They asked if Theo had gotten married and started congratulating him right away. Theo quickly said it wasn't like that and explained the elf tradition. According to their custom, when a female chief stepped down, she would become the wife of the new leader. He told Anna she didn't have to follow that rule if she didn't want to. Anna answered that she wasn't being forced at all. She said both she and Elena truly loved him. Theo got embarrassed and suddenly said he had something to take care of, then ran off in a hurry. Outside, while trying to catch his breath, Theo wondered what to do about the whole marriage situation. Luna appeared and warned him that if he kept pretending to have something important to do just to escape awkward moments, it would cause trouble later on. Theo admitted he did run away, but said he really had a task to finish. He pulled out the World Tree's seed from his inventory. He explained it was the last big thing he had to do that day. Luna asked what it was. Theo told her it was the seed Illumia had given him. Luna nodded, feeling the faint divine power coming from it. Theo shared that Illumia had asked him to plant the seed somewhere with lots of people. He thought the central square was the best place for that. Luna agreed. She said the central square was always full of life and got plenty of sunlight. She believed Illumia would be pleased with that choice. Before anything else, Theo suddenly pulled out a large, heavy sack from his inventory. Luna asked what the white powder inside was. Theo explained that it was the crushed bones of the adamant turtle. He had used autocraft to grind them into powder. He had heard that bone powder worked well as fertilizer. Luna burst into laughter. She couldn't believe Theo was using the remains of a powerful Calamity-class monster just to help plants grow. Most people would turn something like that into weapons or armor. Still, she felt curious and amazed by what he did. Theo frowned a little, thinking Luna might see him as someone strange. After Theo mixed the powder into the soil, he started to feel unsure. He worried that the plants might rot instead of growing. But Luna noticed that Theo's way of thinking had changed since seeing the vegetables in the village grow overnight. She said that these things usually took time and told him not to worry. She believed the plants would begin to sprout by morning. Theo agreed to wait patiently. He knew the elves were nervous about living in a new place. If the world tree grew quickly, it would help them feel safer. Even though he knew he shouldn't stress too much, he still hoped it would grow soon. The next morning, Elena rushed into Theo's room and said something important had happened. Theo asked what was going on, but Elena just told him to hurry and follow her. When they got outside, Theo was surprised to see how much the world tree had grown overnight. It was still smaller than the old world tree, but he could already feel divine power coming from it. The elves were just as surprised and stared at it in disbelief. The villagers guessed Theo had something to do with it and warned the elves to get used to strange things if they were already this shocked. After that, the villagers simply returned to their daily work. The elves wondered if things like this were normal for the villagers and even thought they were a bit scary. Luna couldn't tell if Theo had changed them too much already. Theo had wished for the tree to grow quickly, but he didn't expect it to happen this fast. Suddenly, a familiar wind blew and a small figure appeared. It was Illumia. She said she was just as surprised as everyone else. The elves were shocked to see the spirit of the world tree because they weren't supposed to hear or see her without divine power. Illumia explained that the ground around them was now full of divine power. She guessed that from now on, the elves could speak with her even if they weren't priestesses of the sacred tree. The elves respectfully bowed to her, and Illumia thanked Theo for everything. Theo felt happy just to see her again. A moment later, Lumina appeared and asked if Illumia was really the world tree. Illumia confirmed that she was and asked why Lumina was staring. Lumina then proudly said that she was taller, so she should be the big sister. Lyra quickly made her daughter bow her head in apology. But Illumia didn't mind at all. She even promised to grow taller than Lumina soon so she could be the big sister next time. Now that everyone could speak to her freely, Illumia encouraged them to talk to her anytime they wanted. At first, the elves felt shy and didn't say much, but after a short moment, they began asking many questions one after another. Seeing Illumia happily talking with the elves reminded Theo of the time she said she wanted to connect with them, which was why she had shared part of her power with those who could handle it. He felt glad that Illumia was now able to speak with everyone without any limits. The elves didn't forget to thank Theo for allowing them to live in the village and giving them the chance to speak to the world tree. They praised him a lot and even lifted him into the air out of excitement. They celebrated their new chief with joy until Theo asked them to let him down. Anna felt happy that everyone had accepted her husband as their chief. Elena understood how her sister felt, so she tried to quietly leave by saying that Layla had asked her to train the soldiers. Before she could go, Anna reminded her that it was finally time for them to fulfill their duties as priestesses of the sacred tree. With no other option, Elena agreed. That night, Theo visited the sisters' room because they had asked him to talk about something important. After he knocked and entered, he saw them wearing clothes that were meant to get his attention. The sisters welcomed him warmly. Theo and the elven sisters sat together to talk. Anna wanted to thank him again for helping their people, since she believed they would not have been able to defeat the monstrous Trent alone. Theo reminded them that they had also played an important part, and that he could not have managed by himself. Elena told him not to pretend otherwise, admitting that his deeds were remarkable. She insisted he should be proud. Theo was caught off guard by her sudden honesty, but she quickly scoffed afterward. He realized that although Elena recognized his efforts, she still did not truly like him. Anna then said it was time to speak about the real matter. She explained that it was about an old legend from their village. In times of danger, the elves were said to be saved by a hero, guided by a priestess of the sacred tree. She admitted she once doubted this story, but now she felt certain that Theo was the savior it described. She declared that it was their duty to act as priestesses of the sacred tree, just as the legend told. Anna and Elena then stepped closer to Theo and kissed him on each cheek. This caught him completely off guard. By doing this, the sisters had given him the sacred priestess's favor. Anna prayed that their blessing would guard him. Elena, however, felt humiliated by the act and struggled to hide her discomfort. Theo, embarrassed himself, told her not to force it. Elena replied sharply that she was only carrying out her duty, then urged him to leave since their task with him was finished. Anna scolded her sister, reminding her not to treat their husband so coldly. She urged Elena to show him affection and not hide her feelings. Anna knew her sister often acted distant, but the way Elena's heart raced showed that she truly cared for Theo, even if she refused to admit it. Elena denied it, trying to cover her emotions, but Anna did not believe her. Anna lost patience and pushed her sister forward, which caused Elena to stumble into Theo. Their lips touched by accident and they both fell onto the bed. Startled, Theo pulled away quickly and apologized, insisting he never meant for it to happen. Elena, however, revealed that she had already made a promise with Luna, saying she would not hold back if Theo chose to come closer to her. To everyone's surprise, Elena leaned in on her own and gave him a kiss, showing her true feelings. Watching this happen, Anna felt a sharp wave of jealousy. She reminded them that she was the one who had started everything and claimed Theo for herself first. Not wanting to be left out, Anna pulled Theo to her and kissed him as well. Seeing her sister share a moment like that with Theo stirred something deep inside Elena. She could no longer control her emotions and begged Anna not to keep Theo all to herself. In the end, both sisters found themselves unable to step away. Drawn by the same feelings, they leaned toward Theo together, sharing a closeness that none Theo had expected. Theo felt dizzy and shaken by what had just happened. The sisters claimed the night was still young and removed their clothes. They promised to give Theo care and affection and said they would be gentle with him. That night, Theo received much favor from the elven sisters. The next day, Theo focused on a small project of his own. Because Illumia cleansed the land around her, Theo gained more space that could be used for farming. With this new land, he planned to plant trees for all the elves who had once lived in the forest. Another dream of his also came true. Theo finally had the orchard he had always wished for. Apples, mandarin oranges, and grapes grew well on the divine soil. He believed they would taste as good as the vegetables he had harvested before. Just before he could take a bite of an apple, Alice appeared and rushed toward him. She had been searching for Theo and he felt glad to see her return. But what seemed like a touching reunion quickly turned harsh. Alice seized Theo by the neck and demanded answers about his marriage to the elves. Theo gasped out that she was hurting him. In Theo's office, Alice demanded answers from him. She wanted a clear explanation. She had just returned to him after a long time only to find out he was marrying other girls. She pressed him, asking what he had been thinking. Theo wondered how he could explain himself without making Alice even angrier. For the moment, he asked her to eat a pie that Layla and Aisha had made. He said it was an apple pie baked from freshly picked apples. Alice agreed to listen while eating. The first bite softened her mood. She noticed how the sweetness and sourness balanced each other well. Yet she quickly realized Theo had only tried to distract her with food. Theo was shocked that his plan failed. The office soon felt like a courtroom. Alice declared that the defendant had tossed her aside and now planned to marry the newcomers, the elves. Acting as the prosecutor, she demanded that the judge give Theo, the unfaithful man, the right punishment. Theo had no idea what was happening anymore. Aisha was pushed into the role of judge and quickly declared him guilty. Theo begged them to wait, claiming he had reasons, but Alice silenced him. He could not believe he was not even allowed to defend himself. Witnesses soon appeared. Luna confirmed that the Elven sisters had proposed to Theo while riding on her back. Then Layla shared how, during the welcoming party for the elves, she had felt the urge to draw her sword every time Anna called Theo her dear husband. Alice announced that the evidence was complete and ordered Theo to accept his sentence. Theo asked if he did not even have the right to a defense attorney. Anna told everyone to calm down. Elena reminded them that they had not married Theo yet. Anna confirmed they were only courting him and it was mostly one-sided. Theo felt relieved that they stepped in as if they were his defenders. Elena explained that she was only following their customs. Alice told her to keep away from Theo. Elena grew angry and confronted Alice. She declared that she would marry Theo no matter what, or else she would bring shame to her people's honor. Alice understood they were tied to old traditions and asked if Elena only wanted an excuse to marry Theo. Elena blushed and denied it. Alice thought it must have been hard for a girl like Elena to hide her feelings, yet her own words turned back on her, and she felt the sting of what she said. Theo simply watched as Alice hurt herself with her own admission. Alice then turned to Theo and placed the blame on him, asking what he would do to solve the problem. Theo answered that he was still thinking of the best solution. He explained it was too early for him to marry, so he asked the Elven sisters to wait. His main duty as Lord of the Land was to keep the villagers happy and reclaim the Land of Death. Alice accepted that part. She also knew that a royal like Theo could not gain respect without political marriages. Theo was surprised that Alice was not against the idea of him marrying. Alice explained that polygamy was normal in their country, which was why royalty often married many people. Her real concern was that Theo seemed ready to marry the newcomer elves before her. At last, she shyly admitted that she also wished to be with him. Looking back, Theo had shown Alice very little affection. Since this lack of care made her uneasy, he felt he needed to make up for it. He held her hand while apologizing, and admitted that he had wanted to wait for the right moment and the right place. He explained that it might take some time, but he asked her to wait just a little longer for him. Hearing this made Alice blush, and a sharp feeling ran through her heart. She agreed that Theo was right, because when someone loved another deeply, it was not always easy to put those feelings into words. She told him to prepare a proper speech when the time finally arrived, and Theo promised he would give it his best. Soon after, Luna demanded her own declaration of love, which startled Theo. She wondered if he had no wish to marry her, but he insisted that was not the case. Anna and Elena also joined in, saying they wanted him to prepare a speech they could be proud of, one fitting for their leader. Watching them swoon over Theo angered Alice, who pulled him back into her arms and made it clear that she was the first wife. The scene caught Aisha's eye, and she turned toward Layla. She questioned if Layla would take part as well. Layla thought about it and admitted that if joining meant destroying all the women near the prince, then she would gladly take that role. Aisha asked her not to turn to violence and only raised the question because she believed Layla might also wish to marry Theo. Layla then revealed that she did love him deeply, but she reminded everyone that she was only a maid. For her to marry her master would be improper. Aisha realized that by that same logic she also had no chance. When Layla asked what she meant, Aisha brushed it aside and quickly changed the topic by asking how Layla had become Theo's maid. She had heard that Layla was once an adventurer and wanted to know why she had left that path. Layla answered that she could at least share the story of her fateful meeting with Theo. 3 years ago, in the capital city of the Fornia Kingdom called Forlis, something unusual happened inside the busy adventurer branch. At the reception desk, a massive item was placed down, and the whole building shook like an earthquake. Everyone looked in shock when they realized it was the head of a dragon. People could only wonder who had managed to defeat such a creature. Adventurers usually took on quests like hunting monsters or collecting resources. They were much like mercenaries or people who handled difficult jobs. Each of them started at the lowest rank, which was E, and slowly rose higher by completing more tasks. With each rank, they gained the chance to accept better quests and earn greater rewards. Many dreamed of rising through the ranks, but most adventurers never passed rank D. Less than 1% ever reached the powerful rank of A. Still, there was one who broke every expectation. An adventurer named Layla Orstein reached the legendary S rank in only 2 years. At just 15 years old, she already stood at the top and had the strength to finish a dragon subjugation quest by herself. Everyone spoke about young Layla for reaching S rank at such an early age. People called her Layla the Heavenly Blade. She always caught the attention of others, yet men stayed careful around her because she was known for disliking working with others. One day a man stepped forward to meet her. He was an A-ranked adventurer named Greed the Avaricious. He promised himself that he would win her over and went straight to her. He tried to ask for her time and invited her to take on a difficult quest together. Layla refused without hesitation and walked away. Greed would not give up. He grabbed her shoulder and told her not to act cold since he believed he would soon reach her level. Layla slightly unsheathed her sword, then calmly put it back. At once, Greed's clothes fell apart, sliced into pieces. Layla reminded him not to force her to repeat herself. Greed had no choice but to apologize. When Layla reached the quest board, she let out a sigh. To her, everything felt dull. She had been born into a family of swordmasters and held a blade before she even understood the world around her. She went through harsh training and surpassed her teacher, her own father, by the age of 13. Wanting to test her limits, she left home and became an adventurer. She quickly gained S rank and even defeated a dragon, a challenge feared even by others of her rank. She accomplished this alone without taking a single wound. Layla also earned more wealth than she could ever spend, enough to live in comfort without working again. Yet she remained devoted to the way of the sword and had no plans to abandon it. During those boring days, Layla tried to find something that could excite her. She asked the receptionist if there were any difficult quests aside from the ones already posted on the board. The receptionist apologized, saying there was nothing like that available, but mentioned they had something else meant only for her. Someone had made a request for Layla in particular. She could hardly believe it was happening again. Adventurers ranked as high as she was seemed to attract many requests. The request involved escorting a merchant to a nearby town. She had not expected something so ordinary, yet with nothing else left to do, she decided to accept it. The receptionist seemed pleased and quickly sent a confirmation to the quest giver. A few days later, Layla arrived at the meeting place. When she was guided into a back alley, she immediately thought it was a trap. There had been cases where false quests were used to lure adventurers into ambushes so their weapons and armor could be stolen. Still, anyone foolish enough to target her was about to face a harsh surprise. Just then, a hooded man asked if she was Layla. Since he spoke first, Layla assumed he was not a bandit. The moment she confirmed her name, the man swung his large sword toward her. In an instant, Layla vanished, leaving the hooded man shocked. She reappeared behind him and kicked the back of his head. He was stunned by her speed. Layla followed up by grabbing his head and slamming his face into the ground. The force broke the alley floor and even damaged nearby walls. Layla noted that he was skilled with a sword even if he seemed like a bandit, but she thought he had chosen the wrong target this time. Before she could walk away, Layla noticed the man calmly sitting on the ground. She was surprised he could still move after taking her full attack. What startled her more was that he looked almost unharmed. This made her grip her sword with caution. The man asked her to stop and explained that he was only testing her. He introduced himself as Garland Agus, a royal knight. When she saw the coat of arms of the Fornia kingdom, Layla understood he was telling the truth. She wondered what business a royal knight had with her and if he was the one giving out the quest. Garland explained that those who served the kingdom could not be told about this matter, which was why they needed someone from outside like her. Layla realized he had attacked her only to test her skills. Garland admitted she was right and apologized for the sudden strike, promising to reward her more. Layla accepted, thinking that a quest involving a royal knight might raise suspicion, but it could also be a good way to pass the time. She then asked who she was supposed to escort. Garland told her to follow him so he could introduce the true quest giver. Soon after, the two reached a carriage waiting in a quiet area. Garland announced that he had brought Layla. She noticed that the carriage, built with great care, was guarded by 2 knights. The excuse about escorting a merchant was clearly false. If royal knights stood watch, then someone of high rank was inside. A woman stepped out and asked if she was Layla. She said she had heard stories about her. The black-haired woman introduced herself as Isabella Forin and thanked Layla for accepting their request. The moment Layla heard the name, she realized the woman before her was the queen consort. Shock made her cry out in surprise. Isabella quickly told her to stay quiet since she was traveling in secret. Layla apologized and covered her mouth. It became clear that they wanted only a few trusted guards to keep their journey hidden. Hiring an S-ranked adventurer like her showed that they could not rely only on their own strength. Isabella explained there was another person Layla would be protecting. Layla wondered who it could be. At her signal, a 10-year-old boy stepped out of the carriage and greeted her. His name was Theo. His gentle look struck Layla more strongly than she expected. It pierced her cold heart and left her blushing, her chest pounding. She dropped to her knees, confused by the sharp ache she felt inside. She asked herself why it hurt so much. She knew it was not magic since no spell had been cast. Her racing heartbeat and dizzy head only deepened her confusion. Before she could think further, the rush of feelings overwhelmed her. She collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, leaving the others worried. That moment marked the beginning of change in Layla's once dull days. During the carriage ride, Isabella thanked Layla for coming along to protect them. Layla promised that she would guard them with her life. She then asked if their destination was the town of Arclay in the southwest. Isabella confirmed it was her hometown and apologized for making Layla travel with her. Layla said she didn't mind at all, though she thought there was no need to be secretive if Isabella was simply going home. Suddenly, Theo spoke up and asked for their attention. He wondered if his situation wasn't strange at all. Layla then noticed and asked why the prince was sitting on her lap. Theo quickly said she was the one who made him sit there. Layla explained that she couldn't protect him properly if she were far away, and that they should stay as they were. Theo pointed out that it might actually be harder for her to protect him like that. Isabella smiled, happy to see them getting along. Theo then asked Layla to stop making him sit like that and just help him instead. Garland couldn't hold back his laughter. He joked that it was a rare chance to travel while sitting on a beautiful woman's lap every day. Theo told him to stop teasing, but Layla refused to move away and warned him not to squirm. Just then, the carriage wheels hit a rock on the road and Theo lost his balance and fell. Layla quickly helped him, asking if he was all right. As they fell together onto the seat, their noses accidentally touched. Embarrassed, Layla apologized right away. Theo, also flustered, said it was fine and apologized too. Isabella and Garland exchanged a glance, thinking the two of them were truly pure. The carriage was soon attacked by monsters and bandits along the road. Several hours passed before Layla finally saw Isabella's hometown, Arclay, a quiet lakeside town. The place was lively, with clean air and delicious meals made from fresh fish caught in the lake. It did not take long for them to reach Isabella's family home. Isabella guessed that everyone was tired and suggested they rest inside. As a guard, Layla said she could not relax, but Isabella pulled her in and told her not to be too stiff. Garland laughed and told Layla to give up since Isabella was always like that. After thinking for a moment, Layla agreed. Outside, Layla enjoyed all the food she could eat. She later took a bath with Theo, and afterward they played chess together. She also tried out Garland's weapon to see how it felt. When night came, Layla thought about how peaceful the day had been. She realized that ever since she left her family, her life had been filled with battles. Even when she was home, she spent her days training with her sword. That night, she understood it was the first time she had ever felt true peace. Suddenly, Isabella appeared behind her and rested her chin on Layla's shoulder. She asked what Layla thought about her hometown. Layla was startled and quickly moved away. Isabella apologized for surprising her and asked if she liked her favorite place in the house. Layla agreed and mentioned how fresh the air felt. She now understood why Isabella wanted to return home. Isabella then asked if Layla wanted to go back to her own home. Layla shared that in the place where she was born and raised, the only thing that mattered was how well someone could handle a sword. There was no love or kindness there, and those who lost had no worth. All anyone could do was train to improve their sword skills. She admitted that she had no real reason to return there. Isabella understood and apologized for making her remember painful memories. Layla told her not to bow because she was fine. She said she hated the people in her homeland, but she still loved the sword. She wondered what she was doing, realizing she had never talked about herself to anyone before. Something about Isabella made her feel open and vulnerable. Layla then admitted that something had been troubling her. When Isabella asked what it was, Layla confessed that she had already reached her limit as a sword wielder. Because of that, everything else had started to feel dull. Since swordsmanship was all she knew, she had no idea what else she could do. She apologized to Isabella for complaining about her problems. Isabella squeezed Layla's cheeks and said she was too young to be bothered by such worries. She told her it was narrow-minded to think she could do nothing beyond swordsmanship. She scolded her for wanting to give up without trying. She said that attitude would only take her so far and reminded her that she still had endless possibilities ahead. Then she let go of her cheeks and said Layla was lucky because she still had many things to do, while she herself only had half a year left to live according to the doctor. Layla held her squished cheeks, trying to understand what Isabella meant by endless possibilities. Then it hit her. Isabella had just said she had only half a year left to live. She asked if that was true. Isabella realized she had accidentally revealed it and admitted it was. She moved her dress slightly to show her shoulder and said she was suffering from a terminal illness. It was even a miracle that she could still walk. Layla was shocked and asked if the king and prince knew. Isabella said the king did, which was why he forbade her from going outside. Layla then remembered Garland's reason for hiring an outsider. Isabella apologized for getting her involved. She said Arklay was her birthplace, and that she only wanted to see it one last time. Layla talked with Isabella for so long that night that it was already morning when they finally finished. They shared stories about Layla's adventures, Isabella's life before marriage, and about Prince Theo and his friend, the young hero named Alice. Layla quietly wondered if this was what a real conversation with a mother felt like. The next day, they returned safely to the capital. Isabella thanked Layla for protecting them during their 2-day trip. Layla, in turn, thanked them for their kindness. However, Theo seemed uneasy about how Layla had been carrying him around. When Layla asked why he was being carried, Theo questioned why he should answer his own question. Layla pointed out that he had just replied with another question, which made Theo glare at her and call her a hypocrite. Isabella laughed softly, saying the two of them seemed to get along well. Theo asked his mother to help him, but Isabella only smiled, relieved that her son had finally met someone he could be close friends with. Layla understood exactly why Isabella said that. Then Isabella suddenly remembered something. She said there would be a party at the castle in 2 weeks and invited Layla to come. Layla realized it must be the king's birthday celebration, which only high-ranking nobles were usually allowed to attend. Isabella told her not to worry and said that her personal invitation would be enough. She promised it would be an enjoyable event. Layla recalled that she could only return to adventuring after finishing her escort duty with Isabella and Theo. She had not expected to meet them again, so being invited made her truly happy. She gratefully accepted their invitation. After seeing them off, Layla began thinking about the upcoming party. She had attended many gatherings before at the Orstein family home, but none of them ever made her feel excited. This time, though, she found herself smiling and walking with a light step. For the first time, she was eager to choose a dress and look forward to the celebration. A week had passed since Layla finished her escort mission. As usual, she went to the Adventurers Guild to look for new quests. However, everything posted on the board looked dull and uninteresting. Many people at the guild noticed that Layla seemed gentler and calmer than before. Because of that, some adventurers thought it might be a good time to invite her out for a meal, though a few were still too scared that their armor might end up sliced apart again. One adventurer finally decided to try. Greed the Avaricious, an A-ranked adventurer, stood up and boldly claimed that he would succeed this time. The others laughed and warned him to prepare for another round of shredded clothes, but Greed was confident he could charm Layla in her current mood. He walked over to her and mentioned that he had recently found a great restaurant, then invited her to go with him. Layla immediately turned down his offer. Greed refused to give up and quickly added that he would, of course, pay for everything. In an instant, Layla used her quick-draw technique and sliced his clothes into pieces. With a playful smile, she told him not to make her repeat herself. Instead of feeling ashamed, Greed blushed because he found her teasing smile adorable. Later, Layla thought about the upcoming week. Isabella had invited her to attend the king's birthday celebration, which would take place soon. She wondered when the official invitation letter would arrive. Just then, a guild employee hurried toward her saying that there was a new quest request specifically for her. Layla turned it down at first, not wanting to accept any time-consuming tasks right now. However, when the employee mentioned that the request had come from the same client as last time, Layla immediately agreed to take it. Layla went to a place with stairs leading down to a basement the next day. She wondered if this was where she would get her invitation. She thought a mailed letter would have been better. At the bottom, she reached a door and wondered why Garland had chosen a basement like that. She knocked. A voice told her to go inside. The voice did not sound like Isabella, and it was not Garland. When she opened the door, a masked woman thanked her for coming and called it an honor that such a famous adventurer had accepted the mission. Layla said it was polite to show one's face when giving a mission and that the woman should at least take off her mask. The woman said she could not. Layla turned away and decided to forget the mission existed. The masked woman wondered if Layla was being cold, since she was not Isabella, the current queen consort. Layla prepared to draw her sword and demanded to know how the woman had said that. The woman said she had a kind of connection with Layla, but not in the usual way. She sighed and explained that she worked in the underworld of the city and had access to all kinds of information. No matter how careful people were, they could not hide from all the eyes around them, especially the eyes of vagrants that everyone ignored. Layla thought about asking questions after she captured the woman. The masked woman said she did not want to fight and told Layla to stop using such violent methods. Layla dashed forward, but before her sword could reach the woman's neck, something stopped her. Her blade froze because her whole body would not move, as if bound by chains. The woman said again she had no wish to fight. Then she removed her mask and Layla saw that the woman had a mystic eye. The woman said Layla had guessed right. The mystic eye could control people. It had shown up on the black market, and by good luck, the woman had obtained it and had it transplanted. The problem was that the eye could control only one person at a time. The woman then told Layla to cut her clothes. Layla tore her own armor apart without meaning to. The woman explained she had complete control over anyone she kept her gaze on. She then teased Layla about her face and started to lick her cheeks. The woman said she could make a lot of money by selling Layla to a noble. Layla asked angrily what the woman's goal was. The woman said she had a more important job for Layla. The king's birthday would be held next week, and she wanted Layla to kill Isabella at the party. Many noblewomen wanted the third queen consort's seat, but the king was still too obsessed with Isabella, the second consort, to take another wife. That was why the woman had received the request to have Isabella killed. Layla told her to go to hell. She said Isabella tried harder to live than anyone else and was kinder than anyone else. She asked why someone like Isabella had to die for such a foolish reason. She said no one even knew what Isabella went through every day as she struggled to live her life, yet someone was still plotting her death. Layla broke free from the chains holding her and shouted that she would not accept it. She swung her sword at the woman and almost cut her mystic eye by a hair's breadth. The woman fell to the floor and Layla rushed in to finish her with her ultimate sword technique. But before she could strike, the woman recovered just in time and ordered her to stop. Layla's body froze again, unable to move. The woman was shocked that Layla had managed to resist the power of her mystic eye, which could even control dragons. She decided to take extra steps and placed a collar around Layla's neck. She said it was a slave collar that, when used with her mystic eye, could tighten her control. She even wondered if she could control the adamant turtle with the same method. Layla's mind slowly faded into darkness. The woman said that Isabella usually stayed in her room and only appeared in public during the king's birthday. She ordered Layla to take care of her then. A week later, during the king's birthday celebration, Theo searched the crowd until he found Layla. He called out to her, but something felt wrong. Dressed in a simple gown, she stared at him with lifeless eyes. When Theo saw Layla's pale face, he felt worried and asked if she was all right. Layla quietly said she was fine. Feeling relieved, Theo smiled and told her she looked nice in her dress. Layla looked away and quickly excused herself. As Theo tried to stop her, he suddenly noticed the strange collar around her neck. He reached out and held her hand, asking her to wait. He explained that even though he couldn't use magic, he had always been deeply interested in it since he was a child. He loved reading books, especially those about magic. One of them talked about magical items that were forbidden to make or use. He then asked if the collar she wore was a slave's collar. Layla pulled her hand away and turned to leave. Theo tried to follow her, but some guests came up to greet him. They spoke about how he was expected to receive his divine gift in 3 years. Layla used that moment to quietly slip away. Meanwhile, Isabella went outside to get some fresh air and wondered if Theo was enjoying the party. As she looked around, she noticed Layla walking by and called out to her. She felt happy to see that Layla had come to the event. Isabella mentioned that the crowd was too exhausting, so she decided to rest outside for a while. Suddenly, Layla moved quickly and swung her sword at the confused Isabella. Right before it could hit her, a stone pillar appeared and blocked the attack, bending the sword on impact. Theo had used his autocraft skill just in time and rushed to ask his mother if she was all right. Still confused, Isabella asked if he had made the pillar himself. Theo told her that it was not the time for questions and urged her to run. He explained that Layla was being controlled by someone and was dangerous at the moment. Layla tried to pull her sword out of the pillar but failed. She let it go and dashed toward Isabella, swinging her leg for a kick. Theo realized that Layla was only targeting his mother, but he knew he wouldn't make it in time to protect her. Fortunately, Garland appeared and blocked the kick. Theo felt relieved to see him there. Garland said he had a bad feeling earlier and now understood how serious things were. Theo told him to destroy the collar around Layla's neck, believing it would bring her back to normal. Garland didn't fully understand but trusted Theo's judgment. He grabbed Layla's leg and slammed her to the ground, then aimed a punch at her neck. However, Layla deflected his strike with her slender arms and used the chance to kick him hard enough to knock him back. She quickly did several backflips to create distance. Garland realized that Layla wasn't just fast and strong, she also had impressive fighting skills. He said they should call for backup, but Theo refused. If anyone found out that Layla had attacked his mother, she would be sentenced to death, and he couldn't let that happen. Garland warned that even fighting her would still draw unwanted attention. Theo then suggested changing locations. Using his autocraft skill again, he broke part of the brick floor beneath them. He, Garland, and Layla fell through the hole. Isabella called out to them in worry, but Theo reassured her not to panic. He promised they would bring Layla back to normal no matter what. Isabella then said she would call someone who could help and ask them to stay safe. The ground soon closed up and looked as if nothing had happened. The three landed in the underground part of the castle. Garland asked what had happened and thought Theo must have used magic. Theo said he would explain later and told them to focus on getting Layla back to normal first. Garland said it was time for a rematch of their back alley fight. Layla stood up, brushed dust from her dress, and then vanished in an instant. She moved so fast that she kicked Garland and sent him flying through the wall. Theo shouted for Garland, but Layla grabbed Theo by the neck. She declared she would kill Isabella, and if Theo tried to stop her, she would kill him as well. As Theo looked close to death, Layla, who was trapped deep in her consciousness, had been watching from afar, cried out and begged Layla to stop. She pleaded because Theo might be killed and did not want that to happen. She began to cry and called for someone to help. Theo felt his consciousness slipping away. Before he lost it completely, he tried to destroy the collar, but he couldn't. Layla's grip around his neck grew tighter, making it impossible to move. Garland shouted for her to let go and rushed to attack, but Layla pulled Theo in front of her, using him as a shield. Garland stopped his swing just in time. In that moment, Layla kicked his hand, shattering his gauntlet and forcing him to drop his sword. She caught the weapon and struck back with her basic sword technique, Silver Strike. The blow hit Garland hard, leaving him badly wounded. It was then he truly understood how powerful Layla had become. He had just faced the strength of an S-ranked adventurer. Theo watched as Garland collapsed to the ground. Layla then turned the sword toward Theo. He begged her not to let the magical item control her. He believed she didn't really want to hurt them and pleaded for her to come back. Deep inside her mind, Layla could hear his voice but couldn't fight the control. She regretted ever meeting them if things were going to end this way. Theo continued asking her to return so they could travel together again. Layla remembered how happy she had been during those times. She wished she could relive those days with them once more. Even under the spell, Layla began to cry. Theo realized his words had reached her, but his strength was fading fast. Just as he was about to pass out, the nearby wall burst open and Alice appeared. She saw Layla attacking Theo and, furious, punched her in the face. The blow was strong enough to send Layla flying. Theo weakly asked how Alice knew they were underground. Alice said she didn't come to rescue him, but because Isabella had asked her to. Moments later, Isabella appeared, asking if Theo and Garland were hurt. Theo worriedly questioned why she had come too. Alice explained she tried to stop her, but Isabella refused to listen. Isabella rushed to Garland's side and asked if he was all right. Garland brushed it off, saying it was just a scratch. Isabella insisted it was far worse than that. Garland told her not to worry about him and urged her to get away quickly, warning that Layla still had plenty of fight left in her. Layla finally stood up, her body trembling as tears ran down her face. Isabella found her crying and knew she had to help. She called out to Layla, understanding how much pain she must have felt. Layla might have been a skilled swordswoman and surprisingly mature, but Isabella reminded herself that she was still only 15. She could tell the girl was struggling deeply. Garland warned Isabella that it was dangerous to approach Layla, but Isabella stepped forward without fear. She said she would help set Layla free, even if it meant risking her own life. She told Layla to strike her down if that was what it took. Layla froze in shock at her words. Garland shouted at Isabella, demanding to know what she was thinking, but Isabella calmly said she didn't have much time left anyway. If her death could save a young girl who still had a future, then it was worth it. She told Layla to come closer. Layla suddenly rushed forward with such speed that even Alice and Theo reacted too late. Deep inside her mind, Layla begged herself to stop. She apologized silently and blamed Herschel for agreeing to escort them and for accepting the party's invitation. All she wanted was to see them again. Isabella's voice echoed in her mind, saying it was all right. She reminded Layla that, as she had said before, she still had endless possibilities ahead of her. Layla began to cry harder. She couldn't let things end like this. Isabella had been the first person to truly listen to her problems, the first to make her feel real happiness. She couldn't kill someone who cared so much for her. Layla told herself not to give up. She refused to be controlled by a cursed item. She reminded herself that she was the S-ranked adventurer Layla Orstein. With renewed strength, she gripped her sword and shattered the cage that trapped her mind. Her blade stopped just before it could strike Isabella. For the first time in a while, Layla spoke in her own voice, declaring that she would never allow Isabella to die. Theo noticed that Layla had stopped moving and saw his chance. He quickly reached for the slave collar around her neck. Using his autocraft ability, he transformed the collar into a simple metal ingot. Layla was finally free. Her legs gave out and she collapsed onto Isabella, with Theo falling right after her. Isabella smiled gently as both of them lay unconscious on her lap. Layla weakly called her name and Isabella softly welcomed her back. Soon after, Layla finally woke up and wondered where she was. Beside her were Isabella and Theo, who was still asleep. Isabella asked how she felt and explained that they had used a spell-breaking medicine on her, so the effects of the mind control should be gone. Layla was confused at first, but then she suddenly remembered everything that had happened and what she had done to them. Guilt filled her and she began to cry. She asked what she had done, but Isabella told her to calm down. Layla apologized for ruining what was supposed to be a fun party. Isabella gently told her it was not her fault. She explained that the woman who had controlled her was already captured by a group of knights led by Garland himself. They had questioned the woman and found proof that Layla was innocent. Even so, Layla said it did not change the fact that she had put everyone's lives in danger. She could be declared innocent, but she could not forgive herself. Isabella grew worried and told her there was a way to make up for it. She asked Layla to help Theo. Isabella reminded her that she did not have much time left to live. Garland served the kingdom, so he could not always stay by Theo's side. Isabella wanted Layla to protect him in her place. Layla said Theo was a prince and surely others could take care of him. But Isabella said Theo was not an ordinary child. She explained that both the king and Prince Niels knew this deep down, which was likely why they had been avoiding him. Layla asked what she meant by that. Isabella said Theo sometimes spoke of things that no one else knew, even though he had never left the castle. He would often stare off into the distance as if he missed another place. She believed Theo might have come from somewhere beyond their world. Layla was surprised, reminding Isabella that she was the one who gave birth to him. Isabella said that was true, but explained that Theo had been expected to be stillborn. Her body had been too weak to support a child, and if she had forced herself, both of them could have died. But by some miracle, Theo was born healthy. That was when Isabella started to believe that the goddess might have blessed her with another soul. Hearing that, Layla asked if Isabella was truly fine with it. She apologized, admitting that she was not familiar with such feelings. She never knew what it meant to have a bond between a parent and a child. Born into a respected family of swordmasters, she was raised under strict rules. Her training felt like a living nightmare. Her father was always disappointed by how weak she had been when she was young. She was not even allowed to cry to her mother. The only thing she could do was hold her sword and keep training. She grew up never learning what love really was. Layla then asked if Isabella could still see Theo as her son, if another soul lived within him. Isabella said she could. No matter where Theo's soul came from, he was still her son. She would never let anyone deny that, not even the goddess herself. Layla was deeply moved by Isabella's words. To think that something so precious could exist in this world amazed her. She rose from the bed, knelt on the floor, and swore to devote her life and her sword to the prince. She told Isabella not to worry, promising that no matter what happened, she would always protect Theo. Isabella thanked her and asked her to take good care of her son. 4 months later, Isabella passed away, and everyone mourned her loss. Time moved quickly, and they barely had the chance to grieve. Garland was released from his duty as the queen consort's bodyguard and sent to a distant rural area. Alice became busy taking on major quests as the hero. As for Layla, it was finally time for her to fulfill her role. One day, Theo heard loud noises coming from his room. When he entered, he was shocked by the messy state of it. On the floor stood Layla, now dressed in a maid's uniform, greeting him as her master. When Theo asked what she was doing, Layla explained that she was cleaning. However, the room looked more chaotic than before. Layla admitted that she had spent her whole life holding a sword and was not good at housework. Theo then asked why she was dressed as a maid and if his guess was correct. Layla formally introduced herself as Theo's personal maid, as recommended by Isabella, and said she looked forward to serving him. That was how Layla's close relationship with Theo began. Back in the present, Aisha cried after hearing the touching story. Layla explained that Isabella had trusted her to care for Theo, and that she would serve him with her whole heart, but did not want to become a burden. No matter who he chose to marry, she planned to stay out of the way. Aisha then remembered that polygamy was allowed in their country and suggested that Layla could also marry Theo. Layla said she could not do that. She might have loved Theo romantically, but the kind of love he felt for her seemed more like that of family. Then Theo appeared and disagreed with her. Layla was startled and asked how long he had been there. Theo said he had just arrived after the others left for their own tasks. What mattered more to Layla was why he disagreed with her earlier words. Theo said he had only been wondering if Layla would ever marry him. Layla became thrilled and asked if he truly meant it. Theo explained that after all the close moments they had shared, he had started to see her differently and had thought about whether their bond could grow deeper. Still, he said it was fine if she did not want to marry him, as he would never want to force her. Layla then decided she wanted to marry him for real. She realized she had been blind all along. Theo had seen her as a woman the whole time. She promised that she would not slack off with her duties at home even after marriage, and excitedly asked how many children he wanted. She said she personally wanted 10. Theo was taken aback by how fast she moved. Layla then told Aisha to leave since she and Theo would be busy for a while. She told her not to return early in the morning but around noon instead. Aisha excused herself and told them to take their time. Theo tried to ask for help, but Aisha had already gone and locked the door behind her. Layla then asked for his full attention. She apologized, saying she could no longer hold herself back and began to undress. The fruits had finally been freed. Aisha quietly listened from the other side of the door. Theo told Layla to wait, realizing she had been holding back her feelings all this time. He wondered what would happen to him next. Pinning Theo down, Layla apologized once more and said she really wouldn't be able to hold back any longer. Theo realized that talking about marriage seemed to have triggered something in his maid. He asked her to wait, but Layla couldn't wait any longer. She then leaned in for a deep kiss and swirled her tongue around Theo's mouth. Theo thought it felt even better than before. After their tongues intertwined, Layla asked how it was and if it felt better. Theo agreed and said she had improved. He quickly stood up, saying Layla's favor had been updated, and he would now take a leave. However, Layla was not finished. She grabbed Theo and pinned him to the floor again. She said she wouldn't let him go until they were really done for good. She mentioned it might be her first time and might not be very good, but she would do her best. Theo asked Layla to calm down. She promised to do her best to make him feel satisfied. He told her again to wait for a moment. He said that as the lord of the land, he had to make sure his people were happy before thinking about his own marriage. But Layla silenced him by pressing his face into her chest. She reminded him that he had already spent a night with Alice. Theo struggled to breathe and moved her chest aside, saying he had only fallen asleep that night and had only kissed Alice. Layla silenced him again and mentioned how he also visited Anna and Elena's room the other night. Theo wondered why she kept pressing her chest against his face every time she got upset. He tried to explain what really happened, but Layla thought they had already done something intimate and continued smothering him. Theo insisted that he only received their favor and didn't go beyond that. Because he got favor from two people at once, the goddess had to step in and stop them from going any further. Layla finally seemed to understand, and Theo said their matter would have to wait until he made everyone happy. Layla asked when that would happen. She doubted that Theo even knew how the villagers truly felt. She said that because of him, everyone was already living a rich and comfortable life. Still, there were many problems left to solve, such as the poisonous air and the monsters. She pointed out that he was already making good progress in fixing those issues. Layla said Theo had always put others before himself. When the goblins attacked, he protected the people of Moa village without thinking of his own safety. When the adamant turtle appeared, he fought on the front lines and risked his life. At the elven village, he entered the world tree filled with poisonous air just to save the elves. She also remembered the time when they first arrived in the land of death. Theo could have let her handle the monster, but instead he took the fight himself so she would not have to struggle. Layla said she loved that part of him, but she asked him to take care of himself sometimes. She also thought Theo did not want to be close to her in that way. Theo quickly denied it, saying that was not true at all. He confessed that he loved her deeply. Layla was surprised by his sudden words. Theo reminded her of the time when his mother died. Garland was sent away to the countryside, and Alice was busy with her quests as the hero. During that lonely time, Layla became his maid, and he was truly happy to have her there. When he was banished to the land of death, he said he might have died alone if she had not been with him. He told her it would be strange if he did not love her after everything she had done for him. And so she told her that it was totally fine for her to do anything she wished with him. He claimed it was also his first time and asked her to be gentle with him. Seeing him blush and act cute, Layla couldn't hold back anymore and started stripping. She decided to take his first time. Meanwhile, Aisha was still behind the door listening to what was happening inside the room. She couldn't believe the two were actually doing it. That day, the goddess never stopped Theo, and he was not set free until evening the next day. It had been an incredible experience for him, though he did not understand much of it. For some reason, the hallway was soaking wet that evening, and he wondered what might have happened there. Meanwhile, near the border of a neighboring country, Garland cheerfully talked about how well the merchant he was escorting was doing. The merchant said his success was all thanks to the slim young man traveling with them. That young man had managed to sell simple blankets for more than double their usual price. Curious, the merchant asked who he was. Garland gave the young man a hard pat on the back and praised him for his skill. The young man said he had not done anything special, explaining that the products and the exchange rate had simply been good. Since the merchant was giving them a free ride, he felt it was only right to help in return. The merchant then asked if they were heading to the kingdom of Fornia and offered to take them all the way to the capital, but the young man said he wanted to go to the land of death instead. The merchant was shocked and nervously asked why he would go to such a dangerous place. The young man calmly said that he only wanted to visit his younger brother. The night after what happened between him and Layla, Theo went straight to bed and quickly fell asleep. But soon he found himself inside a small cafe. Out of nowhere, the goddess appeared and gave him a playful flick on the forehead. When he saw her pouting face, Theo realized he was in the divine realm, and the goddess confirmed it. Feeling nervous, Theo asked if he had done something wrong again. The goddess, still blushing, told him that was exactly why she had called him. She nervously mentioned how he had finally done certain things with Layla. Theo admitted it, and at that moment, he realized she must have been watching the whole time. The goddess then explained that the act had given Theo a huge amount of favor. Because of that, she warned him not to update his favor for a few days. If he did, his heart would burst and every hole in his body would leak fluids. The warning scared Theo, so he promised to be careful. As he looked at her, he noticed her outfit and couldn't help but wonder about it. The goddess said she knew he seemed to like maids, so she dressed as one. She asked if she looked good in the maid uniform, and Theo said she looked lovely. His answer made her smile happily. Theo was still amazed at how beautiful the cafe looked. The goddess proudly said she made it herself since she was the goddess of the hearth who ruled over fire and creation. For her, creating things like this was easy. Because Theo had been working hard, she made the cafe as a reward for him, thinking he could use some rest. Theo tried to say there was no need for a reward, but the goddess insisted. She leaned forward, planning to kiss him to update his favor, but suddenly stopped. She remembered her own warning. If she gave him more favor, he would explode. Frustrated, she muttered that not only Alice but even Layla was getting in her way now. She wondered when it would finally be her turn. Since she couldn't give him more favor, she decided to pamper him instead. She fed him some cake, cleaned his ears while pressing her chest against his face, and gave him warm hugs. When it was time for Theo to return, she handed him another piece of god metal as if it were an allowance. Theo started to wonder if something so precious was really okay to receive so easily. The next day, Theo began training with his sword every day alongside Layla, just like he used to do in the capital. It was his way of staying active after feeling out of shape. During one of their practices, Layla absent-mindedly swung her sword and hit the ground. Theo took that moment to counterattack. He stepped on her sword, thinking she wouldn't be able to use it for a while, and believed he was finally about to win his first match against her. But then Layla smiled slightly and kicked his foot away from her sword. Theo lost his balance and fell to the ground, and Layla quickly pointed her sword at him. She said he was too focused on her weapon, though she could tell his movements had improved a lot. Theo replied that it was thanks to her constant training with him. He also guessed that her favor might have helped him improve. Layla couldn't stop herself from blushing. After he mentioned it, she remembered Luna telling her that she could transfer even more favor if she became more intimate with him. The word intimate made both of them recall what they had done before. Their faces turned red and they felt so embarrassed that it was like their heads were about to burst. Theo tried to act normal, but the memory made everything feel awkward. He silently wished something would break the tension between them. Just then, Aisha appeared and called out to Theo. He quickly ran to her and thanked her for showing up since things had gotten so awkward with Layla. He asked if something was wrong. Aisha said that someone was waiting at the gate who claimed to know him. When she looked at Theo and Layla, both red-faced and uneasy, she suddenly remembered what had happened between them that night. Her face turned bright red as well. Theo, noticing how flushed she looked, asked if she was feeling sick. Aisha quickly shouted that it was nothing and that she had only come to tell him about the visitor. Then she ran off, insisting she wasn't blushing because she remembered anything at all. Theo wondered what was wrong with her, but his thoughts quickly shifted to who might be visiting him. He guessed it could be Laurent, though there were no deliveries scheduled that day. When he went to check outside the gate, he saw a man standing there. The moment the man noticed him, he ran toward Theo at great speed and lifted him up. It turned out to be Garland. Garland said he had missed him deeply. Theo was shocked to see him and asked why he had come all the way to the frontier. Garland said he came just to see him. He mentioned how surprised he was to see Theo had grown bigger but still felt light when he lifted him. Theo remembered that Garland had been assigned to a small town in the countryside. Garland confirmed that after being dismissed as Isabella's guard and forced out of the capital, he spent about 3 years guarding the border. He then explained that he had heard from a merchant that Theo had been appointed as the Lord of the Land of Death. Garland said that was basically a polite way of saying Theo had been banished from the capital. Theo replied that the official story was that he had bravely volunteered to reclaim the wastelands. Garland shared that he had written to the king, asking to join Theo, but was told he would have to give up his knighthood if he wanted to do so. Theo thought that was cruel. Garland had been born a commoner, and earning the title of knight had been extremely hard for him. The king knew that and still used it against him. Theo wondered if his father's hatred for him ran that deep. He told Garland that giving up his knighthood was a foolish decision and said he was already happy just seeing him visit. But Garland said he had already given it up. Theo was stunned. He asked what Garland had been thinking, reminding him that a knight's title was a form of nobility that couldn't be taken back once lost. Garland said he knew but had no regrets, as long as he could stay by Theo's side. For that reason, Garland wanted to serve him as his sword and knelt before him. Theo felt glad. He thanked Garland and said his help would be appreciated. Garland replied that it should be him who was thankful. He promised to protect Theo even if it cost his life. Then he mentioned that there was another visitor. The hooded young man knelt before Theo and offered to serve as his sword too. Theo felt confused and wondered who the young man was. The young man then said he was only joking and explained that he had copied Garland because he thought it looked interesting. This young man was Patrick Forian, the first prince of the Fornia kingdom. He said it had been a long time and wondered how many years had passed since they last met. Theo was shocked to see him arrive. Theo felt confused and asked his brother why he was out there. Patrick gently patted Theo's head and asked if he really needed a reason to see his little brother. Patrick was the first prince of the kingdom and the paternal half-brother of both Theo and Niels. He was calm and easygoing and he rarely showed strong emotions. This made him very different from Niels. When Theo was younger, Patrick spent a lot of time with him. He loved traveling and often told Theo stories about other countries. He also bought small souvenirs for himself during his trips. However, 2 years earlier, Patrick had left the capital and never came back. He lived as a free spirit, so their father, the king, was not very fond of him. Even so, Patrick had always been a kind and caring brother to Theo. Still curious, Theo asked again why Patrick had come to the land of death with Garland. Patrick explained that he had heard news in a nearby country about the third prince reclaiming the land of death. Because of this, he wanted to see what was truly happening, so he hurried to find Theo. On his way, he met Garland in a town near the border. Patrick also mentioned that he had another matter he wanted to talk about. Theo asked what it was about. Patrick said he preferred not to talk about it out in the open, and asked if they could speak somewhere private. Theo agreed and invited them to his mansion. This answer confused Patrick. Garland was also shocked when he saw tall walls rising from nowhere in the land of death. He asked what Theo meant by a mansion. Theo confirmed that it existed and then formally welcomed both of them to Arca Village. Patrick and Garland stared in amazement at the village before them. They saw paved roads, glowing street lamps, and wide fields stretching on both sides. The sight shocked them deeply. They wondered what kind of place this village was. Patrick had expected Theo to be doing something foolish, but he never imagined something like this. Garland found everything amazing and asked about the massive tree standing in the village. Seeing his reaction made Theo feel pleased and proud. Patrick said it was truly incredible, especially since only a few months had passed since Theo arrived. He wondered how Theo had even built all of it. Garland then thought Theo must have used his powers. He soon realized his mistake and wondered if it was better not to bring it up. Theo said it was fine because he was no longer keeping it a secret. Patrick asked what they meant by power. Theo then realized he had not told his brother about it yet, so he picked up a small pebble nearby. He explained that he had a gift since birth, and it was called autocraft. He then turned the pebble into a small figurine shaped like Patrick. He said he had used this gift to build the village. Patrick found Theo's ability amazing. Theo then pointed out that he had been banished to the land of death because he had forgotten he even had this power. Patrick did not know whether his little brother was truly amazing or just careless. Even so, the village looked this developed because Theo had put in a lot of hard work. Patrick thought Theo must have felt deep despair after being banished, but it turned out he had overcome it and even built a place like a paradise. Theo said it was not really a paradise. Patrick told him not to think so poorly of himself. He gently patted Theo on the head and praised him for doing such a great job. He said he was very proud of him. Theo looked deeply moved. All of a sudden, Garland began making a scene when an elf and a Fenrir walked past them. He also noticed the golems and a floating girl near the giant tree. Theo told him to calm down and said he would guide them around the village later. In Theo's mansion, Patrick mentioned how truly incredible Theo was. He even had a splendid mansion. Theo claimed it wasn't really anything special. Patrick was also glad to see Layla doing well. Layla was also glad to see the prince in good health. She heard he came with Garland and asked where he was. Theo claimed Garland went to explore the village, and Aisha was showing him around. Layla also wanted to see him. Theo assumed Garland would also be happy to see her. Just then, Patrick asked the two how far they had gone. Theo became flustered and asked what Patrick even meant. Patrick doubted that Theo had done nothing with a beautiful woman who served him all the time. Theo tried to act like he did not understand and claimed they had not done anything, or rather that he knew nothing at all. Layla then assured the first prince that the baby-making process was already in progress. Theo felt shocked by her words. Patrick said he was only teasing them, but it seemed they had already gone that far. He praised his younger brother for it. Still flustered, Theo asked about the important matter Patrick wanted to discuss. Patrick admitted that he wanted to hear more about their relationship, but he decided to save that topic for another time. Theo could not believe that Patrick still planned to ask about it later. Patrick's tone then turned serious. He wondered where to begin, and decided to start with his main goal. He wanted to take the throne from their father, the king. He asked Theo to lend him a hand. Theo felt shocked and cried out in confusion. He asked if Patrick truly planned to seize the throne and what he meant by it. Patrick told him not to raise his voice. Theo apologized and said he was just caught off guard. Patrick explained that this idea did not come out of nowhere. He had been thinking about it for a long time. Patrick said that 3 years ago their father had changed after the second queen consort Isabella had passed away. The king became obsessed with power and no longer listened to his people. His rule turned into one filled with poor leadership. He also began dealing with shady figures and became even more cruel. Because of this, suffering from famine, sickness, and bandits spread across the kingdom. Patrick believed Theo must have heard about some of it. Theo confirmed that he had, and that he had even seen it himself. Some villagers living near him were originally from Vitoa territory. Patrick remembered that area as the land ruled by a cruel lord. Theo had heard how that lord did nothing when goblins attacked the village. Patrick said the royal family should have stepped in to deal with such a lord, yet nothing was done. Theo then assumed that the same thing had been happening in other regions. After a long silence, Patrick replied that the situation was terrible everywhere. He could not believe the kingdom's corruption had spread so far. Patrick said he tried to help the people wherever he went. However, helping them one by one could only go so far. He believed the kingdom's problems would continue unless the source of the corruption was removed. That source was their own father. As long as King Gauss remained on the throne, Patrick believed the kingdom would have no future at all. Theo believed that Patrick was planning to take the throne by force. Even though Patrick was the first prince, such an act was still treason. When Theo saw how serious his brother was, he realized Patrick was not joking. Theo then wondered if Patrick truly thought he could overthrow him. Patrick explained that this would not be a problem because the Fornia kingdom followed an ancient law. The law stated that if a king had gone mad, he could be removed from the throne if 3 conditions were met. First, the person must gain approval from 3 neighboring countries to seize the throne. Second, the king must be informed in advance about the removal, and then be defeated. Third, the person must be part of the royal line of succession. Layla pointed out that these conditions were very strict. Getting approval from neighboring countries was almost impossible. In the worst case, those countries might even go to war with Fornia, which would not be simple to handle. At that moment, Patrick placed 2 letters of approval on the table. They came from leaders of 2 different countries. He admitted the process was complicated, especially because the ruler of the Uru Empire was very stubborn. Theo was shocked to see the letters appear so suddenly. Patrick explained that he was able to obtain them because their father's rule had been terrible. The current state of Fornia had become a problem for nearby countries. They feared they might be invaded soon, as there had already been many clashes along the borders. However, one country had not yet approved. The Hertz Empire demanded that Patrick prove his strength. To do that, he needed to slay the gold dragon. Theo did not know what that creature was. Layla explained that it was a dragon with golden scales. It had once been an earth dragon that fed on rocks. After eating gold from a vein, it evolved into a special type and became an A-ranked monster. Patrick confirmed this and explained that the gold dragon had raided the treasury of the Hertz Empire. It consumed the gold and jewels stored there. The ruler of the Hertz Empire, angered by this, promised to support Patrick if he killed the dragon and brought back its golden scales as proof. The dragon was said to be living in the Verg Mountains, which stretched along the border and into the southeast of the Land of Death. Because of this, Patrick decided to ask Theo for help. He knew that protecting and managing the village was not easy. If Theo could not help, Patrick would ask someone else instead. Patrick waited quietly for Theo's answer. To Patrick's surprise, Theo agreed with a smile. Patrick was shocked and wondered if Theo was truly sure about agreeing so easily. Theo explained that it was the first time his older brother had ever asked him for help. He also believed the Verg Mountains were not far away. In the end, the dragon would have to be slain anyway to keep the villagers safe. Patrick felt relieved and thankful. He said Theo's help would make a big difference. Theo told him not to praise him too much. After that, he asked Layla to gather an extermination team. Garland suddenly rushed into the room and said it was already decided that he would go with them. Theo felt surprised and thought Garland had been listening outside the door. Garland said Patrick had already told him about it anyway. Layla greeted Garland and he felt happy to see her. When he noticed how she stayed by Theo's side and supported him all this time, he believed Isabella would feel very happy about it. Layla smiled after hearing this, and the men teased Garland when they saw his smile. With Garland's help, Theo believed their group would be strong enough. Still, he wondered why his brother even needed help. He knew Patrick had the strength to defeat the gold dragon on his own because he possessed the ultimate gift. Theo apologized in advance and quietly checked Patrick's status window using his analysis skill. What he saw there shocked him deeply. The next day, Layla gathered the extermination team. The group was mostly made up of elves who were skilled in long-range combat. Patrick assumed they would support the fight from a distance, while Layla and Garland would battle up close. He thanked them for their help because elves were the best when it came to using bows. However, Theo explained that they would not be using bows at all. Instead, they would use tanks. Patrick felt shocked and asked what those large piles of iron were supposed to be. Theo calmly explained that they were like carriages that did not need horses to move. They planned to use them to break the gold dragon's scales, after which Layla and Garland would strike. Theo added that if they had petroleum, he could have made them stronger with more power and magic cannons. For now, he used magic sites to create fire instead. Patrick felt his headache and apologized because the information was too much for him to process at once. Layla then asked if it was time to leave. Before they departed, Theo asked if he could talk with Patrick for a short while. The two walked to the edge of a nearby moat. Patrick said it had been a long time since they last talked alone like this. Theo agreed with him. Patrick assumed Theo wanted to boast about his relationship with Layla, but Theo quickly denied that idea. He explained that he only wanted to confirm something important. He asked if there was truly no problem with slaying the gold dragon. Patrick said there were no issues at all and expressed gratitude for Theo's help. Theo then spoke about Patrick's gift, known as the Sword King. He explained that it was the ultimate gift that connected the mind and body, allowing the user to reach their greatest strength based on their mental state. He asked if this understanding was correct. Patrick confirmed it was true. Theo then stated that if Patrick had doubts in his heart, his strength would weaken. Patrick confirmed this as well. Theo opened his brother's status window again and saw that the Sword King gift was disabled. He believed Patrick was still unsure about taking the throne. This thought caused Patrick to show a bitter smile. He felt surprised that his little brother had seen through him so clearly. He admitted that Theo had been right. Theo had guessed correctly that Patrick stood unsure about taking the throne. Patrick stayed silent for some time, then finally spoke. He explained that his struggle had started 2 years earlier, when he first decided to remove their father from power. From that moment, the strength of his gift slowly faded until he could no longer use it at all. At first, he did not understand the reason. Soon after, he realized the truth. He still had doubts about facing their father directly. Theo wondered why this happened, since Patrick had seemed firm after seeing how badly their country suffered during their travels. Patrick said the truth might shock him. He explained that their father had once been a good king before Theo was born. Theo felt stunned by this revelation. Patrick described how their father had ruled fairly and cared deeply for the people. As a child, Patrick had admired him and looked up to him. Theo felt shocked and confused by what he heard. Patrick said he did not blame him for feeling that way, especially because of how their father behaved in recent years. Still, Patrick believed the change in their father was too extreme. He suspected that another cause existed beyond the death of Theo's mother. Because of this doubt, he felt hesitant about taking the throne by force. Theo saw Patrick as a kind man. He understood that Patrick cared for the people and still held concern for their father even though they now stood on opposite sides. Theo believed the kingdom would one day become free and strong if Patrick became king. Patrick could not stop himself and laughed out loud. He said he could not tell whether Theo was fascinating or simply strange. He had expected Theo to urge him to harden his heart and act. Instead, Theo's words made him feel lighter. He felt grateful to him. Theo said he had done nothing special. Patrick replied that he already knew he would need to strengthen his resolve one day, and he promised to face that task himself. Once again, he asked his younger brother for help in killing the gold dragon. Theo agreed. The two brothers then sealed their resolve with a firm handshake. Now that they finally had time alone, Patrick said he wanted to have a long talk. Theo could tell his brother planned to tease him. Patrick said he wanted to hear more about Theo's love life with Layla, but he also wondered about Alice. Feeling embarrassed, Theo admitted it was already decided that he would marry her as well. Patrick could see that his younger brother was trying to hold on to anyone who accepted him. He already knew Theo was also engaged to the elves. Patrick then asked about the maid who once guided Garland. Theo said that Aisha did not see him in that way at all. Patrick felt confused. He remembered clearly how Aisha once looked at Theo with a love-struck face while talking to him. Patrick felt the future looked grim. Theo asked what Patrick meant by that. Patrick simply told him to think about it on his own. Soon the tanks began to move and Patrick was shocked. He also wanted to know what kind of carriage they were riding. He felt amazed because even alchemists would not normally think of using magicite-powered carriages. It moved faster and felt more stable than a normal carriage. Theo explained that it was technically a steam-powered vehicle. The driver then confirmed that they had arrived at their destination. Patrick was surprised by how quickly they got there. However, the gold dragon was nowhere to be seen. Theo noticed that part of the land had been eaten away and assumed the dragon had moved on after consuming all the minerals in the mountains. He guessed there must have been a mine nearby. Garland then said there was a mining town beyond the mountain range that held many valuable minerals. If the dragon had gone there, the townspeople would be in serious danger. In the mining town of Gargallo, the townspeople were running in fear. The gold dragon hovered above the town. People wondered where the guards were. Someone noticed that the town lord had already fled earlier with the guards. The people felt shocked and betrayed after realizing they were abandoned. The dragon finally landed, sending out a strong shockwave. A young girl fell to the ground. When she looked up, she saw the dragon standing in front of her, drool dripping from its mouth. Suddenly, the dragon was struck by an attack. The blow came from one of Theo's tanks. The dragon turned its attention toward the subjugation force. Theo felt relieved, knowing they had arrived just in time. Garland cried out that many people had failed to escape in time and questioned what the guards had been doing. Patrick had already guessed what the cursed lord had done behind the scenes. Theo shouted that they could not afford to waste time and ordered everyone to get into their tanks. He commanded the elves to keep firing, and they quickly moved to reload the tank artillery. Theo declared that Layla and Garland would help draw the dragon's attention. He planned to protect the townspeople and guide them to safety. Layla showed that she understood the plan. Garland stated that this was his first battle as Theo's knight, and he swore to give everything he had. Patrick stepped forward and offered to help Theo evacuate the people. Theo showed his thanks and then instructed everyone to move. He trusted them to bring down the gold dragon. Garland moved first and went on the attack. He swung his greatsword at the dragon with full force. However, the blade was pushed away by the dragon's hard scales without leaving a mark. The dragon fought back and tried to strike with its claws, but tank fire stopped the attack mid-air. The shells from the tanks continued to land around it. Layla saw clearly that neither Garland's sword nor the cannons could damage the dragon's scales. She agreed that the creature was as tough as the stories had claimed. Even so, in her eyes, the gold dragon was only an A-ranked monster. She decided to show it a technique that had once injured a Calamity-class turtle, a creature even tougher than this one. She used the ultimate Orstein blade technique, Shining Silver Lotus Milky Way. Her strike cut cleanly through the dragon, and she believed that should have ended the fight. However, the dragon remained unharmed after raising a barrier. The sight shocked everyone, as it revealed that the dragon had a magic shield. Patrick realized that the shield likely came from a magical item, one of the national treasures of the Hertz Empire. He remembered hearing stories about how the dragon had devoured such items. The gold dragon was the evolved form of an earth dragon. It had grown larger, gained wings, and learned to use the powers of the magical items it had eaten. Patrick warned the frontline fighters to stay alert. The gold dragon was no longer an ordinary monster. He believed it had reached S rank, and with its ability to use the power of national treasures, it might even be strong enough to rival a Calamity-class monster. At that moment, a huge magical sword hovered in the air above them. Layla was shocked by the sight. Soon, more of the same massive magical swords appeared one after another until the entire sky was filled with them. The dragon roared in anger as it created even more swords. Garland was stunned by what he saw. Layla realized how dangerous and troublesome the monster had become. Patrick feared that the townspeople would also be in great danger. The monster then began to drop the swords from the sky like heavy rain. Layla quickly took action. She used another blade technique passed down through her family, called Beautiful Silver Flower. A fast wave of sword slashes struck the falling magical swords and destroyed those coming toward her. Garland felt relieved and thanked her for protecting them. Layla then looked back toward the town to check if the people were safe. A large defensive dome covered the entire town. It had been created by Theo's autocraft. The massive dome blocked the falling swords and kept them from reaching the town. Garland had expected nothing less from Theo. Layla realized that she did not need to worry about the town anymore. Theo then ran toward the townspeople to check on them. He asked if everyone was safe. The people wondered if he was the one who created the giant dome. They thanked him for saving their lives. Theo said it was no trouble and warned them that the gold dragon might attack again, so escaping would be safer. One man said that while they could run away, they could not leave the town behind while such a terrible threat still existed. At the same time, a man with several guards was loading items into a wagon and trying to leave on his own. Patrick noticed this and wondered what was inside the wagon. Suddenly the attacks continued. The ground shook violently and panic spread among everyone. The magical swords kept falling without stopping until part of the defensive dome finally cracked. As broken pieces fell, Theo quickly used his autocraft to repair the dome. It was restored almost instantly, as if nothing had happened at all. Theo said he would continue protecting them from the attacks and asked his brother to help the townspeople escape. Patrick then stepped forward. Near the town exit, the Lord ordered the townspeople to push the wagon blocking the way so he could escape first. The people refused and shouted that something was trying to kill them. Patrick then stepped out from the crowd and asked the Lord what he was doing. The Lord reacted with anger and demanded to know who Patrick was, as if his name alone should command fear. Patrick calmly said that he had come to slay the gold dragon. He said he did not know what was inside the wagon, but he suggested leaving it behind and focusing on getting the people out safely first. The Lord refused. He would not abandon his wealth. This stunned Patrick. He told the Lord to throw everything away and questioned if he even understood that he was putting his own citizens in danger by placing himself first. The Lord answered with rage. He claimed the town and its people belonged to him and that he could treat them however he wished. He demanded that everyone stop talking and help him escape. At that moment, Patrick fully understood how cruel this ruler was. He reminded the Lord that a ruler existed to protect the people under his care, not to sacrifice them. Patrick raised his fist but stopped himself. He wondered if he even had the right to act. He still could not gather the resolve to seize power because he feared standing against his father. While he hesitated, the people continued to suffer. He saw that by placing his own fears first, he was no different from the greedy lord standing before him. Just then, the defensive dome broke once again. Panic spread through the crowd as people tried to flee in fear. At that moment, Theo repaired the broken dome without hesitation. He shouted for everyone to stay calm and evacuate in an orderly way. Patrick, who also had a divine gift, knew the cost of such power. If Theo used it too much, his body would suffer greatly. Patrick realized his younger brother was carrying a heavy burden alone. Theo reassured the people that there was no need to panic and that everything would be fine. As long as he remained standing, he would not allow even a single injury. Those words pierced Patrick's heart. He asked himself what he had been doing all this time. Meanwhile, Layla and Garland kept trying their best to break through the gold dragon's magic barrier. They believed the shield would not last much longer, but the dragon did not pay any attention to them at all. Layla then noticed the dragon turning its head and realized it was focusing on the town instead. Moments later, the dragon dashed away and the two immediately chased after it. Layla wondered if something in the town had caught the dragon's interest. Garland explained that gold dragons loved eating gold and jewels, and he assumed that was the reason. Inside the Lord's wagon, a large amount of gold bars had been hidden away. Soon after, the side of the dome suddenly broke and the gold dragon crawled inside. When the townspeople saw its huge form, panic spread and they tried to escape in every direction. The monster attempted to attack them, but a tall iron wall blocked its claws. Theo reassured everyone that they would be safe because he would not allow anyone to be harmed. The dragon then tried to attack from an open area, but Theo quickly raised another iron wall. When the dragon attempted to force its head through a gap, Theo instantly created several layers of iron walls to stop it. He urged everyone to run while they still had the chance. The people fled in fear as fast as they could. Patrick, however, stood frozen in place. He watched his little brother fight with all his strength to protect everyone. At that moment, Patrick realized he had done nothing while Theo had done everything. He saw his younger brother standing firm and fighting bravely. In that moment, Patrick understood the kind of person he needed to become. As Theo declared his resolve to protect everyone, Patrick realized he had to become someone like him. The dragon finally broke through the iron walls. Theo started to feel dizzy. He was already worn out from creating many large objects. His strength was almost gone, and his body gave in as he fell to the ground while the dragon moved closer to him. Even so, he knew he could not pass out yet. At that moment, something struck the dragon and stopped its advance. Theo slowly looked up and saw his brother standing in front of him. Patrick had arrived and placed himself between Theo and the dragon, ready to take over the fight. Theo tried to stop him, knowing that Patrick was believed to be unable to use his gift. However, Theo froze when he saw the blazing sword in Patrick's hand. The strong light coming from it made him realize the truth. Patrick stood firm, showing the resolve of someone who carried responsibility. As a leader, he chose to act and fulfill his duty, just as Theo always had. His hair grew longer as the burning light wrapped around his body. He raised his sword high and declared his resolve to protect the people as the first prince of the kingdom. In that moment, Theo understood that this was Patrick's true and final gift, the Sword King. Patrick moved without hesitation. The gold dragon fired magical swords toward him, but Patrick avoided them with ease. As he advanced, he felt ready to answer the question he had once avoided. He swung his sword forward and cut through everything in his path. At the same time, he cut through the doubts that had stayed in his heart for so long. The blazing strike pierced straight through the gold dragon. A bright flash of light filled the area and blinded everyone nearby. The Lord stood completely still, unable to move from shock. The dragon was cut cleanly in half, and even the ground beneath it was split apart. Layla could hardly believe what she saw as the prince had sliced through both the shield and the dragon with a single attack. Patrick laughed afterward and remarked on how long it had been since he last used his gift. He then noticed the massive crack outside the town caused by his sword strike and realized he had gone too far. Even the clouds high in the sky had been cut apart. Theo complained about how excessive the attack was, while Patrick admitted that after 2 years he still could not fully control his power. Even so, Theo felt relieved and happy that his brother had finally overcome his doubts. Patrick believed he owed everything to his younger brother and expressed his gratitude. Theo responded that he had not really done anything at all. After saving the town, Garland led a toast to celebrate. Everyone raised their glasses together. The people felt happy when they saw their homes fully restored by Theo's power. They also noticed that the houses looked even better than before. The whole town had changed for the better. Theo apologized to everyone. He said he could not repair everything at once because he had used too much of his strength during the fight. He promised that he would finish the rest soon. The townspeople told him not to push himself too hard. They said they could earn enough money to restore the town by using the mineral deposits from the mountain range that the first prince had split apart. Patrick also apologized for changing the land, even though he had done it to defeat the gold dragon. The townspeople reacted right away and said there was nothing to be sorry about. The miners were more excited than ever because of the new resources. Theo told his brother that the result was still good since he could finally use his gift again. Layla mentioned that its power was truly overwhelming and said she would like the chance to spar someday. Patrick doubted that he could handle her skills when it came to technique. Layla then asked why it had taken so long for everyone to evacuate. Patrick explained that it was caused by the town lord's pride. Because of that, he had decided to punish him and pointed to the side. Layla and Theo looked over and saw several townspeople drinking while asking their town lord to serve more alcohol. The town lord looked embarrassed as he poured drinks while wearing a maid's outfit. Patrick found the scene very amusing. They had also taken the wealth the lord had collected unfairly and returned it to the people. Patrick wanted him to understand what it meant to work for the sake of his subjects. At that moment, a Humvee rolled into the area. Aisha called out to Theo while riding on it. She had come to deliver supplies from the village. When the vehicle stopped, Theo thanked her right away. Aisha grew worried when she saw him swaying from side to side. Theo still offered to help carry the supplies. As Patrick watched the two of them talk, an idea came to his mind. He decided to intervene in their situation just a little. Later in the diner kitchen, Aisha stayed behind with a few other maids to cook more food. After a while, the other maids left to serve the dishes outside. This left Aisha alone at the stove. As she continued cooking, she started to look around and wondered where the olive oil was. Someone suddenly handed it to her. When she looked up, she realized it was Prince Patrick. She panicked at once when she saw the prince inside the kitchen. She had never expected someone of his status to be there. Patrick then asked if she was making hacas parmentier. Aisha felt surprised that he knew the dish. The prince explained that he had tasted many kinds of food during his travels and had even done a lot of cooking himself. After that, he offered to help her. Aisha quickly said there was no need for his help. However, Patrick pointed out that the miners had huge appetites and that most of the food had already been eaten. Hearing this, Aisha finally gave up. She accepted his help and thanked him. Patrick then started talking in a relaxed way. He confirmed her name and apologized in case he was mistaken. Soon after, he asked if she was in love with Theo. The question caught Aisha off guard and made her panic. She strongly denied it. As she moved her cooking pan around in her confusion, Patrick warned her to calm down before she hurt someone. He then said it was a shame because he thought his brother was very lovable. It seemed in his view that the feelings were not shared. Hearing that, Aisha misunderstood his words. She assumed the first prince also saw his brother in that strange way. In her mind, she imagined a forbidden love between brothers. Patrick noticed her reaction and asked what she meant by saying also. This left Aisha even more flustered. Patrick then said there was no need for her to deny anything. He explained that he already understood why she was drawn to Theo. He had overheard the maids talking and saying that Aisha and Theo were almost like a married couple. Aisha quickly said those maids were talking nonsense. Still, she shyly admitted that they were not at that stage yet. Patrick continued to tease her, but he also gave her a warning. He said that if she were too slow, things could become troublesome. Aisha asked what he meant by that. Patrick explained that Theo was very popular with women. Many people believed Theo liked Aisha, so they were staying away for now. However, he asked what would happen if they realized Aisha did not feel the same way. This made Aisha imagine a wild and messy fight between women, all wanting the right to be Theo's main wife. Patrick said that the idea might be exaggerated, but it still worked as an example. Feeling lost, Aisha asked what she was supposed to do. Patrick then advised her to simply tell Theo about her hidden feelings. He said he was sure Theo would accept them without hesitation. Just then, Layla appeared and told Aisha to focus on her work. Aisha felt surprised and asked when Layla had arrived. Layla said she had been there since Aisha started making the hachis parmentier. Aisha reacted with shock, realizing that meant Layla had been present from the very beginning. Layla then pointed out that Aisha had been having a serious talk about turning her feelings toward Theo into action. Aisha hesitated and could not answer right away. She remembered how Theo and Layla had slept together the other day. Layla said that this was actually a good thing. Aisha felt confused by that response. Layla guessed that Aisha had finally decided to stop hesitating and move forward. Aisha worried and asked if Layla was truly fine with it. Layla confirmed that she was. She believed that the more support Theo received, the better it would be for him. She added that people who only wanted his money and status were not welcome at all. Still, she knew Aisha was not like those people. Aisha agreed with that. Layla said she did not mind Aisha being close to him. She also believed that Theo held strong feelings for Aisha and that Aisha only needed to take the first step. Layla even offered to teach her some ways to do that. Aisha accepted the offer. At that moment, Patrick chose to quietly slip away. Later, inside a large bathhouse, Theo took a bath. He thought that nothing felt better than bathing when someone needed to recover from deep tiredness. Even so, he wondered if it was right for him to enjoy such a fine bath. Patrick and Layla encouraged him to enter by himself. Theo felt unsure, but he decided to accept their kindness for the moment. The shampoo and body wash he had made recently worked well and felt even better than regular soap. He washed himself to remove the foam and then chose to rest in the bathtub. After that, someone asked if she could help him. Theo thanked her, then paused and turned around. Standing in front of him was Aisha, holding a towel over her body. She said she had come to wash his back. Theo was shocked and asked why she was in the bath. Aisha said she had seen how hard he worked that day, and since she was his maid, it was her duty to help her master recover from his tired body. Theo asked if that was how things worked, and Aisha said it was. Since she only planned to wash his back, Theo let her stay and gave her permission. Aisha felt glad and promised to do her best. When she picked up the bath soap, she remembered Layla's advice about washing Theo's back. Layla told her not to use towels or sponges. Aisha felt confused and asked how she should do it. Layla said it was clear what she should use. Aisha then covered her chest with soap and pressed it against Theo's back. When she touched him, Theo knew the feeling at once. He turned around and asked what she was doing and told her to use a towel. Aisha said this was what Layla had taught her. Her unguarded look made Theo freeze. Aisha also looked down and noticed what was in front of her. Both of them felt embarrassed and turned away from each other. Theo said his back should be clean by now and said he would take care of the rest, but Aisha planned to wash his front too. Theo asked what she was talking about and said he could do it himself. Still, Aisha had already made up her mind. She moved in front of him and began washing his feet. She told him to let her know if he felt any itch. Theo looked away and tried not to stare. He said he felt fine. Aisha felt glad to hear that. Theo wondered what Layla had even taught Aisha for her to act this way. Suddenly, Aisha said that she felt happy with her life. She was not the only one who felt that way. The whole village felt the same. They were not as happy back in their old village. She believed it was all because of him. Theo said that was an overstatement and said he was the one enjoying life because of everyone. He said he only started a few things and nothing more. Aisha knew he might not think much of it, but what he did meant a lot to her and the others. He helped her when she was a stranger to him. He saved the village from the goblins. He gave her a place to stay and good food to eat. She could not thank him enough. She could not hold back her feelings anymore. She shared how much she loved him. This made Theo feel flustered. Aisha described him as someone who worked hard, cared for others, stayed strong, and could be trusted. Because of that, she loved him deeply. Theo then realized that Aisha loved him in a romantic way. He had thought she only saw him as a younger brother. Theo then shared that he loved Aisha too. This shocked her. She stood up and warned him that she could not hold herself back if he said those words. She said she would lose control. She said she was just a normal girl and did not have favor. Still, she said she would make up for it by giving him lots of love in bed. She grabbed his shoulders and kissed him deeply. Theo froze in surprise as Aisha sat on his lap. The wet stool slipped and they fell to the floor. Theo hit the back of his head on the ground. Aisha fell next and hit her head on his. The two lay on top of each other and passed out. Later, Layla found them and they were given medical care. A few days after the gold dragon was defeated, soldiers from the Hertz Empire arrived at the gate of Arca village. They came to collect the dragon's scales and fangs, which had been stored safely in the village warehouse. Patrick asked Theo if his head had fully healed. Theo said it had and apologized for making him worry. Patrick said he would be leaving soon, but he honestly did not want to go. Theo could tell that his brother had enjoyed staying in the village. Then Patrick remembered that he had something to give him. Theo wondered what it was and thought it might be another souvenir. Patrick handed him a gemstone. The moment Theo tried to hold it, it slipped from his hands. It hit the ground and made a small crater. Theo stared at it in shock. He had not expected something so small to be that heavy. Patrick realized it had been too heavy for him. When Theo asked what it was, Patrick explained that it was the gold dragon's magicite. Layla calmly walked over and picked it up with ease. She said it weighed about 130 points. Patrick agreed. Theo could not believe it. The stone was about as heavy as a sack of rice, yet it only looked like a small gold nugget. Patrick said he had never seen anything like it before. It seemed that the dragon's magicite had also turned gold. Not only that, it held mana equal to a national treasure. It might have been the most valuable magicite in the world. Theo felt overwhelmed. He said he could not accept something so important and suggested giving it to the Empire instead. Patrick explained that their contract only included the scales and fangs, so there would be no problem. He also said he trusted Theo to use it wisely. Those words deeply moved Theo. In the end, he accepted the magicite with gratitude and promised to use it well. Patrick said he could not thank Theo enough for what he had done over the past few days. He planned to ask the Hertz Empire for approval and start the final steps to remove their father from power. Because of Theo, Patrick was able to use his gift again. He only needed to keep moving toward his goal. He said they would meet again after everything was over. Until then, he told Theo to continue building the Land of Death. Theo told his older brother to simply call for him when the time came to face their father. He promised to help in any way he could. Patrick had no words for a moment. Theo then said they would protect the kingdom together as brothers. Patrick said he never planned to let Theo carry such a heavy burden. He pulled his little brother into a hug. Theo felt embarrassed and asked what was happening. Patrick quietly thanked him. Off to the side, Aisha started to imagine that the older prince had special feelings for his younger brother. Garland told her that was not the case. Patrick then admitted he had nothing to give Theo in return. Theo said he did not need any reward. At that moment, Patrick thought of an idea. After he took the throne, he would turn the Land of Death into a new independent nation. Theo would become its first king. He asked if that was a good idea. Theo stood frozen in shock. The others were also surprised. However, Garland and Layla agreed with the plan. Theo told them to stop and asked Patrick not to joke with him. Patrick said he was serious. Theo was stunned again. Patrick told him to remember the idea for now. Then he said he had to leave and began to make his way out. After seeing his brother leave, Theo complained about the strange words his brother had said before going. He decided to stop thinking about it for now. Instead, he focused on improving the village before his brother returned. Garland said the village was already like a paradise. Layla asked what more could be added. Theo said there was still a lot to improve. He asked Layla what she thought about a sharp knife that would never rust. Layla said she would love something like that. Theo said he could make it happen. Layla was shocked. Theo explained that the miners from Gargallo had shown him many kinds of minerals. Their stories gave him ideas. If the village had more minerals, life would become easier for everyone. Garland agreed, but he reminded them that it would only work if they could actually find those minerals. The Land of Death was known as a barren place. At that moment, someone suggested going to the mountains in the southeast. Alice said they could find minerals there. Theo was surprised to see her back and welcomed her. Alice looked away while thanking him. Garland asked if Alice had been busy with quests as the hero. Alice looked shocked and asked why Garland was in the village. Garland said they could talk later. For now, he shared that the miners from Gargallo had also mentioned the southeast mountains. However, they warned that many monsters lived in the land of death. They said no one should go there without being careful. Alice said monsters were not a problem. They could defeat them and mine the area. Theo asked if she planned to come with them. He worried that she might still be tired from her quests. Alice became upset and asked if he was trying to leave her behind again. She made it clear that she would go with him this time. Theo thanked her. He told everyone to get ready and head to the mountains to mine the minerals. Meanwhile, deep in a cave in the southeast mountains, a strong and dark aura came from a thick steel door. Soon after, Garland said that driving was actually fun. Theo said he was impressed at how quickly Garland learned to handle the car. At that time, they were heading toward the Verge Mountains in the southern part of the Land of Death to look for minerals. Because the mountains were in such a dangerous place, no one from Fernea wanted to mine there. Theo said it was a blue ocean opportunity with almost no competition. He felt excited about the chance. Alice then asked Theo to sit closer to her. She said they rarely had time alone together. Theo became flustered and reminded her that Garland was still with them. Alice pointed out that the former knight was so focused on driving that he probably did not even notice them. She decided to test it and suggested they try kissing. Theo quickly asked her not to do that there. Alice asked why, since she finally had him to herself after so long. About an hour earlier, Theo's wives had gathered to decide who would stay behind to protect the village and who would join the mining team. Alice asked if they truly believed they could beat her. Layla asked her the same question. The girls raised their hands for a quick game. Only one of them chose paper while the others chose rock. Alice won and celebrated her victory. Layla dropped to the ground and asked Theo to build a vehicle that could travel back in time. Anna made the same request. Both of them looked close to tears as they begged him. Theo said it was impossible. Luna said they could simply redo the match. Elena agreed. She did not care much about the mining trip, but she hated losing. Alice called their idea nonsense and said they knew it would not work. While the others kept arguing, Layla leaned in and whispered something to Theo. After hearing it, Theo agreed and said it was a good idea, though he still wondered how they could make it happen. Back in the present, Alice looked at the orb in Theo's hand and asked what it was. Theo tried to explain, but Garland cut them off and announced that they had arrived. Alice felt surprised by how quickly they had reached the mountains. They stopped at the base of the Verge Mountains. Theo was amazed at how big the mountain was. Alice said it was so tall that it reached the clouds. Garland looked at the mountain and guessed that they could mine many minerals there. He grew excited and wanted to start digging right away. Theo told him to wait. He warned him that they could not just dig anywhere and expect to find something. Garland held his pickaxe and asked what they were supposed to do instead. Theo said he would make a detector. He took out an iron bar, a piece of magnet, and a magicite. Using his autocraft skill, he combined them and created a magical compass. He explained that if they placed a mineral ore inside the hollow part, the compass would point to a deposit that had the same material. Alice told him not to create something so unbelievable so casually. Theo said they only came to take a quick look this time. They planned to go home after they found out what kinds of deposits were in the mountains. He placed a small piece of iron inside the compass. The arrow began spinning fast. Theo felt happy that it worked, but then he felt confused when he saw where it pointed. Alice asked what was wrong. Theo said something strange was happening. Instead of pointing to the mountains, the compass pointed toward the forest. Garland said it did not look like there were minerals in the forest. Alice said they had no other clues, so they decided to head there for now. The three of them walked through the woods. Alice led the group and asked Theo to check if the arrow was really pointing the right way. Theo looked at it and said it was correct. Alice said there was nothing ahead, but right after that, she suddenly screamed in shock. Theo quickly asked what was wrong. Alice told him that someone was lying on the ground. Theo felt confused. He wondered how that could be possible when they were in the land of death. He stepped forward to see for himself. Below a small cliff, he saw a short man lying on his stomach. The man was not moving. Theo felt shocked and rushed down to help him. The man tried to speak in a deep voice, but he could not finish his words. Theo felt relieved because the man was still awake. When Theo looked closer, he noticed the man was shorter than him. The man had a small body and a beard. From the way he looked, Theo guessed that he was a dwarf. The man kept mumbling. Theo told him not to force himself and asked what had happened. The man said he was hungry. His stomach growled loudly. After that, the man ate all the food Theo gave him. He thanked them and said the food saved his life. He believed he would have died if they had not passed by. Alice could not believe that all their lunch was gone. Garland felt amazed that someone so small could eat so much. The man then said they deserved a reward for helping him. He promised he would report their kindness to the king. Theo asked him to introduce himself first. The man realized he had not done that yet. He proudly said his name was Gabo Lerdo, and he confirmed that he was a dwarf. Theo's guess was right. The dwarves were known for being short and for having thick beards. They were skilled blacksmiths who could easily spot high-quality minerals. Theo could not believe that the people he had only read about in books truly existed in this world. He wondered why a dwarf like Gabo was lying on the ground, especially in the middle of a forest. Gabo explained that a monster from the land of death had attacked him while he was making a trade. He had spent the whole day running away from it. In the end, he collapsed from hunger and exhaustion. Theo realized that Gabo had gone through a hard time. Theo then took out the compass. He said that it might be the reason the compass had been pointing toward Gabo. Garland quickly explained that the compass was reacting to the minerals Gabo was carrying for his trade. Gabo grew curious and asked what the object was. Theo explained that it was a kind of detector. It reacted to an object that matched what was placed inside it. When it sensed something similar, the needle pointed to its location. Gabo looked at the compass more closely and showed clear amazement. He guessed that it had been made from magnesite and magnet. He also said that its mana circuit was complex. Theo felt surprised that Gabo could tell all of that just by looking at it. Gabo told him not to underestimate a dwarf's sharp eye. After that, Gabo asked them a question. He wanted to know what they were doing in that place. Theo thought carefully before answering. He explained that they had recently moved into the land of death. They needed minerals, which was why they had come to the Verge Mountains. Gabo said he understood that they must have had their own reason for moving to such a dangerous place. Theo confirmed that they did. Gabo laughed and assured him that he would not pry into their reasons. Since he had heard that they needed minerals, he decided to repay them for saving his life by helping them. The dwarf led the group to a nearby cave and said it was a very nice place. Theo thought the dwarf was going to show them a mineral vein. It reminded him of a game he had played in his past life, and he felt excited. Theo tried to prepare a light, but Gabo told him there was no need and said they only had to follow him. So Theo, Alice, and Garland walked behind the dwarf in silence. The cave was very dark. Alice asked Theo to bring out a torch or something to help them see. Suddenly, she screamed. Theo became worried and asked if she was all right, but he bumped into something in the dark. Alice angrily asked where he was even touching her. Theo tried to figure out where they had fallen. When he looked ahead, he saw a cavern glowing brightly. Garland was surprised by how bright it was. Theo wondered if the moss was glowing. Alice said it looked amazing, but she told him to stop touching her chest at a time like this. Theo realized he was still on top of her, and his hands were pressed against her chest. Feeling embarrassed, he quickly apologized and moved away. Gabo then asked if they were married. Garland explained that they were engaged. After things calmed down, Gabo said the glowing plants were called luminous moss. Alice picked some up and said they looked pretty. She wondered if she could bring some home. Gabo warned her that the moss used its light to attract insects. It fed on their dead bodies and waste to keep glowing. Alice felt disgusted when she heard that. She quickly threw the moss at Garland, who was standing nearby. Gabo said they were able to see because of the moss, but he still told them to stay close so they would not get lost. Theo asked if it was easy to get lost in the cave. Gabo explained that the cave was like a labyrinth, similar to an ant nest. If someone did not know the path, they would not make it out alive. Theo felt shocked after hearing that. As they followed the dwarf, he noticed how much the cave felt like an underground maze. The paths were narrow and there was little space. Garland kept bumping into the walls. Alice struggled to squeeze through a tight gap. The cave felt like it was made only for dwarves. Theo wondered if Garland would be able to manage in a place like this. Soon after, the group finally reached their destination. Garland dropped to the ground because he felt tired and worn out from the trip. Theo felt relieved when they arrived. He believed they had finally found the mineral vein they were looking for. But right in front of them stood a large door. Theo frowned in confusion and asked the dwarf about it. He wondered why there was a door when he thought they were going to see a mineral vein. Gabo asked when he had ever said that. Theo then asked what this place really was. Gabo reminded him that he had promised to show them a very nice place. Gabo turned the ring on his finger and tapped it against the door. The door began to shine and unlocked by itself. Garland stared at it in amazement. Alicia realized the ring was a magic key. She wondered why a cave would have such advanced technology. When the door slowly opened, Gabo explained that they were in the dwarven kingdom of Orvazar. The group suddenly found themselves standing before a huge walled city. A tall castle stood at its center. As they looked around, they saw dwarves walking everywhere. Theo and Alicia thought the place looked incredible. Garland was impressed that it was just as bright as the outside world, even though they were deep underground. Gabo told them not to attract attention. He said he would introduce them to the ruler of the dwarves. When Theo heard that, he began to feel nervous. Garland said he had seen many cities in his life, but he had never seen one built inside a cave. Gabo laughed and said he felt the same way. He explained that this city was the peak of dwarven skill and knowledge. Alice agreed that the city and the area around it were amazing, but she was more interested in the object hanging above them. She felt a strong flow of mana coming from it. Gabo told them it was the symbol of their kingdom and their sun. It was called the Sunstone Helios. It was a massive glowing magic crystal. Theo was stunned when he heard that. Gabo said he understood his reaction. The dwarves had never found another magic crystal like it in all their history. When they first found it, they decided to build their kingdom under it. Theo was surprised to learn there was more to the story. Gabo explained that the light from the crystal was the same as sunlight. Because of that, the dwarves could live underground just as they would on the surface. This underground land was their only home. Their only contact with the outside world came from a few merchants they trusted. Theo understood why they kept it secret. If his father had learned about this hidden kingdom, he might have tried to invade it. Gabo then led them to the palace's audience chamber. He proudly announced that this was the court of King Durgan, ruler of the dwarves. Before anyone could react, dwarven knights surrounded them. The knights raised their weapons and warned them not to move. They said they would strike them down at once if they tried anything. Theo and the others froze in shock. Alice turned to Gabo and demanded to know what was happening. She believed he had led them into a trap. Gabo denied this and faced the king. He said the group were his guests and meant no harm. King Durgan let out a heavy sigh. He reminded Gabo that he was not allowed to reveal their kingdom to outsiders. The king explained that throughout history the dwarves had trusted others and had been betrayed. They were driven out of their homes again and again. After many hardships, they had finally found a place they could call their own forever. Because of that, they could not allow anyone who discovered it to leave alive. Whispering, Garland asked Theo what he should do. He said they could try to break through the encirclement. Theo refused. He said that could only be done as a last resort. If they forced their way out, they would lose the chance to make friends with the dwarves. Theo then asked the king for a few words. King Durgan agreed to let him speak just to hear his last words. Theo went forward and began to tell the dwarves about himself. The dwarven knights were surprised to learn that he was a prince of the Fornia kingdom. They said it was impossible for a royal to come to the land of death. King Durgan said he could believe that Theo was the third prince, but he did not understand why a royal would be in such a dangerous place. Theo looked hesitant to explain more. Garland stood up for him and asked the king to let him tell the story. Theo asked if he could make things work. Garland promised to handle it and said he would show the king that Theo was trustworthy. He cleared his throat and began. Garland started with the cold day when he first met the prince. Theo could not believe he was starting from so long ago. Garland told everything from Theo's birth to watching him study to seeing his first romance and almost everything in between. The dwarven king looked bored. Theo felt embarrassed. Alice started breaking into a cold sweat because she was mentioned too. Finally, Garland reached the most important part. He explained that after all that, Theo had been banished to the land of death without enough resources. Anyone else would have given up, but Theo did not. With the power the goddess had given him and his strong will, he built his village and made new friends. Now, he had come to the mountains to save his village and to befriend the dwarves. Garland asked King Durgan to work with Theo so they could help their lands grow even more. Then Garland finished his speech. There was a long silence. Theo and Alice thought the dwarves were not impressed. King Durgan gritted his teeth. Theo assumed he was still not convinced. Then the king slammed his fist on the chair and began crying loudly. Tears and snot ran down his face. He could not believe how much Theo had endured. He said Theo had done well, achieving so much despite appearing small. Theo was confused. The other dwarves began crying too. The king praised Garland's loyalty. Garland felt glad they had understood each other. While crying, the king and Garland shared a hug. Theo asked Alice if this meant what he thought. She nodded. She had heard that dwarves had a strong sense of duty and compassion, but she did not think they would connect with Garland so deeply. After things calmed down, they went to eat. Garland enjoyed the wine and said he had never tasted anything so good before. The king laughed, happy that Garland liked to drink, and offered another kind of wine. Alice never imagined they would receive such a warm welcome. Theo found the food delicious and King Durgan was pleased to hear that. He explained that Gabo, whom they had saved, was actually his longtime friend. Now that he understood what had happened, he realized they owed them a favor. He told them to enjoy the feast as much as they wanted. Still, Theo wondered why the king believed them. He thought no one would simply trust a story about a prince who had been banished from his kingdom. The king then revealed that he already knew about the third prince coming to the land of death, and that he was building a village with his friends, though he did not know the details. Shocked, Theo asked how he had known. The king said the Bestia company had informed him. Theo remembered that was the company where Laurent worked. The king explained that this company was their connection to nations outside the kingdom. Dwarves were easy to trick because they were kind-hearted and had been deceived many times in the past. However, the Bestia company had never lied to them, which was why they were the only ones who knew the kingdom existed. He added that Laurent, the beastman, said Theo was not a threat and asked him not to cause trouble. Theo thought about how strange Laurent could be, but he never expected him to have a kind side. King Durgan said he never planned to interfere with Theo's affairs but did not expect Theo to come to them. Theo shrugged and said it had just happened. Then his tone turned serious. He said he had a matter to discuss. The king asked why he sounded so formal. Theo formally asked the king to make a trade with them. He explained that his village lacked minerals but that Orvazar had plenty of high-quality ones. Since they lived on the same land, he asked the king to consider a partnership. He even bowed his head. King Durgan agreed and said he saw no problem with the proposal. Theo tried to thank him, but the dwarf king was not finished. He said he wanted to agree, but his kingdom might have to stop mining for a while. Confused, Theo asked why. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had hit. Theo asked what was happening. King Duragon said that something had finally arrived and suggested looking out the window. Shocked, Theo asked what he saw. The dwarf king explained that it was called the Rock King, a golem with immense power. It was covered in black armor and had horns like a demon. The king said that because of it, their kingdom was now on the verge of extinction. Cannons started firing at the large golem after it broke part of the outer wall. The creature looked dark and strange. Even with the constant attacks, it showed no reaction. Theo noticed this and asked the dwarven king what the golem was. King Durgan explained that the strange golem had appeared about 2 months earlier. No one knew who created it or why it existed. Since the day it appeared, it had kept trying to break into their city. At that moment, a knight rushed in with an urgent report. The Rock King was moving closer to the city. If it kept advancing at that speed, civilians would soon be caught in the danger. King Durgan had to make a hard decision. He ordered everyone to fall back and regroup. He refused to allow more soldiers or civilians to die in a fight they could not control. Theo then asked the king to let them help. King Durgan said the problem belonged to the dwarves and he could not allow outsiders to risk their lives for it. Theo refused to accept that idea. He said he could not leave people behind when they were in trouble. The dwarven king hesitated after hearing this. Theo then pointed out that the castle was still some distance away from the front lines. Because of that, he suggested sending Alice since she could reach the battlefield quickly. However, when they looked around, Alice was nowhere to be found. Outside the city, the Rock King kept smashing the walls. The dwarven soldiers began to panic when the second wall collapsed. One soldier injured his leg during the chaos. His comrade tried to help him escape before the golem reached them. But the Rock King had already raised its massive foot. It was about to crush the two soldiers. Just as they believed their lives were over, Alice rushed into the battlefield. She charged straight toward the Rock King with her sword shining in her hand. She moved without hesitation because she wanted to repay the dwarves for the food they had given her. Alice then used her hero technique called Brave Slash. Her strike hit the giant golem with great force and sent it flying back past the first wall. After landing her attack, Alice quickly checked on the dwarven soldiers and asked if they were safe. The soldiers said she had saved their lives. Alice then told them to hurry and evacuate the area. She said she would take care of the golem herself. King Duragan stood in shock and asked how Alice was doing. He could not believe that a girl who looked so delicate had just sent the Rock King flying. Theo felt relieved because Alice had already gone to face it. She told the king that Alice was the hero of the Fornia kingdom. King Duragan was stunned. He had only heard stories about her before. He could not believe that the girl in front of him was that same hero. Garland said Alice could likely handle the fight on her own. Even so, the dwarven king still worried. He believed that even if Alice was the hero, she would not be able to defeat the Rock King. Alice rushed forward and slashed again. Her blade struck the golem's face and sent it flying once more. Even after that strong hit, the creature still survived. She realized it was tougher than she expected. She decided to show it real pain. The golem suddenly began to mumble. Alice could not hear the words clearly. It then planted its feet on the ground. In the next moment, it appeared right in front of her. Alice barely dodged the attack. The strike almost hit her. She was shocked by how fast the golem had moved. Its speed had increased without warning. She thought that a golem should not be able to move like that. For the moment, she focused on blocking its attacks. Theo asked King Duragan what he meant when he said Alice could not beat it. The king tried to explain that something happened whenever someone struck the Rock King with a powerful attack. Before he could finish, a soldier rushed in with a report that their weapon was ready. After hearing this, King Duragan quickly gave an order. He told them to send the signal to the front line. He said they must not waste the time that hero Alice had bought for them. Back on the battlefield, the Rock King slammed Alice into a wall and sent her flying. One of its fists cracked from the impact. Alice cursed as she forced herself back to her feet. Blood ran down her head and she felt the pain from the blow. The golem had landed a solid hit. Still, she could not afford to lose. She activated her sword again. At that moment, the sound of a bell rang across the area. Several dwarven soldiers who had been hiding rushed out and pulled her beside them. Alice asked what was going on. One of the dwarves told her to cover her head and stay down. With the dwarven king's order, something fired from the castle. Alice looked up and wondered if it was a stone being launched. The object sparked in the air and exploded right in front of the Rock King. The blast covered a wide area and destroyed everything within it. Alice covered her head and asked what it was. Theo asked the king the same question. King Durgan said it was their strongest weapon, the caloric bomb. He explained that it used runes to turn the mana inside Magicites into heat. This created a large explosion. However, each bomb used a huge amount of Magicites, so they could not fire many in a row. Garland thought it was an incredibly powerful bomb. He believed it should be enough to destroy the golem. But King Durgan shook his head. He said they would not be struggling if it were that simple. When the dust cleared, the Rock King stepped out without a scratch. Theo could not believe that even such a powerful bomb had no effect. Alice complained that the golem was too much to deal with. She pointed her sword at it and declared that she would keep fighting until it turned into scrap. The golem looked at her for a moment, then it turned away and focused on something else. Alice stood there in confusion as it began to leave the area. She called out for it to wait. She angrily asked if it was running away and told it to come back. A dwarven soldier warned her not to chase it because it was dangerous. He said their priority was to treat the wounded. He also pointed out that Alice was hurt as well. Seeing the golem move farther away, Alice finally agreed. King Durgan felt relieved that they had driven it off again. Theo asked if the golem had given up. Durgan said it would return. He explained that every time they used the caloric bomb to drive it away, the golem simply came back the next day as if nothing had happened. They only had a few bombs left. They could not keep playing this game for much longer. After hearing that, Theo took out a first aid kit from his inventory and offered to treat the wounded. The Dwarven King hesitated because he did not want to keep dragging them into their problems. Theo reminded him that he had already said he could not ignore people who needed help. He said they were all friends living in the land of death and they should defeat the Rock King together. Near the front line, the Dwarven soldiers felt shocked when their wounds healed at once. They wondered what kind of potion they had just received. They had also seen Theo repair the outer walls with a strange power. This made them ask who Theo really was. They could not ask him since he had already left. One soldier later said that Theo had gone to a strategy meeting with the king. Inside a meeting room, Theo led the strategy meeting. He repeated that the dwarves had pushed back the golem's attacks for 2 whole months. Even when the golem took damage, it returned as if nothing had happened. Theo wondered how it kept healing. King Durgan said they did not know how it happened, but one thing was clear. They had no hope of defeating the golem unless they struck it with something stronger than the caloric bomb. Alice asked what he meant by that. She said creating an attack stronger than that bomb would be very hard. Theo began to think about a stronger strike. Alice added that a strong attack would still be useless if they could not hit the golem's core. Theo kept thinking and soon reached an idea. He asked Durgan to introduce him to some dwarven craftsmen. He said he wanted to make something. King Durgan guessed that Theo planned to create a new weapon. Theo confirmed it and said he also wanted to use the ideas of the dwarves. The king told him to meet Gabo, the best craftsman in the kingdom. Gabo was likely repairing weapons at the smithy in the craftsman district. Theo did not waste time and went straight to the craftsman's district. He entered Gabo's shop. The moment he stepped inside, he felt strong heat. The whole smithy stayed busy, with flames burning at many forges. Theo looked around in amazement. It was his first time seeing a dwarven smithy. Just then, Gabo noticed him. He thanked Theo for helping when the Rock King attacked. Theo said Gabo should thank Alice instead. Theo looked around and found the place amazing. He saw many strong weapons on display. Gabo was pleased that Theo noticed their quality. He proudly explained that the weapons were made from high-quality minerals and crafted using dwarven techniques. He also said that every weapon carried the feelings of the one who made it. Theo asked what he meant. Gabo explained that when someone poured their feelings into their work, the creation gained a soul. Anything with a soul would show its true value. That belief guided dwarven craftsmanship. Theo felt surprised. Until that moment, he had only thought about how useful his creations were, or how happy people would feel when they used them. He reached into his pocket and took out a small ball. He said there was clearly a big difference between something made with feelings and something made without them. Gabo was glad that Theo understood. After thinking about it, Theo realized that the golem they fought must also have had a creator. Someone must have built it. He began to wonder what kind of feelings a person needed to create such a violent golem. Gabo then asked why Theo suddenly visited. He wondered if something had happened. Theo explained that they were preparing for the golem's next attack and asked for Gabo's help. Gabo agreed right away and told Theo to explain what he needed. Theo began drawing a design. He said he had an idea for a weapon and wanted to increase its attack power. Gabo looked at the draft. With surprise in his voice, he asked what kind of weapon it was. He had never seen anything like it before. Theo asked what he thought. Gabo said the design had too many problems. Even if they built it, he doubted it would work properly. Theo had expected that answer. He then asked what they should do. Suddenly, several dwarves gathered around the draft. They started discussing it right away. They talked about what materials to use, how to increase its power, how to make it resist heat, and how to make it strong and durable. Theo stood there in silence. He realized he was watching real dwarven craftsmanship in action. Gabo soon apologized for getting carried away. He said the design only needed some improvements, but building it would still take a lot of time. Theo said he would build it himself. Gabo was shocked to hear that. Theo then explained the idea to the dwarves and discussed how to improve the design. He also asked them for materials such as minerals. After that, Theo used his autocraft ability. In an instant, he created their secret weapon. The dwarves stared in shock as the weapon appeared before them. This became Theo's first collaborative work with Gabo and the dwarven craftsman. Feeling tired, Theo went back to his accommodation while slouching. He opened the door feeling glad that the weapon has been created at least. He recalled he still need to fix the walls. Just then he bumped into Alice's boobs. Theo felt comforted and looked up to see Alice calling him a pervert. Flustered, Theo backed off and apologized. However, it was his room and asked what she was doing inside. Alice hinted out how he was taking a long time to get back, so she had been waiting. Knowing him, she assumed he would be dead tired the moment he returned. And since Layla wasn't around, she would be taking care of him. She then grabbed his hands and dragged him off somewhere. Confused, Theo asked where they were going. Alice claimed he wouldn't be able to sleep well when he was all sweaty like that, and so she would be washing him from head to toe. Alice looked beet red from embarrassment though. Alice forced Theo to sit down and told him to stay still. Theo said he was fine and could wash himself, but Alice did not accept that. She reminded him that he would not even bathe unless she told him to. She poured a bucket of water on his back and started washing him. She planned to wash his hair next, so she told him not to move. Theo felt that Alice was rough while washing him. He looked at her and noticed that her face and ears were very red. He realized she felt embarrassed, but she still tried her best to help him. Because of this, he decided to stop resisting and let her take care of him. Alice was surprised when he suddenly cooperated and continued by washing his hair. Theo did not expect her to be good at it. Alice explained that she often did this with Sana and Martina. Theo thought her skill was as good as Layla's. He looked back again and accidentally saw her chest very close to him. He became startled and moved suddenly. Alice also lost balance and moved with him, causing her chest to press against his back. Theo tried to apologize, but he moved too much and they both fell to the floor. As Theo tried to stand, he felt something soft in his hands. He opened his eyes and realized what it was. Alice looked away with a red face while Theo was on top of her, holding her chest by accident. Theo quickly pulled back and apologized. Alice felt shocked that this happened while they were still dealing with the Rock King's threat. She told him to focus and wait until the golem was defeated before doing anything else. However, Theo did not fully hear that. Instead, he suggested washing her hair in return as a way to thank her for helping drive away the Rock King. As Theo washed Alice's hair, he noticed his heart was beating fast. Her hair felt soft and smooth in his hands. With her hair down, she looked more grown up. Alice noticed him staring and called him out. Theo denied it, but she assumed he was looking at her body. She said she had been growing up quickly and believed she would soon be more mature than Layla. Theo could not answer and only blushed. Alice took this as proof and thought he felt that way about her. Theo admitted that he did. Alice also blushed but kept teasing him. Theo told her to stay still so he could rinse the shampoo. She listened at first, but then decided to tease him again. When Theo reached for her hair, she leaned forward and pulled him onto her back. Theo asked why she did that. Alice said it was payback. She guided his arms around her and told him not to push himself too hard. She reminded him how he often hurt his health and passed out, which made everyone worry. She pointed out that he worked too hard. Theo apologized. Alice told him to rely more on her and the others around him because they all wanted to help. Theo felt surprised, then thanked her and promised to try. Alice said it was fine as long as he understood. She then kissed him. Theo felt shocked and wondered why she did it. Alice said it was to update her favor. She licked her lips and said they would continue this after they defeated the Rock King. The next day, the Dwarven Kingdom's new defensive walls were finished. The dwarves felt amazed when they saw the strong walls. They could not believe Theo built them so fast. Theo wiped his sweat and said the work was enough. Alice felt shocked that he did this after she told him not to push himself too hard. Theo said he was not overworking. The Dwarven King Duragan thanked Theo. He could not imagine what they would have done if Theo had not come. Theo said it was nothing. He reminded the king that they had been holding off the Rock King on their own for a long time. They had gone through many hardships. This time, he would not let the golem cause more damage. Suddenly, the ground shook hard. A soldier reported that the Rock King had returned. Theo looked at it with focus. He knew that chasing it away would not help. He decided that defeating it was the best choice. The defensive cannons started firing. The shells hit the golem. It raised its thick arms to block, but the force of the attack still caused damage. Its body made loud clanking sounds. The dwarven soldiers were amazed by the cannons that Theo had brought. King Duragan also found them impressive. Garland believed the cannons alone would be enough to defeat the golem. The Cave King then took a deep breath and let out a loud roar. Everyone was stunned. Theo covered his ears and complained about the noise. Alice felt something was wrong and looked around. She noticed a nearby boulder moving. It rose from the ground, followed by other rocks. They began to form into golems. Garland was shocked and wondered if the Cave King had created them. Alice found it hard to believe. She knew that only skilled alchemists could make golems. Still, that did not matter at that moment. Dozens of rock golems started moving toward the kingdom. Theo did not expect a golem to create others. From what he knew, it had never done this before. The cannons kept firing. The shells hit the rock golems directly. A few were destroyed, but many kept moving forward. The dwarves began to panic because of their numbers. The cannons were not enough to stop all of them. A commander said they had to rely on the front line unit. The soldiers in that unit turned pale. They knew they had little chance of winning. They could not see how they could fight against so many rock golems. Theo shouted from the wall and said everything would be fine. He told them to look at the fight from another angle. He explained that the Rock King could not hide its tricks anymore. Because of that, the golems it made were not as strong as before. He said they could win the battle and told them to give it their all. The dwarven soldiers felt encouraged by Theo's words. They agreed with him and wondered why they had felt afraid. They gripped their weapons and raised them high. They cheered and said they would show the golems their strength. Garland praised Theo and called him great. Theo felt confused and asked what was great about it. Garland explained that it was not easy to lift low morale. He said Theo had shown he had what it took to be a king. Alice also agreed. Theo said they were exaggerating. Garland cracked his knuckles and told Alice it was time to move. Alice put on her gloves and told Theo to stay where he was and watch her. The dwarven soldiers defended the wall with all their strength. They swung their weapons at the rock golems. The golems moved slowly so the soldiers could hit them with ease. However, the golems were very tough. A shadow fell over one of the rock golems. Both the golem and a dwarven soldier looked up. Garland came down from above and slammed into the golem, crushing it into the ground. The dwarven soldier was shocked when he saw him. Garland showed that there was nothing to fear from the golems. He swung his sword and charged into the group of rock golems. He crushed them as he moved through them. He then called on the dwarven warriors to follow him. His actions raised their morale again. When the Rock King saw Garland defeat the golems with ease, it roared loudly again. Theo covered his ears. Garland stopped as another golem began to form in front of him. This one was larger than the others. He grew concerned that the dwarves would be crushed. He tried to protect them with his greatsword, but he was not sure if he could fully block the attack. Alice said the giant rock golem was blocking the way. She pierced through it with her sword. The golem fell to the ground. She treated it as an easy task. The dwarven soldiers were shocked. They wondered if all humans were that strong. They felt relieved they were on the same side. Gabo appeared near Theo and showed his surprise. He could not believe a small girl like Alice had taken down a giant golem. Theo agreed, but he did not sound confident. Gabo noticed this and asked why Theo seemed worried. Theo said he was concerned because the Rock King had not attacked yet. It was standing at the back. He thought it was planning something. Gabo said that should not be possible. He explained that a golem only followed orders from its master. He said Theo made it sound like the Rock King could think on its own. A dwarven soldier then reported that the Rock King was finally moving. The Rock King grabbed one of its own golems. Theo questioned why it was doing that. The Rock King pulled its body back like it was preparing to throw. Theo understood what it was about to do, but there was no time to react. The dwarven soldiers who saw this turned pale and began to retreat. The Rock King then threw the golem like a fast ball toward them. The thrown rock golem landed on the wall. Theo and Gabo, who were standing on top, were shocked. Theo had not expected the Rock King to throw golems at them. A dwarven soldier warned everyone that another golem was coming. The Rock King threw again and destroyed the cannons. Gabo turned pale when he saw their weapons break. Theo realized the situation was getting worse. The walls would not hold for long under this kind of attack. At the same time, the thrown golems started to stand up again. Theo understood that the Rock King was using the golems' strong bodies to damage the walls and push through their lines. He told everyone to take cover. He opened his inventory and dropped a large stone block onto one of the golems. The dwarven soldiers thanked him for helping. Theo said he only wanted them to stay safe. Gabo asked what they should do next. Theo said they had to use their last option. He reached into his pocket and took out an orb. Gabo remembered seeing it before and doubted it would help against the Rock King. Theo stayed calm and said that was his plan. Gabo could not believe it and thought it would not work. The Rock King prepared to throw again. Theo got ready as well and told Gabo to watch. They both threw at the same time. As the orb flew toward the golem, Theo said he trusted it. The orb opened and Gorm came out. Theo sent Gorm forward. Gorm punched the incoming rock golem and destroyed it. Gabo was shocked to see a golem come out of the orb. Theo saw that Gorm was stronger than the other golems. He believed Gorm could help protect the walls. He felt glad that Layla had told him to bring Gorm along. Before Theo left Arca village, Layla spoke to him in private. She asked him to bring Gorm along. She said Gorm could protect him and also help with mining. Theo agreed it was a good idea. Gorm only knew Moa Village and Arca Village, so Theo wanted to take him to new places. However, Theo wondered how he could bring Gorm with him. Layla suggested putting Gorm inside his inventory. Theo said he could not store living beings there. Then Layla suggested shrinking Gorm using autocraft and carrying him in his pocket. Theo thought it sounded cruel, but he realized it could work. Layla was surprised because she only meant it as a joke. Because of that idea, Theo created a special item called the Golem Ball. It could store golems. Before this, Theo could not travel with Gorm, but now they could stay together. Theo punched his fist forward and signaled Gorm to attack. Gorm gave a thumbs up and rushed into battle. Gorm crushed the rock golems one by one. He used wrestling moves like an elbow drop, a German suplex, and a power bomb. The dwarven soldiers were amazed. Gorm defeated more than half of the enemies in just a few seconds. Some soldiers asked what made Gorm so strong. Another soldier warned them not to relax. He said the Rock King was sending more golems. Theo grew worried. Even with Gorm, the situation would get worse if they only defended. He thought about fighting back and quickly came up with an idea. He opened his inventory and used autocraft again. He told Gorm to use the item. Gorm caught a large metal bat. At that moment, the Rock King launched another attack. Gorm locked in like Shohei Ohtani. He held the bat tightly and planted his feet. He swung and struck the attack like a home run. Theo saw that it worked very well. He said they could send the attacks back. The rock golem flew back and hit the Rock King in the face. Gabo found them incredible. He said Theo and his golem moved as if they could read each other's minds. He said they stayed perfectly in sync. Theo said this was natural because he and Gorm had faced many challenges together and had fun along the way. He said Gorm was the first friend he made in the land of death. The Rock King came out of the counterattack without any damage. It grabbed the ground, took a stance, and launched itself toward the wall while roaring. Gabo said the Rock King had finally attacked because its tricks no longer worked. Theo felt glad to see this because it meant the enemy had been drawn out of its position. He said this was where the real battle began. He called out to Gorm and told him to keep the Rock King busy for as long as possible. Gorm understood and took a stance with the giant metal bat. Theo then asked Gabo if they could use a specific weapon. Gabo agreed and told him to leave it to him. He said the new weapon was ready. Something then came out of a warehouse. Theo said it was time to strike back at the Rock King with a strong blow that would break it. The Rock King charged straight at the castle wall. Theo told Gorm to lure the Rock King toward the front of the wall because they planned to trap it there. Gorm quickly started taunting the giant golem. Meanwhile, Theo trusted Gorm and prepared the new weapon. He pulled a gem from his inventory and got ready to place it into a socket. The Rock King attacked Gorm again and again, but every strike missed. Gorm moved quickly and dodged each attack with ease. The dwarven soldiers watched in shock as the battle happened. Then instead of dodging, Gorm stood firm and blocked one of the Rock King's heavy blows. He held his ground long enough to lure the Rock King close to the wall. The dwarves cheered as they prepared their next move. They loaded their ballistas and fired. The arrows were not meant to pierce the Rock King. Thick ropes were tied to them, and the ropes wrapped around the giant creature to hold it in place. The dwarven soldiers celebrated because they believed the new weapon could finally destroy the Rock King. But suddenly, the Rock King let out a loud roar. Earth golems rose from the ground all around them. The dwarven soldiers quickly became overwhelmed. The Earth golems smashed the ballistas that held the Rock King down. Without warning, the Rock King jumped high into the air and broke free from the ropes. Theo stared in shock. The Rock King then climbed onto the wall and glared at Theo and Gabo. However, it did not attack them. Instead, it kept leaping higher toward the upper walls. When Theo noticed that the Rock King ignored them completely, he realized its true goal was to enter the city. But when the Rock King finally reached the highest wall, it looked upward instead of down at the city below. That was when Theo understood the truth. The Rock King was not targeting the Dwarven Kingdom. It was aiming for the sunstone attached to the cavern's ceiling. Confused, Gabo wondered why the Rock King wanted the Helios. Theo explained that the Helios contained a huge amount of mana. The Rock King might have wanted to absorb all of it to become stronger. Another possibility was that it followed orders from its creator. No matter the reason, Theo knew the situation had become far more dangerous. The Rock King leaped again. Theo could not believe how fast and agile the giant golem had been despite its massive size. It almost reached the sunstone. At that moment, Alice appeared and stopped it before it could touch the stone. She used her skill, Overclock Bravest Slash. Powerful magic burst from her sword as she swung it with all her strength, cutting through everything in front of her. Gabo stared in shock after seeing the attack's power. Even the plains and mountains beyond the kingdom's walls had been sliced apart. Theo thanked Alice and called her a lifesaver. Alice landed in front of him and urged him to hurry because this had been their only chance to use the new weapon. She had already used up all her mana and stamina in that attack. Suddenly, the Rock King roared. Then it slowly stood back up. Alice could not believe it had still managed to survive her technique. Theo said they could not use the new weapon unless they stopped the Rock King first. The Rock King tried to jump upward again but suddenly stopped. Theo was surprised when he saw Gorm grabbing one of the monster's feet and stopping it from moving. Gorm was not alone. The dwarven soldiers also pulled on the ropes wrapped around the Rock King's left arm. They wanted to show their courage. The Rock King tried to shake them off and swung its fist. Before the attack could land, Garland rushed in and struck the monster on the head. He shouted that this was their final chance to fight. The Rock King became furious. It slammed both fists into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that sent the dwarven soldiers flying. Theo realized how dangerous the situation had become. He suggested that everyone retreat and regroup later. The Rock King kept attacking Gorm, who still held tightly onto its leg. Theo told Gorm to fall back too, saying that even his tough body would eventually break. But Gorm only let out a loud roar and smiled at Theo. Theo froze for a moment as he tightened his grip on the stone in his hand. He finally understood that everyone had already given him the chance he needed. Gorm distracted the Rock King. Alice used all her strength to stop the Rock King from advancing. Garland and the dwarves worked together to hold it down. They had all risked their lives for him. Theo knew he had to answer their determination. He placed the stone into the socket of the new weapon and announced that he was activating it. Then he told the others to open the wall. The Rock King froze as it watched the walls open. A huge mortar spear appeared. The spear used mana from a magicite to launch forward while spinning at high speed. But the magicite alone was not enough to launch such a heavy weapon. Because of that, they used the power of a caloric bomb to push it forward. Theo could not have created it by himself. The combined knowledge of Gabo and the other dwarven craftsmen made the weapon possible. Theo ordered the Rock King to attack as the spear launched. The giant mortar spear shot forward and spun rapidly. The Rock King quickly created a barrier in front of itself and blocked the attack. Even so, the spear kept pushing forward. It spun against the barrier as if it were drilling through it. Theo was shocked that the Rock King managed to stop the attack, but he knew they had no second chance. If this failed, they would never defeat the golem. He activated the hero's favor he had received from Alice, which strengthened his control over divine power. Theo poured all of his divine power into the giant mortar spear. He shouted with all his strength. At that moment, the spear finally broke through the barrier and pierced the Rock King's chest. After getting hit, the Rock King fell to the ground. The dwarven soldiers cheered because they thought they had finally defeated the giant golem. Theo quickly told them it was too early to celebrate. Even with a large hole in its chest, the Rock King still moved its arms like nothing had happened. Garland felt shocked that it could still move. Theo also felt confused because he was certain they had pierced the giant golem's core. A moment later, Theo became even more confused when he saw the Rock King grab one of the defeated earth golems and swallow it in a single bite. Everyone watched as it used only its right arm to pick up the fallen golems one by one and eat them like snacks. No one understood what it was trying to do. Theo could hardly believe what he saw next. The Rock King's damaged body slowly repaired itself, and before long, it stood back up again. Alice angrily asked how that was even possible. Theo admitted that he did not know. Still, he warned them that if they failed to stop it soon, the Rock King might completely heal and continue attacking. Gabo shouted that they had already run out of caloric bombs and could no longer use the mortar spear. Theo wondered what they could possibly do in such a desperate situation. Just then, he noticed a piece of the Rock King nearby. He hoped it would give him a clue. He studied the fragment and realized something he had been wrongly assuming about it. He decided to take a risky move. Without hesitation, he jumped off the wall. Alice was too late to stop him, and Angriol asked what he was thinking. Theo believed he had to defeat the Rock King for the sake of the dwarves and their kingdom. The Rock King noticed Theo falling and swung its fist toward him. Alice warned him to watch out. Theo only smiled. He believed everything would be fine since everyone was fighting together with him. He then activated the Sacred Tree Priestess's favor, which sharpened his senses. In an instant, he could see what would happen a few seconds ahead. He saw that the Rock King was about to crush him with its punch. Before the attack landed, Theo used his autocraft skill on the wall. He changed part of the wall into a slide and escaped the attack. Alice was shocked that he avoided it so smoothly, as if he had seen the future. Theo then activated the Master Swordswoman's favor and Fenrir's favor to boost his strength and speed. He reached the end of the slide and leaped toward the Rock King. From his analysis of the Rock King's fragment, he learned that the golem was made of dense mineral material. Because of this, he chose a tool meant to break minerals. He opened his inventory and took out a piece of god metal. Using his autocraft skill, he formed a divine pickaxe. He said that this was the end for the Rock King. He swung the pickaxe and struck the Rock King. In an instant, the giant golem's upper body broke apart and its lower half crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Everyone was left speechless. Theo tried to celebrate, but he completely forgot that he was still in midair. He did not think about what he would do after defeating the enemy. Fortunately, Alice was there to save him from the fall. She caught him in her arms and landed safely on the ground. She worriedly asked if he was all right. Theo said he was fine. Alice then hugged him tightly and complained that he was such a handful. Theo felt touched, then Alice started scolding him. She held him even tighter and angrily reminded him that he should not push himself too hard. Theo gently tapped her shoulder many times and apologized. King Durgan then appeared and said he did not know how to properly express his gratitude. He thanked Theo and called him the dwarves' hero. Theo said the king was giving him too much credit and reminded him that everyone had contributed to the fight. The king replied that Theo might think that, but he could not be sure the others would feel the same. The dwarven soldiers gathered around and cheered loudly in unison. They celebrated Theo, calling him a hero and a golem slayer. Garland could not help but laugh. He said Theo now had a new grand title, Hero of the Dwarves, added to his titles as Lord of the Land of Death and Chief of the Elves. Alice said this was expected from the man who would become her husband. Just when Theo felt happy about their victory, something suddenly exploded behind him. Alice quickly stepped in front of Theo to protect him. She said that parts of the Rock King were turning into sand. Then the black sand formed back into solid pieces again. Theo could not believe it. The Rock King had recovered, but this time it was only as big as Theo, so they thought it had been weakened. King Durgan was shocked because the creature was still standing and refusing to give up. He ordered his soldiers to finish it off, but Theo told him to wait. The king asked why Theo stopped them. He said the Rock King might escape, recover, and attack the kingdom again. Theo explained that even if they destroyed the Rock King, the real source of the attacks would still remain. He reminded everyone that the Rock King was a golem. Unlike living beings, a golem was not born. It had to be created by someone. The Dwarven King agreed, but said they had already tried to find the creator and failed. Theo then explained that when a golem took too much damage to heal, its homing instinct would activate. The Dwarven King realized that the Rock King would return to its creator for repairs. Theo agreed. He pointed out that the current Rock King was too weak to be a threat. Because of this, he planned to let it lead them to the one who ordered the attack on the Dwarven Kingdom. The Rock King then slowly started walking away. As the group followed the Rock King, Theo questioned where it was going. The dwarves still wanted to know who created the Rock King and why their kingdom was being attacked. Theo guessed that the Rock King's goal was the Sunstone. He did not know the creator's true intentions, but he assumed they were an alchemist skilled enough to build something like the Rock King. The Dwarven King did not care about the creator's purpose as long as they could be caught. The dwarven soldiers behind him agreed and cheered. Theo could see that the dwarves were very angry. Still, the Rock King's creator was plundering the Dwarven Kingdom, and that was unacceptable. Theo did not know who they were, but he knew it had to be stopped. The creator needed to be captured. They soon reached a dead end, a cliff at the edge of the forest. The Rock King then touched the rock wall, and an entrance slowly opened as the ground rumbled. Everyone was shocked and could not speak for a moment. Theo and Alice were surprised to find a hidden passage behind the wall. The Dwarven King finally understood why they had not been able to find the Rock King's creator. The door only responded to the Rock King itself. For now, everyone followed behind the Rock King. Alice noticed that the passage was made of iron. Garland also commented that the creator's technology was very impressive. They soon reached the end of the passage and entered a cave. In the middle of the cavern, the Dwarven King saw a bright light coming through the ceiling. He wondered if it was sunlight. Suddenly, the Rock King knelt in the center of the cavern, which surprised everyone. The Dwarven King thought it was kneeling before its creator, so he ordered his men to capture them. But Theo told him to wait. He used the priestess's favor to sharpen his senses in case something dangerous was hidden there. However, he did not sense any other presence besides the Rock King. Theo went to take a closer look at what was in front of the kneeling Rock King. He found a grave with flowers and ore placed in front of it. Alice was shocked when she saw the name Roy Ryan engraved on the tombstone. She then realized that the Rock King had been repeating a person's name earlier. Theo asked what she meant. Alice explained that Roy was likely the Rock King's creator. Theo then remembered that a golem was supposed to stop working once its master died. Durgan guessed that the Rock King must have been built with a function that allowed it to keep moving even after its master was gone. The Rock King quietly repeated its master's name. Theo noticed how sad it sounded. He understood that the golem had been collecting magicite just to offer it to its creator. Its attack on the dwarves was clearly wrong, but he also saw that it could not stop because of its grief. Durgan then asked what they should do next. He planned to capture the golem's creator if he was still alive. Otherwise, he thought they should destroy the Rock King. Theo asked the Dwarf King to let him handle it. He then spoke to the Rock King. He said that what it had done had hurt many people and could not be easily forgiven. Still, he understood its feelings. He shared that he had also lost someone important before. If he had not had Alice and Garland with him, and if Layla had not become his maid, he might have ended up hurting others out of sadness, just like the Rock King. Because of that, he could not help but feel sympathy for it. Theo placed his hand on the ground and opened his inventory. He asked the Rock King to allow him to mourn its creator. He used dragon meal and plant seeds to create a flower garden. In an instant, the chamber turned bright and colorful as many flowers bloomed. The Rock King was stunned. It stared at the flowers and then began to cry loudly. It roared while repeating its master's name and lowered itself to the ground. Theo knew golems could not shed tears, but he could still feel that the Rock King was truly crying. Suddenly, the Rock King stopped crying and turned its attention to Theo. It raised its left hand in front of him and sand began to gather on its palm. In an instant, a core formed. Theo asked the Rock King if it was its core. The golem confirmed it and pushed it toward him. Theo asked if it was really giving it away since the golem would stop working without it. Garland stepped in and told Theo to accept it. He said the Rock King looked content and that Theo should accept its gratitude. Theo hesitated for a moment. The Rock King insisted again. In the end, Theo decided to accept it. However, the moment Theo touched the core, an image of a handsome blonde man flashed in his mind. The man celebrated after completing his masterpiece. He introduced himself as Roy Ryan, but Roy was not speaking to Theo. These were the Rock King's memories. Some of the memories showed Roy scolding the Rock King for breaking things in his lab. Another memory showed Roy thanking it for gathering magicite for his research on self-repairing golems. Later, Roy suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the floor. He apologized and said it might have been caused by the poisonous air of the land of death. He also explained why he was there. He had been removed from his position in the kingdom's laboratory after other alchemists became jealous and tried to steal his research on golems. Still, he could not let them take the Rock King, which he had created through his research. The final memory showed Roy lying in bed, clearly affected by the poisonous air. He said it was his time and that he was grateful for his time with the golem. He died with a smile, feeling satisfied with his life as a researcher. He thanked the golem before passing away. Theo could not stop himself from crying after seeing everything. The Rock King then stood up and apologized to them. It also thanked Theo. After that, it returned to the grave, knelt down, and became silent. Durgan then said that the Rock King was still their enemy, but it had shown great loyalty. He chose to respect it and turned to head back to his kingdom. Theo and the others followed the Dwarven King as they left the place. Theo looked back one last time. He wished the Rock King peace and hoped it could spend time with Roy. In the end, the Dwarven Kingdom was protected. The night after Theo and the others returned, the kingdom held a victory party. Everyone raised their drinks and cheered for the brave fighters and the Dwarven Kingdom's win. Alice was surprised that the dwarves held a banquet right after the battle ended. She wondered if they were not tired. Garland laughed and said he saw no problem with it. Suddenly, dwarves gathered around them. Some asked Gorm for an arm wrestling match, while others challenged Garland to a drinking contest. The two of them did not hesitate and joined in. Gorm had a strong arm wrestling match against a dwarven soldier. Garland drank alcohol quickly along with the dwarves. Theo stayed quietly at his table. Gabo came over and asked if their hero was not enjoying himself. Theo said he was enjoying the party. Gabo felt glad to hear that, since Theo was their guest of honor. Gabo then brought food, which he said was good. It was steak made from cave pigs. He explained that these pigs lived deep in hidden caves and were rarely seen on the surface. Theo took a bite and was surprised by how good it tasted. The sweet fat melted in his mouth. Gabo stayed close to Theo and laughed. He was happy that Theo ate with such enjoyment. He said he could serve anything else if Theo wanted it, since Theo was their hero. Just then, someone came up behind them and spoke to Gabo. He said there was another way Gabo could help Theo. Gabo was surprised and saw that his best friend, the king, had arrived. The king then remembered Theo's wish to build a friendship with them. Since the Rock King had been defeated, he no longer had a reason to refuse. He promised to work together with Theo so they could live peacefully on the same land. Theo thanked him. They shook hands and their agreement was sealed. Durgan said that the next step was to send an envoy to act as a link between the two sides. He believed the best choice would be someone who was already close friends with Theo and well known by the dwarves. After hearing this, Gabo slammed his hand on the table and offered to take the job. He did not think anyone else was suitable for the task. Durgan laughed loudly at how motivated he was. He then told Theo that Gabo might be loud, but he was someone reliable. He asked Theo if he would mind keeping Gabo in his village. Theo said he did not mind and could not believe Gabo was going to join. He thought Arca village would become much livelier. Soon after, Theo and Durgan were seriously talking about trade goods when Alice called out to Theo. She walked toward him in a zigzag way and clung to him, telling him to stop the complicated talk. Theo was shocked, but he quickly noticed she was drunk from the smell of alcohol. He told her to drink some water to sober up. Alice angrily asked why she should drink water when they were at a banquet. She asked if he was making fun of her. Theo told her not to act like that and asked her to drink the water anyway. Instead, Alice drank more alcohol and complained that Theo had been ignoring her, so she had nothing else to do but drink. She then told him to drink as well. Theo noticed she was holding alcohol in her mouth. Alice suddenly forced a kiss on him and made him drink it. Theo panicked and pulled away, asking angrily what she was doing. Alice laughed and said he deserved it. She said it was his fault for letting his guard down. Durgan called her bold and commented that it was good to be young. Alice told him to shut up and called him a bearded king. The Dwarven King was shocked by her words. Alice then grabbed Theo and pulled him close against her melons, making it clear that he was her man and she would be taking him back. She then dragged him away with her arm around his head. Theo asked where she was taking him, but Alice did not answer. The Dwarven King stayed silent and broke into a cold sweat as he watched them go back inside the castle. Alice brought Theo into her private room and pushed him onto the bed. She climbed on top of him to keep him from leaving. She told him she wanted to continue what they had started before and said they would go further this time, beyond kissing. Theo, feeling tired and embarrassed, asked to wait until they got home. Alice mentioned that Layla would be there. She also said that Luna and the Elven sisters would be present. She noticed that Aisha had also been getting close to him lately. She then said this was the only time she could have him to herself. She also brought up that he had gone all the way with Layla. Flustered, Theo asked how she knew about that. Alice said Layla had told her. Theo could not believe Layla had done something like that, but Alice did not seem to care. She then undressed and pinned Theo down, saying she just wanted to be with him alone. The sight of her blushing face and glistening fruits clicked something in Theo. He couldn't control himself anymore after hearing those words from her mouth. He then stood up, making Alice flustered. He then pushed her to the bed and went on top of her instead. He started caressing and tasting her melons like it was the last thing he would do. Alice, who was totally taken aback, asked him not to get excited out of nowhere. After they calmed down and stripped down to nothing, Theo went on top of her and asked if she was really sure about doing it. Alice told him to go ahead. She gritted her teeth and shut her eyes as she felt the pain. Hearing her make sounds, Theo worriedly asked if she was fine and told her he could stop if it was too painful for her. Alice told him not to worry about it. She claimed she was just happy to be with him. That night, Theo got a lot of love and favor from the hero. The next morning, as they prepared to go home, Theo complained that he still felt tired while loading things into his inventory. Garland, who was also putting items away, said he could not blame Theo since the battle the previous day had been intense. Theo could not explain to Garland that it was not only the Cave King he had fought. Alice glared at Theo and hit his side lightly. She whispered that it was his fault for being too rough on someone inexperienced like her the night before. Theo let out a pained sound as his whole body still ached from both impacts.